Behind Nanba, 3 martial venerables and 2 grandmaster-level experts drove their battle blades deep into his body. One of them even twisted the blade inside him. Crack! Nanba could almost hear the sound of his own bones shattering. "Damn it! You bastards! You're asking for death." With a hateful glare, he looked at the subordinates around him, 2 of whom had once been his most trusted right-hand men. He had believed that even if everyone else betrayed him, these 2 would remain loyal. Yet, it was these very men who had led the charge in stabbing him in the back. With this betrayal, Nanba's plan to continue his assault on Area was now impossible. "Commander Nanba, we're sorry. We don't want to die." His subordinates knew all too well that victory was nearly impossible in their current situation. Killing Nanba wouldn't guarantee them a promotion to elder, but at least it might spare their lives. "You cowards! Don't want to die? Then I'll drag you all down with me." Nanba roared furiously, unleashing a surge of violent energy. With a single punch, he sent all 5 of his former followers flying. He knew he was already doomed. So, without hesitation, he burned his life force, multiplying his strength several-fold, and struck with everything he had. Boom! Boom! The 2 Grandmaster-level subordinates at the front were instantly killed, while the 3 martial venerables were sent sprawling, coughing up blood. Using the recoil force, Nanba kicked off the ground, his body shooting forward like an arrow. In an instant, he bypassed Ruan Filiu and another blood demon elder, charging straight at Area. Even in death, he refused to let Area escape unscathed. Though Area had reached the martial venerable realm, she froze in shock at Nanba's sudden attack, unable to react in time. "Look out!" Yi Fan, who had just regained consciousness, finally understood. The woman he had coincidentally rescued on the beach was actually the princess of the blood demon tribe. And now, at the brink of death, she had saved him and everyone from Gu Feng's group. With the battle nearly decided, Yi Fan couldn't let Area come to harm. Shouting the warning, he dashed forward, pulling Area into his arms and dodging sideways. At the same time, he redirected Nanba's killing strike toward Zhou Yao instead. Whoosh! With a deafening explosion, Nanba's attack, originally meant for Area, veered off course and slammed into Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao was livid. "Nanba, what the hell are you doing? You trying to kill me for no damn reason." Nanba's strike had been fueled by his burning life force. A full-power attack meant to obliterate Area. Zhou Yao had no time to evade. As the blade descended toward his head, he gritted his teeth and mustered all his energy to block it. Boom! Boom! After a series of earth-shaking collisions, Nanba's strength finally gave out. Staggering back, he barely had time to steady himself before Yi Fan delivered a palm strike to his chest, blasting a gaping hole through it. Nanba was sent flying, crashing 10 meters away. He struggled to rise, leaning against a rock as blood gushed from the wound like water from a ruptured barrel. Dizzy from blood loss and unable to staunch the bleeding, his dantian had been destroyed by his treacherous subordinates. Nanba could barely stand. Damn it! His eyes burned with hatred as he glared at Area and Yi Fan, now standing several yards away. His final, desperate attack had failed to drag Area down with him. No matter how much resentment filled his heart, there was nothing left he could do. As he cursed, blood trickled from his mouth, nose, and even his eyes. His life force was rapidly draining away. Death was inevitable. "Commander Nanba, how are you?" A few of his most loyal followers rushed to his side in panic, trying to use their energy to stop the bleeding. Nanba weakly waved them off. "It's useless. Those traitors have destroyed my organs. I'm done. Save yourselves. Either surrender or fight your way out." His body slumped to the ground as he spoke. His loyalists knew the truth. Surrender meant death, and fighting their way out was impossible. "Brothers, let's take as many of them with us as we can. Charge!" With their leader gone, Nanba's remaining followers raised their weapons and launched a desperate assault against the forces of Xuanwu Domain and Area's faction. A chaotic battle erupted, though it was more of a one-sided slaughter. With Nanba dead, half of his remaining forces surrendered, leaving only a few dozen diehard followers who knew they had no chance of survival. Under the combined might of Area's elders, Ruan Filiu and another martial emperor-level expert, alongside the Blood Demon Tribe's elites and the allied forces of Gufeng and the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Nanba's remaining men were subdued in under a minute. The outcome had never been in doubt. Ignoring the skirmish, Yi Fan kept his arms around Area, his gaze fixed on the massive crater left by Nanba's redirected attack. Zhou Yao, who had taken the full brunt of the strike, had been buried deep in the earth. Cough! Cough! Climbing out of the pit, Zhou Yao was a mess. Covered in dirt, his clothes in tatters, one arm broken, and limping heavily. Commander Zhou, weren't you the one who said you'd send me on my way? Seems like you're the one setting an example first. Yi Fan smirked down at him from the crater's edge. Zhou Yao stared up in disbelief. Just moments ago, Yi Fan had been on the verge of collapse, his energy and spirit completely drained, so much so that he had passed out. Yet now he was fully recovered? From the moment Yi Fan redirected Nanba's attack, Zhou Yao had realized the terrifying truth. This monster had regained his full strength in mere minutes. The tables had turned once again. Zhou Yao, who had been so confident in his victory, was now at Yi Fan's mercy. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I was deceived. Nanba manipulated me into betraying Xuanwu Domain and the Great Xia. Please, for the sake of our past camaraderie, spare my life. I'll do anything you ask. Without hesitation, Zhou Yao dropped to his knees, kowtowing desperately, begging for mercy. Around them, Elder Shaoquan and Matsumoto Bailan wore expressions of utter despair. On the battlefield, the last remnants of the Black Robe Society had been wiped out by the forces of the Tianji Pavilion, while Nanba's loyal subordinates had been slaughtered by the combined forces of the Blood Demon Sect and Gufeng's men. Now only 3 lone figures remained: Elder Shaoquan, Matsumoto, and Zhou Yao. Nanba's deputy commander, originally a powerhouse at the martial emperor level, had been reduced to ashes with just a single light tap from Yi Fan. No one knew what technique Yi Fan had used, but the martial emperor had instantly combusted into dust. It's over. This is truly the end. What was supposed to be a carefully planned ambush against Yu Linglong and her allies had instead turned into the complete annihilation of the Black Robe Society. Go! Elder Shaoquan, seeing the hopeless situation, knew that fighting was futile. With a roar, he mustered all his strength to fling Matsumoto away. You must survive. Avenge us. His intentions were noble. With his martial emperor-level strength, he might have succeeded in helping Matsumoto escape under normal circumstances. But Yi Fan had awakened. Having comprehended the instant movement ability from the Undying Bone and mastered the ancient demon-slaying formation from the Divine Fragment, Yi Fan was now on an entirely different level. How could Elder Xiaochuan's actions possibly work against him? Whoosh! Before Matsumoto could even fly a single zhang away, Yi Fan had already teleported behind him, seizing him mid-air and slamming him violently into the ground. After terrorizing Great Xia for so many years, did you really think you could escape? Crack! In that instant, Yi Fan sealed all of Matsumoto's meridians. Though Matsumoto still possessed some martial energy, he could no longer wield it. The impact shattered countless bones in his body, leaving him writhing on the ground, unable to stand. Elder Xiaochuan's face twisted in despair. His last hope had been extinguished. Yi Fan, you may be a monster, but mark my words, you will not succeed. Great Xia will never allow a genius like you to rise. Ha ha ha, I will never beg you. With those final words, Elder Shaoquan drew a dagger and plunged it into his own abdomen. Unlike Zhou Yao, who had groveled for mercy, the elder chose to end his own life with dignity. Elder Shaoquan, Matsumoto's body twitched weakly, the last flicker of defiance in his eyes fading away. The Black Robe Society had spent years infiltrating Great Xia, but now, their entire organization lay in ruins. At least, I hope the other teams can still achieve something in Great Xia. Thud. With the last of his strength, Matsumoto also drew his dagger and slit his own throat. Now, only Zhou Yao remained, kneeling on the ground, his face a mask of hopelessness as he stared at Yi Fan and Gufeng. Though the danger had passed, Princess Arya still clung tightly to Yifan's arm, pressing herself against him as if trying to merge into his body. Princess Arya, that's enough, cough cough. Yifan tried to pull his arm back, acutely aware of the soft, pale curves pressing against him, so much so that he could barely breathe. But Arya only tightened her grip. Not enough. Brother Fan, doesn't Great Xia have a saying? For saving a life, one should pledge themselves in return. And you've saved me twice. If only I had a sister, I'd make her marry you too. She nuzzled against his arm, her expression blissful. There was no helping it. Yifan's body was like a furnace of pure energy. Just touching him sent waves of warmth surging through her, rapidly enhancing her strength. If not for the crowd around them, Arya might have already pushed him down right then and there.
Yifan siket inyartli.
This princess is just as much of a troublemaker as I am. But remembering how she had once appeared before him nearly naked, he couldn't help but smirk. Young master, ye please. For the sake of us both being from Great Xia, spare me. Zhou Yao shamelessly begged, still hoping for a chance to live. Though seething with hatred, he had to admit, his years of scheming had been utterly destroyed today. All because of you Linglong and Yifan. If not for them, he might already be the ruler of the Xuanwu domain by now. If I survive today, I swear, I'll make them pay. Before Yifan could respond, Gu Feng stepped forward.
No.
A traitor like you must be punished. How else can we face the souls of our fallen brothers in the Xuanwu domain? Thunk. Not wanting Yifan to bear the burden, Gu Feng drove his blade straight through Zhou Yao's heart, shattering his dantian in the process. You! Gu Feng! You bastard! Zhou Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that Gu Feng, once his mentor and friend, would kill him without hesitation. As his life force drained away, his gaze burned with resentment. Gu Feng sneered. Zhou Yao, you betrayed Great Xia, sacrificed your comrades, and sold out our nation's interests. Your death is the only justice for the heroes of the Xuanwu domain. He turned to the surrounding warriors and declared, let this be a lesson to all. Betrayal will not be tolerated. Above the canyon, the moon emerged from behind the clouds, casting its silver light over the blood-stained battlefield. A gentle breeze carried the scent of iron through the air. Were it not for the corpses littering the ground, no one would believe such a brutal battle had just taken place. Young master, we found these on Elder Shaoquan and Matsumoto. Yifan's maids, Nansheng and Xiaowen, handed him 2 small boxes. When he opened them, his eyes sharpened. Fragments of the Heavenly Palace map? Divine fragments? So the Black Robe Society's leaders really had such treasures. Noticing this, Gu Feng immediately ordered his men. Turn around! We saw nothing. Understood. Huh? Since this operation had been led by the Xuanwu domain, all spoils of war should have been handed over to the authorities. But Gu Feng's actions made it clear, he intended to let Yifan keep these treasures. After all, only in Yifan's hands could they reach their full potential. Thank you, Commander Gu Feng. Yifan gave a slight bow as he stored the items away. Gu Feng nodded. Young Master Yi, with Zhou Yao gone, a critical position in the Xuanwu domain is now vacant. Would you consider taking it? I'm growing old. The future of the Xuanwu domain rests on your shoulders. What Gu Feng meant was crystal clear to Yifan. 5 years ago, Gu Feng had already broken protocol to bring Yifan into the core leadership of the Black Tortoise faction, appointing him as one of the 4 heavenly kings, the Guardian King with overwhelming authority. Now that Zhou Yao was dead, Gu Feng naturally wanted Yifan to step up as the deputy commander of the Black Tortoise faction, grooming him as his eventual successor. In the past, Yifan might not have considered such an offer. But after the Yi family's recent betrayal, their hidden enemies had shown no intention of sparing even the last remnants of the Yi bloodline. They were determined to wipe them out completely. Yifan needed to secure more allies and backing to ensure his family's safety. All right, I accept. The moment Yifan spoke, Gu Feng immediately cut in, announcing to the entire Black Tortoise faction, listen well, young Master Yi has agreed to become our deputy commander, and should he ever wish it, He may take my place as full commander at any time. From this moment on, his authority surpasses even mine. Is that understood? Gu Feng was so eager to lock in Yi Fan's commitment that he made the declaration public before Yi Fan could reconsider. Long live Commander Yi! Long live Commander Yi! We pledge our loyalty to Commander Yi. Everyone in the Black Tortoise faction had already witnessed Yi Fan's extraordinary prowess. At just over 20 years old, he had already reached the level of a martial emperor. His future potential was limitless. Following such a prodigious genius, even the slightest favor from him could set an ordinary person up for life. Moreover, Yi Fan had already been one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Black Tortoise faction. His promotion to deputy commander was well-deserved, and no one dared oppose it. I hope we can work together to protect Great Xia, Yi Fan said to the assembled warriors before turning his attention to Yu Linglong. She had been slashed across the shoulder by one of Matsumoto's men and had passed out from the pain. Though Yi Fan had stopped the bleeding, the wound still needed proper treatment. They couldn't delay any longer. Commander Gu, I'll leave the cleanup to you. I need to take Linglong back to Huadu immediately to treat her injuries. Of course, young Master Yi, Gu Feng replied earnestly. Remember, from now on, the Black Tortoise faction is your home, your strongest support. Whatever you need, just say the word. One call, and I'll move heaven and earth for you. Back when the Yi family had faced disaster, Gu Feng had only offered his support in secret. But now that Yi Fan was the deputy commander, and the sole heir to the position of full commander, Gu Feng no longer had to hide his allegiance. He was openly declaring his backing for the Yi family. Thank you. Yi Fan gave Gu Feng a firm nod before scooping Yu Linglong into his arms and preparing to summon his helicopter for an immediate return to Huadu. But then, Heir spoke up, clearly displeased. Brother Fan, you saved me, and you saw everything. I'm your woman now. I'm coming home with you to meet your parents. Her words nearly knocked Yi Fan off his feet. What? How does that make you my woman? He sighed in exasperation. Princess Heir, I saved your life in an emergency. Even if I saw your body, it was unavoidable. Nothing happened between us. You saved me, but your blood demon warriors also rescued me from Zhou Yao's men. We're even. Though Heir was undeniably beautiful and well-connected, Yi Fan already had 7 sisters-in-law to look after. He could barely handle them. How could he afford to provoke a princess on top of that? We're even. Heir's expression wavered. Was it really that simple? If so, once Yi Fan returned to Great Xia and she went back to the Blood Demon tribe, wouldn't their paths never cross again? Would she lose him forever? As she watched Yi Fan carry Yu Linglong away, a determined glint flashed in her eyes. Wait, Brother Fan. She darted forward, stopping him. Before Yi Fan could react, she threw her arms around his neck, stood on her tiptoes, and pressed her lips firmly against his. Her kiss was sweet, tinged with inexperience. The suddenness of it left Yi Fan stunned. Is this girl serious? The scene was beyond absurd. Here he was, holding his first wife Yu Linglong in his arms, while another stunning beauty had just forced a kiss on him. And they had an audience. Black Tortoise martial experts and blood demon warriors alike were watching. Freeing one hand, Yi Fan gave Heir's backside a light smack. This brat needs to learn some discipline. Eek! The slap drew a soft yelp from Heir, and she squirmed in his arms before breaking away, pouting at him. Brother Fan, now we're not even. That was my first kiss, and all these people witnessed it. You have to take responsibility for me. She grinned like a fox who'd just pulled off a clever trick. Responsibility? Over one kiss? Yi Fan smirked, amused. That's hardly enough. He was curious to see just how far she'd go. Huh? That's still not enough. Heir blinked in confusion before realization dawned. Oh, right, in Great Xia they say you have to. Her fingers moved to the buttons of her blouse. Ugh, you're so bad. Fine, since I'll be yours sooner or later anyway. Let's do it. Yi Fan's eyes widened as she actually started undressing. He quickly grabbed her wrist. Silly girl. You can't be serious about doing something like that here. Heir paused, then nodded thoughtfully. You're right. Not here. Brother Fan, let's go to that grove over there. You've already seen my body, but I have a secret, something special you'll love. Her half-unbuttoned blouse revealed glimpses of the phoenix tattoo on her chest, its wings seeming ready to take flight at any moment. Ifan felt his pulse quicken. This girl really is a temptress. Did she really intend to drag him into the woods in front of everyone? Enough messing around, he said firmly. Heir, with everything that's happened in the Blood Demon tribe, you need to return to your father and give him a full report. Once you've settled things there, you can come find me in Huadu. All right? He sighed inwardly. Heir had made her feelings unmistakably clear, and Yifan had no real reason to refuse her. But the Blood Demon tribe's situation was complicated. She had to go back first. Heir was too naive, but the elder of the Blood Demon faction beside her, Ruan Filiu, had already seen through it. Yifan's current behavior already showed he had accepted Heir. It was just that Heir herself didn't realize it yet. Now, Commander Namba's rebellion had been resolved at the critical moment, but if Heir didn't return with them, even with 10,000 mouths, Ruan Filiu and his men wouldn't be able to explain things clearly. Princess Heir, how about this? You come back with us first and explain everything to the old patriarch. After that, this old servant will accompany you to Great Xia to find young Master Yi. What do you think? Ruan Filiu said with a bitter expression. You've seen the situation. If you don't return, the old patriarch might think we're the ones revolting. We'll all be executed. The other elder beside Ruan Filiu, along with several high-ranking Blood Demon members, nodded in agreement. Though Heir was love-struck and deeply fond of Yifan, she understood the gravity of their words. If she didn't go back, the chaos within the Blood Demon faction wouldn't be resolved. Fine then. She turned to Yifan. Fanji, don't forget. I'm already yours. Here, take this. As she spoke, she removed a peculiarly shaped pendant from herself and fastened it around Yifan's neck. Remember, think of me. With that, she commanded her Blood Demon forces and swiftly retreated toward the coast. Yifan watched her departing figure and sighed deeply. The pendant she had given him pulsed with an ancient aura, vibrant with life force. It was clearly no ordinary treasure. He mused. Of all debts in the world, those of love are the hardest to repay. But right now, his greatest concern was still his big wife, Yu Linglong, resting in his arms. The situation had escalated beyond expectations. By assisting the Black Tortoise domain in annihilating the Black Robe Society's forces in Penglai Gorge and witnessing Gu Feng's high-profile declaration of becoming the domain's commander, his identity was effectively exposed. Yifan was no longer pretending to be a fool. Yu Linglong, sharp as she was, would inevitably see through him. He had already traced the conspiracy to Elder Zhang, Tang Zheng, and others. With Zhang Feng and Xin Shao dead, the conflict between the Yi, Tang, and Zhang families had shattered all pretense of civility. There was no point in hiding anymore. After everything that had transpired, even if those behind the Yi family were morons, they'd realize something was amiss. Many of Yifan's actions, though meticulously concealed, couldn't remain entirely hidden. His adversaries would inevitably pick up on the clues. Moreover, there was no longer any need for deception. Tang Zheng and Elder Zhang had already been implicated. Their higher-ups couldn't sever ties now even if they tried. The masterminds behind the Yi family's downfall would soon be unmasked. But how should he explain this to Yu Linglong? If she found out he'd been deceiving her all along, would she beat him to a pulp? On the plane, after settling Yu Linglong into a seat, Yifan wasted no time in applying the Ghost Valley's 13 needles to stabilize her qi and purge the toxins from her body. Once her breathing steadied, he produced a small porcelain vial, carefully opened her clothing, and applied a salve to the wound on her shoulder. Almost instantly, the injury began visibly healing. A soft moan escaped her lips as energy coursed through her meridians. Moments later, her body stirred, and her eyes fluttered open. Yifan gently pulled her into his embrace. You're awake. He hesitated briefly, unsure how to address her now. Yu Linglong glanced around the cabin. Aside from Yi Fan, only his 4 maids were present. Yu Chong and the other Heavenly Secrets Pavilion assassins were escorting them from another aircraft. Humph! She glared at him. Yi Fan, tell me the truth. Have you been pretending to be dumb this whole time? You scoundrel. You've had your eyes on us from the start, haven't you? She tried to push herself free but lacked the strength. The thought of all 7 sisters pledging themselves to him still grated. This guy had gotten far too lucky.
No.
Linglong, believe me, I wasn't faking it. I really just woke up recently. It was all thanks to Dr. Lei's medical skills. When I heard the Black Robe Society ambushed you, I rushed over immediately. Thank goodness you're all right. Despite now being a martial emperor, Yi Fan still felt a twinge of intimidation before her, his former sister-in-law. Ha! Like I'd believe that. Ishue already told me. You acted nothing like an idiot in the bedroom at night. Her piercing gaze bored into him, searching for any tell. But Yi Fan had resolved never to admit his awakening dated back to the funeral. His future survival depended on it. Linglong, I swear, I only regained consciousness recently. 5 years ago, I accidentally sealed myself while studying talismans. Dr. Lei's treatment gradually undid the restrictions. If I'm lying, may I die a horrible death, struck by... Shut up! She clapped a hand over his mouth, cheeks flushing. Don't say such things. What would we do if you died? Make widows of us all? Humph! Seeing his earnest expression, her anger softened. The 7 sisters had publicly vowed to be his wives, an unbreakable oath in their eyes. So, you're not mad anymore? Yi Fan tentatively grasped her hand, inwardly relieved. He'd feared she might ignore or pummel him after the truth came out. Why should I be? You're the hope of the Yi family's future, the one we 7 sisters swore to protect. Now that you've awakened, I should be overjoyed, not angry. Her voice carried a tinge of melancholy as she withdrew her hand. Given your strength now, you don't need our protection anymore. Her tone turned cool. With young Master Ye's monstrous talent, if you feel we're unworthy, you can annul the engagements. We won't cling to you. 5 years ago, Yi Fan's brilliance had been undeniable. Now, effortlessly facing off against 3 martial venerables like Matsumoto and Elder Koizumi, he had to be at least a martial emperor. Yu Linglong knew the truth. From the moment he awoke, he had reclaimed his place as heaven's favored son. Compared to him, the 7 sisters were utterly ordinary. Linglong, do you really think I'd do that? You shielded me when I was weak. Now, without another word, he pulled her close and captured her lips in a searing kiss. At this moment, explanations were meaningless. Actions spoke louder than words. Yu Linglong tensed up instantly as Yi Fan suddenly caught her off guard. As the Great Xia Empire's top female warrior, Yu Linglong excelled in combat and martial arts. But when it came to matters of love, she was utterly inexperienced. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect Yi Fan to ambush her like this. Kissing her out of nowhere, overwhelmed by his masculine scent, she froze for a long moment. By the time she regained her senses, Yi Fan had already conquered her lips, his hands roaming boldly toward other territories. The sheer audacity of it terrified her. Stop! This scoundrel! Ugh! He must have been plotting this for a while. He's way too skilled at it. With a flustered cry, she shoved him away, her face flushed crimson. She weakly thumped his chest, muttering, You're so bad. Though her expression feigned anger, there wasn't a trace of genuine fury in her eyes. Instead, she looked more like a bashful girl throwing a coy tantrum.
Ye fan simirket, torogu amuset.
So the mighty warrior queen isn't so intimidating after all. All it takes is a little boldness to win her over. He had braced himself for a slap, or worse, a brutal beating, for his impulsive kiss. Yet all she did was deliver a half-hearted punch. Heh! Linglong, my love. You know what they say, nice guys finish last. Grinning, he tried to pull her back into his arms. But Yu Linglong pushed him away again. You've already taken my first kiss. That's enough for today. The rest can wait. Despite her composed facade, her heart was racing. She wasn't used to such sudden intimacy with Yifan. What if he tries to undress me? Should I resist? Or give in? Or resist a little, then let him have his way? Ugh. After this, I'm definitely consulting an experienced friend about this. Humph. This rascal was definitely pretending to be innocent before. How embarrassing. Her thoughts spiraled wildly. Suddenly, she noticed her shoulder strap had slipped, exposing half of the phoenix tattoo on her chest. Blushing furiously, she yanked her clothes back up. You did that on purpose, didn't you? She had been unconscious earlier and had no idea how much he'd already seen. Well, I'm his sooner or later anyway. What's done is done. Still, the kiss was already pushing her limits. Anything more would require serious mental preparation. As she adjusted her clothes, she suddenly remembered, during her battle with Matsumoto and his men, she had suffered a deep gash on her shoulder, even scarring part of her phoenix tattoo. Her expression dimmed. She glanced at Yifan nervously. Xiao Fan, my chest was badly injured. There's going to be a huge scar. It'll be ugly. Will you mind? Though usually unflappable, she was still a woman who cared about her appearance, especially now that she had accepted Yifan as her future husband. His opinion mattered more than ever. Linglong, what nonsense are you talking? Even if you turned into a monster, I wouldn't care. Yifan's voice was firm, his gaze sincere. You're the love of my life. You stood by the Yi family, by me, through the darkest times. How could I ever let you down? Without waiting for her protest, he pulled her into a tight embrace. Yu Linglong squirmed awkwardly but soon gave up, melting into his arms. Up front, Yifan's 4 maids tactfully turned away, sliding a partition shut to give them privacy in the rear cabin. At least now she didn't have to feel quite so embarrassed. Before, it was you protecting me. From now on, I'll be the one protecting you. Yifan held her close, his voice resolute. As long as I, Yifan, live, none of you will ever suffer harm or humiliation again. The debt he owed his 7 sisters-in-law for their sacrifices would never be forgotten. Nestled against him, Yu Linglong still felt a little awkward, but the warmth of his words, the security of his promise, felt unexpectedly comforting. Oh, and one more surprise. Yifan glanced down at her. Don't forget, I'm also a highly skilled doctor. By now, the ointment should have fully taken effect. Your wound won't leave a single scar. What? She jerked upright in shock. No scar at all? Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Of course not. Let's witness the miracle together. As he reached to undo her clothes and clean the ointment from her wound, she slapped his hand away. Don't touch. I'll do it myself. Turn around. The injury was in such a sensitive spot. If he handled it, he'd see everything. So embarrassing. Yifan knew exactly what she was thinking. But after their earlier closeness, his confidence had soared. The Great Xia's warrior queen isn't as untouchable as she seems.
Persistance payoff.
With a roguish grin, he insisted. No way. Removing this ointment requires a specific technique. If you do it wrong, scars might form. You don't want that, do you? Seriously. Her hands hesitated. Her instincts told her he was bluffing, but the stakes were too high. Her chest's appearance was on the line. Would I lie to you? Sighing in resignation, she finally relented. Fine. Go ahead. Humph. You just love bullying me. Who knows how much worse you'll torment us sisters in the future. After all, he's going to be my husband. What's the harm in letting him look? But if he tries anything else, I'm definitely saying no. This shameless rogue. Yifan reached out and slowly loosened the clothes on Yu Linglong's shoulder. The outer leather jacket and the white t-shirt beneath had both been slashed open. Since Yifan had already pulled them aside earlier while applying medicine, Yu Linglong had merely draped them back loosely. With just a slight tug, most of her clothing slid away, revealing the broken bra strap and the pale, graceful curves of her phoenix clearly visible beneath. You don't look. Though Yu Linglong had mentally prepared herself, when Yifan actually began cleaning the medicinal paste from her chest, She tensed up, her voice trembling as her body quivered faintly. For some reason, the moment his fingers touched her skin, an inexplicable heat surged through her, and she nearly let out an involuntary sound. This battlefield goddess, who hadn't even flinched at grenade explosions, was now on the verge of losing her composure. Linglong, my dear, how can I clean the medicine if I don't look? Be still. If you squirm and I accidentally touch somewhere I shouldn't, don't blame me. Yifan smirked, suddenly realizing that his usually cold, queenly wife was actually quite adorable. He drew his combat knife and gently scraped away the blackened medicinal paste from her wound. Beneath it, her skin was smooth and flawless. No trace of injury remained, just a slight rosy hue blending seamlessly with the surrounding flesh. At first, as Yifan worked on her shoulder, Yu Linglong bit her lip, enduring the sensation. But when his hand moved lower, the softness of her skin made it difficult to apply pressure. Left with no choice, he cupped her breast for better leverage, and with just that slight squeeze, Yu Linglong nearly collapsed. He's doing this on purpose. That bastard Yifan is definitely doing this on purpose. 5 years ago, Yifan had been Yunqing's notorious troublemaker, running wild with Wang Fugue and Gueli. Never had Yu Linglong imagined that this scoundrel would one day be the one teasing her like this. Yet now, with his hands on such a sensitive area, she was too embarrassed to move, forced to endure as he held her phoenix, meticulously cleaning away the remnants of the medicine. Truthfully, Yifan was just as nervous. The sheer size of her phoenix was startling. From a distance, it had seemed modest, but up close, he realized Yu Linglong was far more generously endowed than he'd thought. His hands could barely contain her. Back in Penglai Gorge, when her clothes had been half undone while she was unconscious, he'd glimpsed her like this. But now, with her fully awake and reacting to his touch, the thrill was entirely different. His former elder brother's woman was now his wife. Damn. Cleaning the wound wasn't complicated. Within 2 minutes, Yifan had removed every trace of the medicinal paste, revealing pristine skin beneath. So perfect that if he hadn't seen the injury himself, he'd never believe such a deep gash had existed. Ah! Seeing Yu Linglong's tightly shut eyes and fluttering lashes, Yifan deliberately gasped, making her stiffen. What's wrong, Xiaofan? Did the medicine not work? I knew there couldn't possibly be such a miraculous cure. The thought of a disfiguring scar on her chest made her heart sink. If not for her iron will as the Great Xia's top war goddess, she might have broken down in tears. Sigh. She glanced uncertainly at Yifan. Would he really not mind if I were scarred? Is he just humoring me? Dejected, she tugged at her clothes, her expression cooling. That bastard Yifan. If he couldn't heal my wound, why give me false hope? Even as she resigned herself to reality, she instinctively looked down at her chest and froze. What? From her shoulder to the center of her chest, her skin was flawless. No wound, no scar. How? Had she even been injured? Her mind blanked as she tried recalling the battle. She remembered the searing pain when Matsumoto's blade had slashed from her shoulder to her ribs, cutting deep to the bone. How could there be no trace of it now? Was this an illusion? Rubbing her eyes, she leaned closer, even tugging aside her black bra for a better look. And with that, her twin phoenixes broke free of their restraints, swaying proudly as if ready to take flight. Pale, perky, unavoidable. Though Yifan tried not to stare, the sight practically forced itself into his vision. To not admire such artistry would be a crime. With an artist's eye, he mentally measured them, his fingers subtly flexing as if reliving their weight and shape. Yes, the proportions were just as he'd imagined. Yu Linglong, still in disbelief, pressed a hand to her chest. No scar, just faint residual soreness beneath the skin. Proof the wound had existed before the miraculous medicine erased it. Xiaofan, She looked up, intending to thank him, only to find him staring unabashedly, his hands still miming their earlier grip. You shameless pervert! She shrieked, hastily covering herself. What the hell are you doing? Thud. Blushing furiously, She lashed out with a kick, meant to chastise him lightly, but her aim went awry, striking squarely between his legs. Hiss! Ah! Linglong, my dear wife, are you trying to murder your own husband? Yifan had let his guard down completely around Yu Linglong. When she suddenly kicked him, he doubled over in pain, clutching a nearby chair with an agonized expression. Ah! Seeing his reaction, Yu Linglong paled, her eyes filled with regret. Xiaofan, are you okay? I didn't mean to. She had only intended to scold him lightly, never expecting to actually hurt him. Besides, wasn't Yifan supposed to be at the martial emperor level? He should have been able to dodge her kick easily. Why did he look like he was in so much pain? Ugh, it's over. I can't feel anything. I think my eggs might be shattered. Yifan grimaced, sucking in a sharp breath as he feigned agony, though a sly smirk tugged at his lips. He had finally figured out how to handle his queenly wife. Yu Linglong, the Great Xia Empire's top female martial deity, was usually an aloof and domineering figure. If he didn't establish control over her early on, his future married life would be miserable. She was a wild horse that needed taming. What do we do now? Yu Linglong, no longer caring about her own disheveled state, quickly rose from her seat and helped Yifan sit down. Why didn't you dodge? If something happens to you, how am I supposed to face the other sisters? Or Grandpa Yi? The Yi family had suffered a devastating blow. Their core disciples had been wiped out, leaving Yifan as the sole surviving heir. Back then, Yu Linglong and her 7 sisters had agreed to marry him, even when he was still a fool, solely to ensure the Yi bloodline continued. So far, only Su Yixue had truly been intimate with him, and it was still unclear whether she was pregnant. Now that Yifan had finally regained his senses, if his manhood were damaged because of her, Yu Linglong would become the Yi family's greatest sinner. I was just too focused, Yifan said gently, gazing at her. I didn't expect you to actually kick me. Flustered, Yu Linglong sat beside him, unsure what to do. Then, should I rub it for you? Hiss. Yifan's breath hitched. This wife of his was unexpectedly bold. Isn't that inappropriate? He deliberately played coy. Yu Linglong didn't overthink it. Oh, come on. This is an emergency. Just hurry up. A few minutes later, Yu Linglong's furious voice echoed from the back of the cabin. You bastard, Yifan. How could you? You were fine this whole time. You tricked me into that. I'll kill you. Her face burning red, she pinched Yifan's waist mercilessly, making him yelp in pain. Yet, recalling the delicate touch of her slender fingers earlier, he couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Though her technique had been clumsy, the sensation was beyond imagination. Wife, be gentler. Ow, you're my wife. What's wrong with being a little intimate? Hey, there are even closer things we could try. Want to give it a shot now? Even as they bickered, Yifan kept teasing her. In your dreams. You've already taken advantage of me. You're too wicked. The memory of her own shameless actions, what she had seen, what she had done, flooded her mind. Yu Linglong, the revered martial goddess, had never imagined she would stoop to such behavior. She felt tainted. No matter how hard she tried to erase the image of Yifan's body from her mind, it only grew clearer, especially that thick, sturdy rod. Ugh! She wiped her hands on her clothes repeatedly, as if trying to scrub away the sin. But this incident had taught her one thing. From now on, no matter how much they roughhoused, she must avoid kicking Yifan there. She'd have to warn the other sisters too. Moreover, as the Yi family's last hope, Yifan had to produce heirs quickly. So far, only Su Yixue had been plowed. The others needed to catch up. As for her, even if she had to give in to this scoundrel eventually, she'd make him wait till last. She shot Yifan a haughty glare before turning away, refusing to acknowledge him further. Yifan rubbed his nose sheepishly. He knew he'd crossed a line by making her rub his injury, but he wasn't worried. With a woman like Yu Linglong, once the first boundary was broken, the rest would follow easily. Still, he couldn't push too hard. Today's antics were already the limit. Any further and she would snap. Right now, she was just flustered. All right, I was just teasing. But this, he shifted the topic, was too dangerous. Next time you pull something like that, I'll have to spank you. Humph, like you dare. She pouted, puffing up like an angry little pig.
Ye fan simirket.
Of course I dare. You're my wife. Before, it was you and Ishua protecting me and the Yi family. But from now on, I'll be the one protecting you. His tone was sincere as he pulled her into his arms again. Who's your wife? Humph. Despite her protest, she didn't resist, allowing him to hold her. This time, Yifan behaved, keeping his hands to himself. As for Matsumoto, Elder Koizumi, and Zhou Yao, he deliberately trailed off, watching her reaction. Yu Linglong, as the empire's top martial goddess and a key figure in the Xuanwu domain, had spearheaded the Sky Forge operation, a mission to eliminate Matsumoto and root out traitors. Hearing him stop mid-sentence, she grew impatient. What about them? What's going on with Zhou Yao? Tell me. She thumped his chest, though her punches were more like gentle taps. Want to know? Yifan grinned, tightening his arm around her waist. Then give me a kiss first. You? How could you? You're really? Yu Linglong stomped her feet in frustration after hearing Yifan's words. This Yifan, without any overtly offensive actions, managed to fluster her with just a few words and gestures, leaving her weak in the knees. So infuriating. Earlier, though Yifan had kissed her, it was against her will. Now, this guy was going even further, demanding that she kiss him instead. How could he be like this? The treasures hidden in Penglai Gorge are truly astonishing. It's a shame about Elder Shaoquan and Matsumoto. Sigh. Yifan had Yu Linglong completely under his control, deliberately teasing her curiosity. She perked up her ears, eager to hear more, but at the critical moment, he fell silent. Yu Linglong gritted her teeth in frustration. This Yifan is absolutely insufferable. Now, she was even starting to doubt whether bringing her 7 sisters-in-law to marry him had been the right decision. What kind of torment will he put us through in the future? Who could possibly resist his tricks? Sigh. But then again, she had willingly agreed to marry him. And though he was a little mischievous, deep down she found herself somewhat drawn to him, even enjoying it. He's already kissed me once. What's one more time? After a few seconds of self-persuasion, she finally made up her mind. Suddenly, she turned in Yifan's arms, straddling his lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and pressed her lips to his. The first kiss had left her dazed, barely able to process it. Humph, if we're doing this, I'm taking the lead this time. As she moved, her loosely draped robes swayed, revealing glimpses of the phoenix beneath. Yifan had been skilled at catching birds since childhood, but as he grew older, he rarely encountered ones of this magnitude. Still, he knew how to pace himself. Yu Linglong had already made a huge concession today. For now, he was content with his wife's initiative. If he pushed any further, she might just snap. As she leaned in, Yifan wrapped an arm around her slender waist, surrendering to the queen's dominance. Who would have thought the aloof, regal war goddess could be so tender? This kiss, like lightning igniting wildfire. This kiss, earth-shattering, heaven-shaking. Though Yu Linglong had started on top, the tables soon turned, leaving her robes nearly undone. Whether Yifan had taken any liberties, she couldn't tell. All she knew was that her heart felt stolen, her body melting into his. She only wanted to hold him tighter, tighter still. This little rascal. One day he'll be my man. Ha! A long while later, they finally parted, both gasping for air. Yu Linglong's eyes were hazy with emotion, while Yifan gazed at her with adoration. Humph, Yifan, if you dare not marry me, I'll have you castrated, she scolded, blushing as she adjusted her disheveled clothes. After being bullied like this, if he doesn't marry me, how will I ever face the world again? In my heart, I've already married you 100 times over. Yifan murmured, pulling her close. Once everything is settled, I'll give you all the grandest, most lavish wedding the world has ever seen. I'll proclaim to everyone that you're my wife. Humph, that's more like it. She squirmed in his embrace, unaware of how uncharacteristically soft she'd become around him. Oh, I almost forgot. What happened to Matsumoto and Elder Shaoquan? She suddenly sat up, eyes burning with urgency. So many comrades had died in Penglai Gorge. If Matsumoto and the Elder had escaped, it would have been a total loss. The entire Black Robe Society was wiped out. Matsumoto and Elder Shaoquan are dead. Not even ashes remain. Yu Linglong punched his chest. You jerk. You were teasing me on purpose. They were already dead. Yet he made it sound so mysterious. And what about Zhou Yao? Zhou Yao was the mastermind behind the traitors in Xuanwu domain. He'd long conspired with the Black Robe Society, but he met his end too. The Blood Demon sect also played a crucial role. Yifan recounted the battle in detail, though he glossed over certain delicate matters involving Princess Aria. No need to risk his wife grabbing a sword over that. By the time their plane landed in Huadu, it was nearly 2 a.m. Yifan wanted to invite Yu Linglong back with him, but as soon as they disembarked, Xuanwu domain envoys arrived to escort her away. As a key figure, she still had duties to attend to. Xiaofan, even though you're strong now, you still need to be careful, understand? She said reluctantly before leaving. After a brief hesitation, she suddenly pecked him on the cheek. The Xuanwu domain soldiers gaped in shock. Holy! Did Marshal Yu just kiss young Master Yi? No way! The iron tree bloomed. This is front-page news. Yu Linglong shot them a glare. Shut your mouths. Do you want to die? Instantly, silence fell. After all, she was still the ruthless war goddess. Even those stronger than her dared not cross her. As she turned to leave, Yifan called out, Wife! Wait! I have something for you. He tossed her a porcelain vial radiating intense energy. This is a pill to assist a Martial Venerable's breakthrough to Martial Emperor. You should take it soon. What? A Martial Emperor pill? Just handed over so casually? Her pupils dilated. Xiaofan, this is too precious. Such a treasure, entire nations would scour the earth for it, and he'd given it to her without hesitation. As martial arts gradually entered the secular world, every nation came to understand the importance of martial arts experts to a country. A nation with a martial emperor-level expert standing guard would have an entirely different level of confidence. A pill capable of assisting in a breakthrough to the martial emperor level would, at the very least, be a supreme-grade pill above the 8th tier. 10 billion, 100 billion, even a trillion. Such a thing could not be bought with money alone. Is it valuable? Linglong, you're my wife. What could be more important than that? Yifan gazed sincerely at Yu Linglong. In the future, I only hope for world peace and for you to bear me many healthy sons. Ugh, there are so many people here. How embarrassing. Stop talking. Yu Linglong tugged at Yifan's sleeve. If not for the crowd around them, she would have loved to hug him and plant another kiss on his lips. Go on. Yifan watched as Yu Linglong left the airport before turning to Guali, who had come to pick him up. Let's go. Drive to Sister Wan's place. Though he had been flirting with Yu Linglong on the plane, it had been a case of, the gain does not compensate for the loss. Yifan was also suffering unbearably so. Sui Shue was still in Yunqing, and Qing Rulin had yet to become intimate with him. The only one who could relieve his urgent needs at the moment was Qiu Wan. Understood, Guali replied while driving. By the way, young Master Yi, a foreigner named Rothschild, asked me to relay a message earlier. He's already arrived in Great Xia and will be handling some matters in the northwest before coming to pay his respects to you. Rothschild? Years ago, Yifan had funded a few individuals who had now become renowned financial tycoons in Europa. It seemed they hadn't forgotten their benefactor, but what business did he have in the northwest? At Penglai Gorge, the Black Clothes Society and the General's Mansion had originally planned to kill Yu Linglong, the first Valkyrie of the Xuanwu domain, and deal a heavy blow to the Xuanwu domain's prestige. In fact, Nearly all of the Black-Clothed Society's forces in Great Xia had been mobilized. Yet, in the end, the result was their complete annihilation. By the time Yifan, Yu Linglong, and the others had already withdrawn to Huadu, the Black-Clothed Society's headquarters in Dongying finally received the news. What? 1,000 of our elite warriors wiped out?
Impossible.
Inside the Black-Clothed Society's headquarters, Chairman Madataro crushed the teacup in his hand, staring in disbelief at the intelligence report he had just received. This must be a mistake. Madataro had been waiting for news from Penglai Gorge since dusk. Previously, the Black-Clothed Society's progress in Great Xia had been slow, especially due to interference from the Xuanwu domain's experts. This battle was supposed to be their chance to demonstrate the Black-Clothed Society's might and provide an explanation to the imperial family. Yet, the news they received was the total annihilation of all their forces. How could this be? Yes, Chairman Taro, the report is absolutely accurate. Commander Matsumoto, Elder Koizumi, and all other members of the Black-Clothed Society have perished. Even Deputy Commander Zhou Yao, who had defected to our side, has fallen in battle. Initially, we held the advantage, but at the critical moment, the Blood Demon faction, reinforcements summoned by Zhou Yao, suddenly switched sides to support the Xuanwu domain, turning the tide of battle. The decisive factor was Yi Fan, the sole surviving heir of the Yi family in Great Xia. As he listened to the report, Mada's heart sank. To seize the fragments within Great Xia, the Black-Clothed Society had deployed most of its forces. This total annihilation was nothing short of a catastrophic blow. Not only would their operations in Great Xia be crippled, but the Black-Clothed Society's standing within Dongying would also suffer immensely. Other factions had long been eyeing their position. Now that they were weakened, those rivals would surely seize the opportunity to kick them while they were down.
Yifan.
That idiot from the Yi family? Humph. All of the Yi family's core members are dead. What trouble could a fool possibly stir up? Madataro's knowledge of Yi Fan was still based on outdated intelligence. No, Chairman Taro. We've all been deceived by Yi Fan. He was only pretending to be a fool. According to field intelligence, his strength is at least at the martial venerable level, possibly even higher. He's far from stupid. Moreover, he has the backing of a powerful faction with martial emperor-level experts. Martial venerable? Pretending to be a fool? Hearing this, Madataro immediately recalled the extermination of the Zhao, Li, and Wang families in Yunqing. These families had been subordinate to the Yi family's enemies. Though insignificant, the Yi family's adversaries had believed that suppressing the declining Yi family or the Su family would be effortless. Yet, within less than a week, all three families had been wiped out. The most bizarre part was that the Wang family's destruction had resulted from a deadly clash with Su Jian's forces. In the end, all three of the Yi family's local rivals in Yunqing were eradicated, while Su Jian and his son, who had sought to seize the Yi family's assets, had also coincidentally met their demise. The Yi family's internal and external threats had been resolved almost overnight. Previously, everyone had dismissed it as mere coincidence. But now, Mada finally understood, this was no accident. It had all been orchestrated by Yi Fan. Quick! Relay this information to Shangjing and the Northwest immediately. The world must know that Yi Fan has fully awakened. We can't afford to be deceived any longer. Madataro gradually came to terms with the annihilation of the Black-Clothed Society's 800 warriors. If Yi Fan had truly awakened, given that he had been a prodigy 5 years ago, and now possessed strength at the martial venerable level, coupled with his monstrous talent, Mada believed that any outcome was possible under Yi Fan's schemes. However, one thing was certain. Mada would not be at the forefront of any future confrontations with Yi Fan. In Shangjing, Great Xia, Tang Zhang received Mada's message with a bitter expression. Sigh, we learned of this far too late. By now, the forces under Tang Zhang's control had already been thoroughly dismantled by Yi Fan. Even Tang Zhang's grandson, Xin Xiao, had fallen into Yi Fan's hands. With no remaining power, there was little Tang Zhang could do. In Huadu, Zhou Ming, who had just arrived, also received the news. Yi Fan isn't a fool? Why does that name sound so familiar? When was he ever a fool? I feel a sense of foreboding. I need to investigate this thoroughly. In the northwest, Zhang Heng read Mata's message with fury. Bastards! Did those Dongying dogs know about Yifan's situation all along and only now decided to inform me? What's the point of telling me now? Zhang Heng smashed his desk in a fit of rage. My only grandson is already dead in Huadu. Heaven! Are you determined to end my Zhang family's lineage? Zhang Feng had even enlisted the help of young Master Chun Tang of the Nine Nethers to deal with Yifan. Yet, in the end, Chun Tang had acknowledged Yifan as his godfather and executed Zhang Feng. Such an absurd outcome led Zhang Heng to conclude that Yifan's strength had reached a terrifying level, one where he could manipulate even Chen Tang into killing Zhang Feng. I won't let this go. If I can't kill you, I'll mobilize the full might of the Zhang family to crush the Yi Corporation. At the very least, I'll take a bite out of you. Zhang Heng knew that with his deputy, Chu Feng, and grandson, Zhang Feng, both dead at Yifan's hands, defeating him through martial means would be difficult. Instead, he resolved to use economic warfare to seize the Yi Corporation's assets. Even if he couldn't kill Yifan, he could at least make his life miserable. By taking control of the Yi Corporation, he might even turn the tide, swaying neutral factions to oppose the Yi family. Then, with their combined strength, they could finally exterminate the Yi family once and for all. Has Mr. Rothschild been contacted? Can we proceed with the stock market assault on the Yi Corporation tomorrow? Zhang Heng slammed the documents onto the table and coldly demanded an answer from his subordinate. Mr. Rothschild has already entered Great Xia's territory and is confirmed to arrive in Anshi City first thing tomorrow morning. Before the market opens, we can launch a short attack on the Yi family stocks. Mr. Rothschild, let's prepare the cash reserves. This operation may pit us against an old rival, and the funding required will be enormous. Zhang Heng snorted coldly. Good. As long as we can crush the Yi family, I wouldn't care even if the entire Zhang family had to pay the price. With Zhang Feng already dead, the Zhang family had no future hope left. What was there to fear? Meanwhile, in Huadu, just as Yifan and Guoli were nearing Qiu Wan's home, Luo Feet's call came through. Young Master Yi, I've just received word. That old fox Rothschild from Europa has arrived at the Zhang family's stronghold in the northwest and plans to short the Yi family stocks tomorrow. Damn him. I've already departed from the USA and am flying overnight to Great Xia. I swear I'll help you win this battle. I know young Master Yi might face liquidity constraints, so I've brought 500 billion with me. If that's insufficient, I can mobilize another 400 billion at any time. Before Yifan could respond, Luo Feet had already laid out the entire plan. A smirk played on Yifan's lips. The Zhang family of the Northwest? So, the Zhang patriarch couldn't hold back any longer and decided to step into the fray himself? Rothschild is siding with the Zhangs to take down the Yi family? Well, this just got interesting. Old Zhang Heng probably doesn't even realize he's about to bury his entire family. Does he? Very well. Proceed exactly as you've planned. See you tomorrow morning. Rothschild and Luo Feet were towering figures in the financial world, supreme titans representing the USA and Europa, respectively. Yet, the outside world remained oblivious to one fact. Nearly a decade ago, Yifan had already tamed both of them. This time, though no earth-shattering spectacle would unfold on the surface, Yifan knew it marked the first direct financial confrontation between the Yi family and their mortal enemies. One of two outcomes awaited. Either the Yi family's economic foundations would collapse, or the Zhangs would be crushed beyond recovery. But in truth, the moment Zhang Heng invited Rothschild into his ranks, the outcome was already sealed. Yifan's car rolled to a stop outside Qiu Wan's villa. Guoli turned to him. Elder brother, the events at Panglai Gorge can't be hidden any longer. Do you intend to keep feigning madness?
Yifan similed faintly.
Not anymore. We've uncovered enough clues linking Tang Zhang and Zhang Heng. Even if the powers behind them try to erase the evidence, it's not so easy now. There's no need for me to keep pretending.
Gu linudda.
Then I'll finally tell Wang Fuguei the truth. That stubborn ox has been pestering me endlessly. Agreed. With that, Yifan stepped into the villa while Guoli slid back into the car and dialed Wang Fugue's number. Lao Wang, I've got news for you. You were right all along. From the day of the Yi family's funeral, elder brother was never actually mad. He's been playing the fool to mislead our enemies. Holy shit. I knew it. I could tell something was off the moment I saw him. Damn it. I confronted you guys so many times, and you still lied to me. Wang Fugue roared over the phone. Where is he now? I need to see him. Guoli cast a glance toward the villa, grinning slyly. Elder brothers. Occupied with plowing the fields tonight. He's busy. Try again tomorrow. Inside the villa, despite it being 2 a.m., the lights in the living room still glowed. When Yifan entered, he found Xiao Wan curled up asleep on the sofa. The white nightgown draped over her figure accentuated every graceful curve. Xiao Wan was, without question, a stunning beauty. Years of hardship had dulled her radiance, but after just 2 days with Yifan, the awakening of her innate Taoist physique had restored her allure, now enhanced by an ethereal charm. You're back. Stirring at the sound, Xiao Wan blinked awake and flushed at the sight of him. Have you eaten? Are you hungry? I can make you noodles. Her tender, wifely demeanor warmed Yifan's heart. Here she was, a beacon of domestic warmth, waiting faithfully for his return. For a fleeting moment, Yifan imagined a peaceful, ordinary future once the storms surrounding the Yi family had passed. But little did he know, with 7 sister-in-laws vowing to marry him, and the shadowy forces tied to his mother's mysterious sect, an ordinary life was never in the cards. Yes, thank you. Xiao Wan hurried to the kitchen and soon returned with a steaming bowl. Yifan, ravenous, devoured it in moments. I've drawn a bath for you, she murmured shyly. I'll be waiting upstairs. Despite already having been intimate, the anticipation still set her pulse racing. When Yifan entered the bedroom minutes later, Xiao Wan lay beneath the covers, only her head peeking out. Her nightgown hung neatly on the bedside rack. The implication was unmistakable. Beneath those sheets, she was bare. With a devilish grin, Yifan yanked the covers aside and pulled her silky nakedness against him, his hands leaving no inch unexplored. Ah, Xiao Fan, you're terrible. Slow down. Though mentally prepared, his sudden assault flustered her. She squirmed in his arms, unaware that her wriggling only stoked his hunger. Are you sure? Yifan's smoldering gaze locked onto hers, seeking confirmation. As a martial emperor-level powerhouse, his stamina was beyond question. But Xiao Wan, despite her innate Taoist physique, was still mortal. He worried about overwhelming her. Her voice was a whisper as she ducked her head under the covers. This little devil. He's teasing me on purpose. Still, recalling his kindness. Saving her daughter, shielding her from assassins, avenging her dignity at the company, gifting her this villa, and securing her a lucrative career. Her heart swelled with gratitude. Xiao Fan, thank you, she murmured, her eyes misty with emotion. Let me give you a son. Xiao Wan was already in her late 20s, and her life up until now had been nothing short of miserable, filled with hardship and suffering. Suddenly, thanks to Yifan, her circumstances had improved dramatically. Even now, she often found it hard to believe that her current reality was real. Yifan was several years younger than her, and Xiao Wan couldn't fathom what he saw in her. The best way she could think of to repay him was to give him a son. Seeing Xiao Wan's earnest yet bashful expression, Yifan smirked mischievously. A son? And how exactly do we make one? Ah, you're so bad. You know how. Xiao Wan buried her face under the blanket, her voice muffled. He's clearly experienced, yet he's pretending to be innocent in front of me. Absolutely shameless. I really don't know. Sister Wan, why don't you teach me? As he spoke, Yifan slipped under the covers, his words becoming slightly slurred as if he'd taken something into his mouth. Ah, a soft, flustered gasp escaped Xiao Wan. You, don't ruin it. In an instant, the room filled with sounds unfit for young ears, the air thick with an intoxicating, intimate atmosphere. After over an hour of passionate entanglement, Chio-won finally reached her limit, and the storm of desire subsided into calm. Gazing at the sleeping woman in his arms, Yi-fan couldn't help but marvel. Is the effect of the innate Tao body and natural furnace really this potent? In just 2 days with Chio-won, his strength had already advanced by an entire realm, reaching the 7th rank of the martial emperor level. If this continued, he might soon break through to the martial saint realm. His eyes darkened as he looked out the window. Perhaps only when I reach martial saint will the Yi family truly be safe. While a martial emperor was formidable enough to deter most threats, Yi-fan now knew that beyond the ordinary martial world, there existed ancient martial sects, the mysterious Shinmen organization tied to his mother, the holy envoys, and the malevolent evil spirits. He wasn't even sure if becoming a martial saint would be enough to contend with those abominations. According to his grandfather, the scattered fragments of the divine relics across the world had to be collected as soon as possible, along with the remaining pieces of the heavenly palace map. Just as Yi-fan was lost in thought, his heightened senses detected movement outside. A car had quietly parked a few hundred meters from the villa, and a shadowy figure was swiftly approaching. The man muttered under his breath as he crept closer. "Damn it! Finally found them. After all the trouble of planting that poison curse, it was just destroyed like that. That little girl was the perfect fertilizer. I can't let this slide." The intruder was none other than the 5 Poisons child of the Gu sect, the very one who had planted the venomous curse on Chio-won's daughter. When Yi-fan had purged the curse from the child, 5 Poisons child had suffered backlash, leaving him severely injured. The night before, he had searched Chio-won's old residence but found it empty. After expending considerable effort, he'd finally tracked her down to this villa and rushed over without delay. A cold smirk curled Yi-fan's lips. Before, I had no connection to Chio-won. But now that she's my woman, an innate Tao body who's boosted my strength so much, she's my lucky star. There's no way I'll let anyone harm her. Humph! With a silent snort, Yi-fan swiftly dressed and flashed out of the villa in an instant. Outside the villa gates, 5 Poisons child was cautiously scanning the area, his senses on high alert. Whoever neutralized my curse yesterday must be formidable. I can't afford to be careless. Hey buddy, what are you up to? A hand suddenly clapped down on 5 Poisons child's shoulder, startling him so badly he nearly jumped out of his skin. Fuck! Who the hell are you? Trying to scare me to death? He leapt back 2 meters, his heart pounding wildly. Despite specializing in poison curses, 5 Poisons child was still a core member of the Gu sect, with strength at the peak of the Grandmaster level, nearly breaking into the martial venerable realm. So how did this guy sneak up on me without me sensing a thing? Is his cultivation far beyond mine? His pulse racing, 5 Poisons child discreetly circulated his energy to assess Yi-fan. Strange. There's no martial aura coming from him. He doesn't look like a martial expert at all. Maybe I was just too focused. Yeah, that must be it. What are you doing out here in the middle of the night? 5 Poisons child glared warily at Yi-fan. Even if the man wasn't a martial artist, he didn't want witnesses to his plans. Heh, I heard the owner of this villa is loaded. I'm a bit short on cash, so I thought I'd borrow some. What about you? Here for the same reason. Want to team up? We can split the haul 50-50. Though Yi-fan already knew exactly why 5 Poisons child was here, he played along, spinning a wild tale that left the man momentarily stunned. Huh? Borrow? Oh right. Yeah, I could use some extra cash too. But the gate's locked, and the walls have electric fences. It won't be easy getting in without making noise. 5 Poisons child's heart swelled with glee. So he's just a thief? Perfect. Let him take the lead. If anything goes wrong, I can bolt and leave him as the scapegoat. A lock? No problem. I can crack it in seconds.
Transmigrated.
The villa's gate had a fingerprint scanner, and since Yi-fan's prints were registered, opening it was a matter of seconds. But in the darkness, 5 Poisons child had no idea that the man before him was the infamous fool Yi-fan. the one who had stirred up storms in Yunqing and given even the two grand chancellors headaches. Yifan stepped forward, pretending to fiddle with the lock. Click. The gate swung open effortlessly. Damn, you're good. Five Poisons' child stared in shock. He opened a high-tech lock in the blink of an eye. How? Hey, you know what? Rumor has it the owner of this place has a treasure map worth trillions. Keep an eye out for it. If we find it, we're set for life. Now thoroughly impressed, Five Poisons' child's attitude shifted. He began coaxing Yifan into action, already plotting how to dispose of him once the treasure was secured. Once he finds it, his fate will be in my hands. A map? What map? What era do you think this is? You still believe in that nonsense? You'd be better off taking something like real gold or silver. Upon hearing Five Poisons' child's words, Yifan froze for a moment. So, this Five Poisons' child also knows about the Yi family's map. Brother, have you heard of martial arts? Rumor has it that the treasure vault contains countless martial techniques and skills, and the gold and silver inside are millions of times more than what you've ever seen. If anyone gets their hands on that map, their family could become the most powerful in the world. Five Poisons' child continued to deceive Yifan, unaware that everything was already under Yifan's control. That impressive? But I've never seen the map, nor do I know what it looks like. If I knew, and if it's in this villa, I could definitely find it. Yifan had only intended to test the waters. Whether there was any gain or not, he'd take a shot anyway. To his surprise, Five Poisons' child actually pulled out a fragment of the map from his robe and handed it to Yifan. Brother, meeting you is fate. Look, this is the map. I only have one fragment. Familiarize yourself with it. Once we find the other pieces, we'll split the treasure 50-50. Five Poisons' child explained with a forced smile, though a sinister glint flickered at the corner of his lips. This guy looks like a fool. He might be decent at stealing, but once I get what I need, there's no way he's getting a share. Moreover, since Yifan had stumbled upon his operation today, Five Poisons' child had no intention of letting him live. Might as well feed him to my poison insects. Oh, so this is the map? Looks pretty authentic. Yifan responded, taking the fragment and examining it. Indeed, it carried an ancient aura, similar to the two fragments he already possessed. So, besides the Yi family's 7 fragments, there are others out there. Brother, if you hadn't told me, I'd have never known this was a treasure. Haha, I actually picked up 2 others somewhere else, almost threw them away as trash. Are they the same? With a sly grin, Yifan pulled out 2 more fragments, one obtained from Qiu Wan and the other gifted by Lu Hao. Holy shit. Five Poisons' child's eyes nearly bulged out of his skull at the sight. Damn it. I've spent half my life scheming and barely managed to get 1 fragment, yet this thief has 2 just like that? Is this heaven's gift? Has fortune truly dropped into my lap? No way. I have to take them from him today. After all, he stole them too. Impressive, brother. Let me take a closer look. As Five Poisons' child reached for the fragments, Yifan abruptly pulled his hand back. Just look from there. Five Poisons' child's lips twitched. Humph. Cautious, aren't you? But you're just an ordinary man. In front of me, you're nothing but trash. Crushing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. What's there to be smug about? If not for his plan to use Yifan to retrieve the fragment from Qiu Wan, Five Poisons' child would have killed him on the spot. Little did he know, the fragment from Qiu Wan was already in Yifan's possession. Five Poisons' child fantasized. With my fragment, his 2, and Qiu Wan's, I'd have 4 pieces. Once the full map is complete, I'll be the first to enter the secret realm, master all the techniques, and become invincible. The moment Five Poisons' child confirmed the authenticity of the fragments, Yifan swiftly tucked all 3 into his robe, including the one Five Poisons' child had just shown him. Brother, did you forget something? You can keep yours, but return my fragment, Five Poisons' child said through gritted teeth, extending his hand.
Yifan fine confusion.
Your fragment? What fragment? I don't recall you giving me anything. Tonight, Yifan had come to deal with Five Poisons' child, never expecting an extra windfall. Brother, that's not how this works. You took 3 fragments, 2 are yours, but the 3rd is mine. Remember, 5 Poison's child's patience was wearing thin, his anger simmering. Yifan shook his head. Did you really give me one? I don't remember. And hey, you can eat whatever you want, but don't just spout nonsense. If you say it's yours, why don't you call it and see if it answers? If it does, then sure, it's yours. 5 Poison's child was speechless, his face darkening. Kid, what's your game? Trying to double-cross me? You've picked the wrong target. His martial energy surged in agitation. Damn it! Why am I wasting time explaining to a petty thief? I'm a grandmaster. For heaven's sake. Haha. Brother, you're joking. I just remembered something urgent at home. Gotta run. With a faint smile, Yifan kicked off the ground and dashed toward the villa's exit. Dealing with 5 Poison's child was child's play for Yifan. But he didn't want the man's blood-staining Chio Wan's villa. You bastard. Think you can escape? Dream on. I was just looking for an excuse to kill you. You brought this on yourself. 5 Poison's child roared, chasing after Yifan in a frenzy. Yifan maintained a steady pace, fast enough to stay ahead, slow enough to keep 5 Poison's child following. Minutes later, he led him into a dead-end alley before stopping. Run now, kid. Let's see where you go. Ha! Ha! 5 Poison's child panted heavily from the chase, oblivious to the glaring red flag. A grandmaster like him was out of breath, yet Yifan wasn't even winded. That alone proved Yifan was no ordinary man. But blinded by greed for the fragments, 5 Poison's child dismissed the thought, confident he could crush Yifan easily. As 5 Poison's child drew his blade, Yifan put on a terrified act. Be brother, let's talk this out. Don't scare me. I'll give you everything. Okay? I'm so scared. Humph. Now you're scared? Too late. Damn it. How dare you steal what belongs to me? D. As the great protector of the Goose sect, the 5 Poison's child had killed countless people before, merciless and ruthless. While shouting, he swung his battle blade fiercely, aiming straight for Yifan's neck. Humph! Yifan let out a cold snort, effortlessly catching the blade between 2 fingers, blocking the attack. He stared at the 5 Poison's child with an amused smirk. Kid, you brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me. Have a safe journey to the underworld. The 5 Poison's child was utterly confident in his strike, certain it would finish Yifan off. He even taunted, feeling cold and dizzy from blood loss? That's normal. Ha! Mid-sentence, the 5 Poison's child suddenly froze. Why had his blade stopped mid-air? He looked up and was stunned to see his tempered steel battle blade suspended in the air, firmly pinched between Yifan's 2 fingers. What the hell? Am I hallucinating? Shocked, he rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. But no, Yifan had indeed caught his blade. Holy shit! The 5 Poison's child roared, channeling all his strength to yank the blade back. He exerted every ounce of his power. Inner force, control, even the peak of Grandmaster strength. Yet the blade didn't budge an inch. Finally, realization dawned on him. You're messing with me? Abandoning the blade, he leaped back, muttering an incantation. The poisonous goo insects on his body stirred, ready to deliver a fatal strike. As he studied Yifan's face, a sense of familiarity crept in. Have we met before? Tilting his head, he scrutinized Yifan closely, then recognition struck. Holy shit, you're that idiot from the Yi family.
No wonder.
The Yi family's fool had been making waves recently. Rumors even linked him to the death of the Gu sect's 3rd elder, Ling Yun in Yunqing. But the 5 Poison's child had always looked down on Ling Yun. Pathetic. A sect elder couldn't even handle a moron. Now that he knew who Yifan was, his fear faded. Be a good boy, young Master Yi. Hand over the map fragment, and I'll buy you candy later. Okay? He still believed Yifan was truly an idiot. After all, the Yi family's fool had supposedly been mentally impaired for 5 years. No one could fake stupidity for that long. Yifan was speechless. After the battle at Penglai Gorge, he had dropped the act entirely. No more pretending. I'm not a fool anymore. Yet, it seemed news traveled slowly. Even after admitting he was no longer an idiot, some stubbornly refused to believe it. Heh, do I look like a fool to you now? Yifan tossed the blade aside and spoke coldly. So, you're the one who planted goo worms in that little girl's scalp using the corpse-borrowing method? How heartless, using such cruelty on a child. Do you even have a shred of humanity? His gaze turned icy. Had Qiu Wan not met him, the 5 poisons child scheme would have succeeded. No hospital could have detected the goo worms, and the child would have died a slow, agonizing death, crushing a mother's hope. Oh? So the Yi family's fool understands human speech now. The 5 poisons child sneered. Fine, I'll tell you. That brat's worthless life was an honor to nourish my goo worms. And since we're confessing, I was there when your 3rd brother was ambushed in the Vermilion Bird domain. I personally gouged out his eyes. Pity we never found the map fragment on him. But soon I'll have it. You, a fool, dared to wander into Huadu? Hand over the 2 fragments you're carrying. As he spoke, he lunged for Yifan's chest, still convinced of his idiocy. 5 years ago, Yifan had only been at the Grandmaster level. How much stronger could a mentally impaired person become in that time? Plus, with his goo techniques, subduing Yifan should have been effortless. Just as Yifan raised his arm to block, the 5 poisons child suddenly shrieked, "Don't move if you want to live. You think I wasted time chatting out of kindness? Ha! I was just buying time to set up my goo worms. Look down." Yifan glanced at the ground. Countless centipedes, scorpions, and venomous snakes surrounded him, their eerie rustling enough to make anyone's skin crawl. A swarm like this could reduce a man to shreds in seconds. And that's not all. My bloodthirsty goo have already slithered up your back. Soon, they'll feast on your brain, turning you into a puddle of blood. Whether you're truly a fool or just pretending, off to the underworld with you. The 5 poisons child smirked in relief. You think you can challenge me? Too naive. He reached for the map fragments again, but Yifan seized his wrist. With a sinister grin, Yifan opened his other hand, revealing several black bloodthirsty goo squirming harmlessly on his palm. You mean these? They don't seem interested in me. What? The 5 poisons child's face paled.
Impossible.
His goo worms, obedient for years, had failed? Attack! Now! Panicked, he frantically chanted commands, urging the goo worms to strike. But instead, hiss! The bloodthirsty goo suddenly lunged at his neck, sinking their fangs deep into his flesh. Ah! Holy shit! Are you guys insane? 5 poisons child clutched his neck, his eyes bulging in shock. What the hell was going on? His own life-bound poison goo, which he had raised himself, was now rebelling against him, biting its own master? What the fuck was it doing? Refusing to believe it, 5 poisons child frantically chanted commands again, urging the poison goo to attack Yifan. But to his despair, the more aggressively he commanded them, the more frenzied the goo became. Several bloodthirsty poison goo had already burrowed into his body, viciously tearing at his internal organs. Ah! The excruciating pain of his organs being gnawed twisted his face into a grotesque mask. Even more terrifying, the poison goo surrounding Yifan seemed to recoil in fear, avoiding him entirely. Instead, they turned on 5 poisons child, swarming his ankles. Squelch! Squelch! In mere seconds, before he could even register the pain, the flesh on his ankles had been completely devoured, leaving only stark white bone exposed. And the goo weren't stopping there. They continued their relentless feast, chewing their way up his legs, shredding muscle and sinew until everything below his knees was reduced to mangled ruin. Standing there, his legs now skeletal, 5 poisons child looked like a grotesque scarecrow, horrifying to behold. No, impossible. Yifan, what the hell did you do? Staggering backward, 5 poisons child barely managed to steady himself against the wall, his face a mix of despair and disbelief. His pride, his mastery of goo arts, the very skills that even the current goo sect leader couldn't rival. Why had they failed so utterly against Yifan? Yifan clapped his hands lightly, then slowly pulled out a small black cauldron from his robes. 5 poisons? Do you recognize this? Ah, the 10,000 goo cauldron. Fuck, it's in your hands? No wonder. No fucking wonder. 5 poisons child's eyes gleamed with greed. The 10,000 goo cauldron. A sacred relic of the goo sect, capable of commanding all goo masters. And within the goo sect, everyone knew the truth. Without the cauldron, the current sect leader's rule was illegitimate. If he could seize it now and bring it back, overthrowing the current leader would be child's play. As envy and shock warred within him, 5 Poison's child couldn't help but marvel at Yi Fan's fortune. This so-called idiot young master of the Yi family had too many treasures, 2 map fragments, the 10,000 goo cauldron. Any one of these would drive men to madness. He desperately wanted to snatch them away, but now it was impossible. He had underestimated Yi Fan. This was no longer the fool he once knew. Yi Fan had fully awakened, wielding the 10,000 goo cauldron, his strength now far surpassing his own. 5 Poison's child glanced toward the alley's exit, his mind racing. Could he use the remaining goo to delay Yi Fan long enough to escape? Now, he finally understood why 3rd Elder Ling Yun had died in Yun City. The rumors claimed Ling Yun had been blown up by explosives planted by Jin Yong. But the truth was likely far darker. Whoosh! The moment the thought of escape crossed his mind, Yi Fan flicked his fingers. With a single command, the goo on the ground shifted direction, swarming toward the alley's entrance and forming an impenetrable wall. Thinking of running? Not a chance. Another flick of Yi Fan's wrist, and the bloodthirsty goo inside 5 Poison's child's body intensified their assault, tearing deeper into his organs. Squelch! Despite his formidable goo arts, against the 10,000 goo cauldron, he was powerless. His own creations were now devouring him alive. In agony, 5 Poison's child coughed up a mouthful of black blood before collapsing to the ground, convulsing violently. The centipedes and venomous snakes he had once controlled now slithered over his body, crawling beneath his clothes, but without Yi Fan's order, none dared strike. Yet this only amplified his terror. Humans were strange. When death was certain, or when facing a true monster, fear often faded. But the true horror lay in the waiting, the torment of anticipation, the dread of the unknown. And now Yi Fan was using the goo to break his spirit. What do you want? If you're going to kill me, just do it. Give me a quick death. 5 Poison's child had lived by the blade. Death held no fear for him. Yi Fan smirked. Killing you would be too easy. A snap of my fingers and you'd be gone. But you gouged out my 3rd brother's eyes. Letting you die so easily? That would be far too merciful. The Yi family had been nearly wiped out overnight. His grandfather's hair had turned white in a single night. Had Yi Fan not awakened in time, he too would have been slaughtered like the rest. The enemies who had orchestrated this massacre, who had shown no mercy, not even to a fool, had ensured the Yi family's near extinction. This blood debt Yi Fan would never forget. Every last one of them would pay. Whoosh! With a single command, several goo crawled onto 5 Poison's child's face, their mandibles hovering over his eyelids. Today, you'll return what you took from my brother. Though the goo hadn't yet struck, 5 Poison's child knew what came next. Yi Fan would make them devour his eyes slowly, forcing him to endure every second of agony. Given 5 Poison's child's brutality, and the countless innocent lives he had already claimed, even death by 1,000 cuts would be too kind. Stop! No, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything about your brother's death. Just give me a quick end. Your 3rd brother, Yi Lingyu, was betrayed by his father-in-law. He was lured out, completely unprepared. That's how we ambushed him. The words struck Yi Fan like a thunderbolt. 3rd sister-in-law, Shinmange? She was his brother's fiancée. The same woman who, alongside Yu Linglong, had recently announced her intent to marry him. His brother's death had been orchestrated by her father? Then what was her game now? At the funeral, Yi Fan had already awakened. When Shinmange announced she would marry him, Yi Fan had secretly observed her expression. Her resolve and determination didn't seem feigned. Later, at the gravesite, Shin Mange even straightened Yifan's collar, her concerned and pained expression impossible to fake. Shin Mange genuinely cared for the Yi family, but why did the Five Poisons child claim it was third brother Yi Lingyu's father-in-law who betrayed him? Humph! Even at death's door, you still try to drive a wedge between the Yi and Shin families. Yifan snorted coldly, stomping on the Five Poisons child's thigh. With a slight surge of energy, he crushed the man's leg. The Five Poisons child howled in agony.
No.
I'm not lying at all. It's the truth. I was there. Shen Nanfei, Yi Lingyu's father-in-law, framed him. He even stabbed Yi Lingyu first. If you don't believe me, check my phone. There's a short video. My leg. Just kill me quickly. I've told you everything I know. The Five Poisons child was utterly desperate. He knew Yifan had fully awakened. There was no chance of survival now that he'd fallen into Yifan's hands. All he wanted was a quick death, and he was filled with resentment. When the Gu sect had agreed to move against the Yi family, he'd hesitated. Yet Zhuang Baifan had sent him on that assassination mission, leading to this fate. If I can't live, then no one else will either. The Five Poisons child had decided to expose everyone involved. If he was going down, they'd all go down with him. At least the road to the underworld wouldn't be lonely. Besides the Gu sect, there were high-ranking figures from the Vermilion Bird domain. I don't know their names, but I recognized the experts from other families. The Southern Han clan, the Chao clan, and even the ancient Martial Wind clan participated. As the Five Poisons child spilled everything, Yifan retrieved his phone. Opening an encrypted video, though only a few dozen seconds long, Yifan clearly saw Shen Nanfei, third brother's father-in-law, plunge a knife into Yi Lingyu's chest before the footage cut to chaos. The final shot showed Yi Lingyu being kicked around like a soccer ball by countless martial experts. His eyes gouged out. Bastards! Though he'd already known third brother was murdered, Yifan hadn't expected the Yi family's enemies to be so cruel. Not only had they killed him, but they'd also tortured him. Worse, in the footage, Yifan recognized several familiar faces. Some of them had once been the Yi family's closest allies. Traitors! You'll all pay for betraying the Yi family. But regarding Shin Nanfei, Yifan still had doubts. The Shin family's behavior was contradictory. Had something happened within the Shin family? Once things in Huadu are settled, I'll have to go to Haicheng and uncover the truth myself. If Shin Nanfei really had a hand in third brother's death, Yifan wouldn't hesitate to act. But what about Shin Mange? She was once his sister-in-law, and now she'd announced she'd marry him. She was his wife. How do I handle my wife's father being my brother's killer? It was a complicated situation, and Yifan could only deal with it when the time came. One last question. Where did you get this map fragment? Yifan glared coldly at the Five Poisons child. By now, the man was utterly broken. He'd revealed everything he knew, and the map fragment was the only thing left. His grandfather had said their mother had entrusted the 7 map fragments to his 7 brothers. But this one in the Five Poisons child's possession clearly hadn't come from any of them. That means there must be more than 7 fragments. I stumbled upon it in an ancient tomb in Miaojiang. Some archaeologists found it, claiming it led to some divine ruins with immortal cultivation techniques. So I killed them all and took it. An ancient tomb?
Yifan frowned.
Things were getting more convoluted. If archaeologists had discovered these fragments in a tomb, it meant his mother might never have even entered the ruins. Even if I gather all 7 Yi family fragments, it might not be enough to access the ruins. After a moment of rapid thought, Yifan understood. Of course, if the 7 fragments formed a complete map, Mother would have led the Yi family there long ago. Just how many fragments are there? When will I ever gather them all? With a sigh, Yifan decided to focus on eliminating the Yi family's enemies first. Humph! With a flick of his wrist, the ember flame within him surged. A wave of scorching heat erupted from his palm, engulfing the Five Poisons child and the surrounding poison insects. In an instant, they were reduced to nothingness. What the hell? How many more tricks do you have up your sleeve? The Five Poisons child's dying words echoed faintly in the air. Only in death did he realize just how terrifying the title of Great Xia's #1 prodigy truly was. Yifan had used the ember flame to ensure none of the poison insects escaped into Huadu, where they could harm civilians. Better to burn it all clean. With the matter settled, Yifan dusted off his hands and swiftly left the scene. Passing the alley's entrance, he glanced toward a nearby side street, a faint smirk playing on his lips, but he said nothing. His heightened senses had detected hidden observers from the Goose sect. But he let them be. Let them spread the news. Yifan was done pretending. It was time for all those who had wronged the Yi family to tremble in fear. What the hell, boss? Did that idiot Yifan just look at us? Felt like a snake staring me down. You think he spotted us? Quit panicking. He's just a fool. The real question is, why did Five Poison's child chase him in, but only Yifan came out? Where's the elder? Something's wrong. The sect leader always suspected the elder of disloyalty. Let's go check. But when they searched the alley, they found nothing, only frustration. Yifan returned to Qiu Wan's place and slept until dawn, only to be woken by a call from Loft. Young Master Yi, the Northwest Zhang clan has officially declared war on the Yi family. The financial battle begins in half an hour. Care to join us and watch? Yifan could almost hear the excitement in Loft's voice. Of course. How could I miss such a spectacle? Qiu Wan shyly squirmed in Yifan's arms before finally getting up to dress. Xiao Fan, would you like breakfast? I'll make it right away. Indeed. Qiu Wan was the epitome of a gentle and virtuous wife. Yifan shook his head. No need. I have some matters to attend to. You rest for a bit, then head to Zhizhou Group to report for work. All right. Lafit had set up the trading headquarters at the Gua Corporation. As Yifan and Guoli arrived at the entrance, a burly young man rushed over. Brother, you kept me in the dark for so long. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I was worried sick. The newcomer was none other than Yifan's sworn brother, Wang Fugui. During the Yi family's darkest hour, when everyone else distanced themselves, Wang Fugui had always stood firmly by Yifan's side, shielding him from harm whenever he was bullied. Yifan was genuinely grateful for this brother. I was afraid your big mouth would leak the secret. If I'd told you earlier, the whole world would have known by the day of the funeral. If Yifan's identity had been exposed prematurely, he wouldn't have been able to smoothly deal with the Zhao, Li, and Wang families of Yunqing, nor the Su Jian father-son duo within the Yi family. Nor would he have been able to trace the hidden masterminds behind them, Zhang Hong and Tang Zheng. After all, at the time, everyone saw Yifan as nothing more than a fool, lowering their guard. If news of his awakening had spread while his strength was still at the martial grandmaster level, the Yi family's enemies would have been on high alert, sending their strongest experts to eliminate him. If Captain Chu Feng, under Elder Zhang's command, had personally led a team against him, Yifan would have stood no chance. Ahem. Brother, you don't trust me enough. Am I really that kind of person? Oh, right, I should tell you, another old friend found out and came with me today. Look. As Wang Fugui spoke, he pointed toward the entrance. There, a stunning woman in a red dress strode forward. It was none other than Xian Yufei. Yifan was speechless. Just moments ago, Wang Fugui had denied being a blabbermouth. Yet the moment Guoli told him the news, he'd immediately informed Xian Yufei. Yifan hadn't yet figured out how to face Xian Yufei. Moreover, Qing Rulin and Yu Linglong were also in the provincial capital. With so many women gathered here, Wang Fugui bringing Xian Yufei along was practically setting him up for a battlefield of emotions. Fan Yi. Xian Yufei stopped before Yifan, gazing at him with eyes brimming with tenderness. So much so that they seemed to shimmer with unshed tears. Now she deeply regretted her past actions. What was I thinking back then? Why did I listen to second uncle and break off the engagement at the Yi family's funeral? I'm sorry for what happened before. As she spoke, Xian Yufei bowed deeply to Yifan. Her red dress had a plunging neckline, and as she bent forward, the view before Yifan was quite the sincere apology. Yifan's gaze lingered for a moment as memories of their childhood together flooded his mind, stirring complex emotions. Considering their past bond, he couldn't help but feel reluctant to hold a grudge against her. Moreover, when Su Yixue had been kidnapped, Xian Yufei had fearlessly stepped forward to protect her, risking her life, a gesture that had deeply moved Yi Fan. Yet, he couldn't forget how, during the funeral, at the Yi family's most desperate moment, Xian Yufei's second uncle, Xian Zhanghua, had publicly announced the annulment of their engagement, and Xian Yufei had remained silent, tacitly accepting it. Though Yi Fan later discovered the soul suppression technique affecting her, outright forgiveness was still beyond him. No need to apologize. I've already forgotten what happened. His tone was indifferent, causing Xian Yufei to stiffen. Have I hurt him so deeply? Sigh. What must I do to earn his forgiveness? At the funeral, I truly didn't mean it. With the Yi family's 10 core disciples slaughtered, Yi Fan mentally impaired for 5 years, and no hope in sight, her father bedridden, her second uncle seizing control and forcing the annulment. What choice did she have? Moreover, Xian Yufei's memories of that day were hazy, as if someone else had been speaking through her. Let's go inside. Without another word, Yi Fan strode forward. Behind him, Guo Li and Wang Fugue exchanged helpless glances. As childhood friends, the three musketeers, they had witnessed Yi Fan and Xian Yufei's deep bond firsthand. Seeing their once unbreakable relationship reduced to this pained them. Sis-in-law, brother still hasn't let go of his resentment, Wang Fugue sighed. But don't worry, he definitely still cares for you. Otherwise, when he first awakened and Li Yunyang tried to force an engagement with you, he wouldn't have intervened, much less killed Li Yunyang on the spot. Ack. Mid-sentence, Wang Fugue clapped a hand over his mouth, shooting Guo Li a sheepish look. Scholar Guo, did I run my mouth again? You? Guo Li shook his head helplessly before following Yi Fan, leaving Wang Fugue to smack his own lips in frustration. Was brother right? Am I really a blabbermouth? Xian Yufei, sharp as ever, immediately grasped the key detail in Wang Fugue's slip-up. Yi Fan had already awakened by the time Li Yunyang tried to force the engagement, and he was the one who saved me? At the time, she'd assumed it was Li Hu and Xia Hao acting on Yi Fan's behalf. But now it was clear, Yi Fan himself had rescued her from that nightmare. He still cares for me. The realization lifted the gloom from her heart. A radiant smile bloomed on her face, warm as spring melting winter's frost. As long as Yi Fan didn't utterly despise her, she could still make amends. This time, she wouldn't make the same mistake again. Fanji, wait for me. With renewed hope, Xian Yufei quickened her steps. She hadn't come to Huadu empty-handed. Upon learning of the Yi family's financial battle against the Zhangs, she'd immediately mobilized 100 billion from the Xian group to support Yi Fan. Inside the Guo Corporation's conference room, the moment Yi Fan and Guo Li entered, a bearded man enthusiastically pulled Yi Fan into a bear hug. Young Master Yi, 5 years apart, and I've missed you dearly. The boisterous man was none other than Lafit, the American financial tycoon. Noticing Xian Yufei behind Yi Fan, Lafit grinned. Young Master Yi has a devoted partner. Miss Xian just contributed another 100 billion to our funds. With this, our victory against the Zhangs is assured. Truly, a match made in heaven, the perfect couple. Lafit's words instantly made the atmosphere in the room awkward. Guo Li and Wang Fugue exchanged embarrassed glances, frantically signaling Lafit with their eyes. Is this foreigner completely oblivious to domestic news? The Xian family publicly called off the engagement at the Yi family's funeral. This was practically common knowledge. Xian Yufei and Yi Fan had already separated and were still in the process of reconciling. Yet here Lafit was, calling them a match made in heaven. Guo Li and Wang Fugue cringed so hard they could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment with their toes. But Yi Fan remained unfazed, only turning to glance at Xian Yufei in mild surprise. This girl actually brought 100 billion to support me? The Xian family's assets weren't particularly vast. 100 billion was likely the absolute limit of what Xian Yufei could mobilize. This was the first direct confrontation between the Yi family and their sworn enemies, and it was a decisive battle. Though no blood would be shed, the consequences of losing would be catastrophic. If the Zhang family failed, They would be completely abandoned by their backers, left to fend for themselves. But if the Yi family lost, all their funding would be cut off. Future operations would have no financial backing, and potential allies would reconsider their support. In terms of influence, a single defeat would spell the Yi family's irreversible decline. There would be no second chance. Aren't you afraid we might lose? Yi Fan stared intently at Xian Yufei. If the Yi family falls, it's the end. Are you sure about this? I've already made up my mind. Xian Yufei's voice was firm. Last time I missed my chance. This time I won't let it slip away again. Even if we lose this financial battle against the Zhang family, I'll stand by you and help you rise again. She instinctively moved to take Yi Fan's arm but stopped herself, remembering their current relationship. Brother Fan, that day, my memories are hazy. It's like the decision wasn't even mine.
I'm sorry.
She lowered her head, then looked up at him with hopeful eyes. From now on, I'll be good. Hazy memories? Like it wasn't her decision? Yi Fan's mind raced. Could this be related to soul manipulation? Had Xian Yufei been under Zhou Ming's control that day, preventing her from opposing Xian Jinggua's decision to break off the engagement? But confirming whether Zhou Ming's soul manipulation had influenced her would have to wait until he was captured again. Last time, Zhou Ming had escaped thanks to his strange cultivation techniques. Now, however, Yi Fan had absorbed the evil-slaying array, a formation specifically designed to counter dark arts. This time, Zhou Ming wouldn't get away. We'll talk about it later.
Yi Fan siket inyartli.
No matter what, he couldn't bring himself to be harsh with the girl he'd grown up with. He reached out and patted her shoulder. The simple gesture sent a tremor through Xian Yufei's body, her heart pounding wildly. The shift in Yi Fan's attitude was subtle, but she felt it clearly. At the very least, he no longer treated her with the cold indifference of a stranger. And he hadn't refused the 100 billion she'd brought. Was this the start of things finally turning around? A smile bloomed on Xian Yufei's face, her heart suddenly bright. If she kept this up, maybe one day she could truly return to his side. But what surprised her most was the familiar warmth that spread through her when Yi Fan touched her shoulder. The flickering ember of his energy flowed into her, soothing her spirit. I still have a chance to win him back. Let's begin. Yi Fan took his seat at the head of the conference table, and Xian Yufei obediently poured him tea. Lafit, though a genius in finance, was utterly clueless about matters of the heart. Watching the exchange between Yi Fan and Xian Yufei, he frowned in confusion. Weren't they the perfect couple before? Why does it feel like something's off between them now? All right, Lafit knew now wasn't the time for gossip. All departments, prepare yourselves. Today we're going to drain the Zhang family of every last cent. This deal will net us at least 100 billion in profit. Give it your all. Meanwhile, at the Zhang Group headquarters in the northwest, Zhang Hong and the core members of the Zhang family stood respectfully before a blue-eyed, hook-nosed man seated at the head of the room. Patriarch Zhang, your funds are pitiful. Only 300 billion. How do you expect to fight the Yi family with that? The man was none other than Rothschild, Europe's stock god. You'll need at least 400 billion. Don't forget, the Yi family has Lafit handling their operations. He's my old rival. If we're underfunded and lose, don't blame me. Rothschild's tone was stern, his dissatisfaction clear. Mr. Rothschild, it's not that we're unwilling. Zhang Heng sighed. We've already spent over 100 billion in our efforts against the Yi family. And now that the Yi group has regained its footing, they've been counterattacking fiercely. We've suffered heavy losses. We simply can't scrape together more. Regret gnawed at him. If only we'd killed that fool Yi Fan 5 years ago when he was still weak. Unacceptable. You need at least another 100 billion. Think, what else can you mortgage? Your ancestral estate? Your companies? Liquidate whatever you can. We need the funds now. Zhang Heng's heart sank. Mortgage the ancestral home and the company? If we fail, the entire Zhang family will be left with nothing. No home, no business, just beggars on the streets. That might not be wise. Zhang Heng hedged. Perhaps we should hold out a little longer? Besides, even if I agreed, finding a lender on such short notice would be impossible. The evaluation alone would take too much time. He was desperate to leave himself an escape route. Ever since his grandson's death, he'd noticed the higher-ups growing distant. Even former allies had begun avoiding the Zhang family. If the stock attack succeeded, he might salvage the situation. But if it failed, stepping down would at least allow the remaining Zhangs to live comfortably off their remaining assets.
No lender.
Rothschild smirked. No problem. I happen to know the general manager of Zhuzhou Pawn Shop. I contacted them yesterday. They've already completed an overnight evaluation of all Zhang family assets. He gestured toward the door. A group of 7 or 8 people filed in, carrying laptops and briefcases. Patriarch Zhang. I'm Qi Tao, general manager of Zhuzhou Pawn Shop. A man stepped forward, handing over a document. Our assessment values your total assets at approximately 50 billion. If you agree, you can sign now and receive the funds immediately. These 2 gentlemen are notaries from the Martial Alliance. What the? Zhang Heng stared in disbelief. Rothschild arranged all this? He even had the pawn shop evaluate our assets overnight? Damn it, this feels like a trap. The Zhang family ancestral estate. Appraised at 8 million. 10 Zhang family villas. Appraised at 8.8 million. The Zhang corporate headquarters. Appraised at 140 million. The 2 jade lions at the Zhang family gate. Appraised at 500. The diamond-encrusted toilet in the Zhang residence. Appraised at 3,000. The dense list of appraisals made Zhang Heng's scalp tingle. Damn it! The Zhang ancestral estate, a century-old courtyard in the city's prime location, was only valued at a little over 2 million? 10 villas worth less than 8 million. Meaning each villa was only 800,000? What the hell? Are they robbing us? And they even appraised the damn diamond-encrusted toilet. What was this, a full-scale confiscation? Did they plant surveillance in my house or something? A sense of foreboding crept into Zhang Heng's heart. Was it the right call to go all in against the Yi family in this financial war? But the thought of his only grandson dying in Huadu twisted his heart like a knife. That was the Zhang family's sole heir gone, leaving the family with no future. Though it appeared Chen Tang had killed him, Chen Liang, the Nine Nether sovereign, had already called to explain. Chen Tang was under Yi Fan's control. Yi Fan was no longer the fool everyone thought. It had all been an act. That little bastard Yi Fan. This battle must be fought. Yet, Zhang Heng still hesitated over the mortgage agreement. It started. The Yi group has begun counterattacking. They're buying up Zhang shares. They've already absorbed 5%. Before Zhang Heng could decide, a member of the Rothschild team monitoring the stock market delivered the update. Master Zhang, the choice is yours. We can always call it off today if you're unsure, Rothschild said calmly. I'll waive the fees and book my flight home.
No.
We fight. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth and gave the final order. At this point, what choice do I have? Even if the Zhang family didn't strike first, the Yi family was already counterattacking. One misstep and the Yi group might seize control of Zhang Enterprises. Mr. Rothschild, use the funds in the corporate account for now. If it's not enough, I'll figure something out. Zhang Heng slammed the appraisal list onto the table, seething. This is infuriating. Even the damn diamond toilet got appraised. Master Zhang, no need for anger. Keep this appraisal safe. You might need it soon, Qi Tao said with a sly grin as he collected the documents. Begin. Rothschild smirked and gave the command to his team. Meanwhile, in Huadu, at the Gua Group conference room, Lofit's eyes gleamed as he watched the stock fluctuations on the screen. They've retaliated. Follow my orders. Inflate the Yi Group stock price by 5 times. Huh? The command stunned Guoli, Shen Yufei, and the others. 5 times. No one fights a financial war like this. Such a drastic surge would put immense pressure on the Yi Group's liquidity. And with prices skyrocketing, the Zhang family would think twice before buying Yi shares. Brother, is Lofit really? Guoli trusted Lofit's financial prowess, but this chaotic strategy worried him. Even with 500 billion, this kind of play is reckless. Yi Fan, isn't this too risky? Xian Yufei asked anxiously. But Yi Fan sipped his tea, utterly unfazed. Relax. The outcome of this battle between the Zhang family and the Yi group is already decided. Just wait for the result. The outside world had no idea. Rothschild and Lafitte were both financial titans secretly backed by Yi Fan. The moment Yi Fan learned Rothschild was advising the Zhang family, he knew this was a setup between Lafitte and Rothschild. To outsiders, this was a life-or-death financial war between two giants. But to Yi Fan, it's just a staged performance. Only Lafitte, Rothschild, and Yi Fan knew the truth. Everyone else was in the dark. Just then, Yi Fan's grandfather, Yi Changfeng, called. Xiao Fan, what's going on with the stocks? The fluctuations are extreme. I heard the Zhang family is targeting the Yi group. Can you handle it? If not, I'll call in some old friends to help. With Yunqing stabilized, Yi Changfeng had planned to visit the capital today. Certain matters needed to be addressed. Now that Yi Fan had fully awakened, Yi Changfeng intended to mobilize long-held resources. But the wild stock swings made him postpone his trip and call Yi Fan immediately. No need. This is just a minor skirmish. I've got it under control. Just sit back and enjoy the show, Grandpa. Though aware of his grandson's capabilities, Yi Changfeng remained uneasy. Are you sure? The other side has hundreds of billions. Where will you get that kind of money? There was much Yi Changfeng didn't know. Like Yi Fan's past as the Zhen Tianwang of the Xuanwu domain, his backing of financial giants, or his rescue of General Songpa. And the biggest secret, the Tianji Pavilion and its trillion-dollar conglomerate Zhouzhou Group, remained unmentioned. If needed, Pang Hai could provide unlimited funds. But for now, Lafitte's capital and Xian Yufei's support should suffice. Trust me, Grandpa. I have my ways. The Yi Group is our family's lifeline. I won't let it fall. To Yi Fan, the Yi Group's symbolic value outweighed its financial worth. It represented the Yi family's legacy. All right then. After hanging up, Yi Changfeng still felt uneasy. He dialed Jiang Cheng, Huadu's defense chief. Xiao Jiang, Yi Fan is in Huadu handling some matters. Keep an eye on him for me. Meanwhile, at Zhang Enterprises HQ in Anxi City, northwest China, seeing the Yi Group stock surge by 500%, Rothschild immediately ordered full-scale acquisition, buy every share available. Dump 200 billion into the market first. Yes, sir. His team swiftly executed, flooding the market with buy orders. But with prices inflated fivefold, the 200 billion only secured a fifth of the expected shares. Zhang Heng panicked. Mr. Rothschild, this isn't sustainable. Buying at 5 times the price while defending our own stocks. We'll run out of capital. He suddenly realized, is Rothschild here to bankrupt us? At this rate, 300 billion would vanish in the blink of an eye. I told you long ago, we don't have enough funds. If you want to swallow the Yi Group, how can you possibly do it without acquiring enough shares? Rothschild said with a dismissive shrug. Patriarch Zhang, stop hesitating. Hurry up and figure out a way to raise more money. The Yi Group stock is still rising. What do we do now? Keep pushing. Pour in the remaining 100 billion. Buy everything. Without a moment's hesitation, Rothschild swiftly issued the order. But the Yi Group stocks surged like a tidal wave. Despite Zhang Heng's 300 billion investment, it barely made a ripple. They had acquired less than 10% of the Yi Group's shares, far from the control they sought. What devastated Zhang Heng even more was what happened after his 300 billion ran out. The Yi family stock behaved as if cursed, plummeting from a 600% surge back to its normal price, then continuing to crash. Within minutes, it had dropped to just 30% of its original value. What the hell is going on? Zhang Heng stared at the screen, dumbfounded. In mere minutes, the Yi family stock had gone from 6 times its normal price to just 30%, a 20-fold collapse from its peak. That meant Zhang Heng's 300 billion had instantly shrunk to a mere 15 billion. Damn it! This is outright robbery. It was as if the other side had eyes. They knew exactly where Zhang Heng's limits lay. The moment his funds dried up, the stock price crashed. Patriarch Zhang, we need more money. Now that the price has dropped, this is our best chance to turn things around. Rothschild urged frantically, eyes glued to the screen. We can buy Yi Group stock at 3 times below market value. It's a steal. Zhang Heng understood the situation perfectly. But where was he supposed to get more money? Every last cent of the Zhang family's fortune had already been exhausted. Patriarch Zhang, Zhuzhou Pawnshop is at your service. We specialize in bridge loans. If you repurchase the collateral within 24 hours, we only charge a 5% markup. Qi Tao, the general manager of Zhuzhou Pawnshop, chimed in at just the right moment, holding an appraisal form. God damn it! Zhang Heng was seething. Years of experience told him this was a carefully laid trap, yet he had no choice but to walk into it. Jumping in might kill him, but staying out meant certain death. Worse, no matter how hard he thought about it, Zhang Heng couldn't connect Rothschild or Zhuzhou Pawnshop to Yifan. At most, he suspected Rothschild was just trying to profit from the chaos. Bring the contract. I'll sign. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth and barked at Qi Tao. Beside him, his 2 sons frowned deeply, sensing an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Father, maybe we should hold off. Something's not right today. Yes, father. If we gamble another 50 billion and fail, we'll lose everything. Tang Zheng of Shangjing had already been suspended by higher-ups, abandoned as a sacrificial pawn. Though Zhang Heng's own position hadn't been revoked yet, with Zhang Feng and the Netherworld Sect's young master Chen Tang both falling to Yifan, it was clear the higher-ups were ready to discard him too. Hold off? You think I don't want to? But if we stop now, the 300 billion we just threw in will vanish into thin air. This is a fight to the death. If we don't keep pushing, the Yi Group will devour us whole. Fenger is already dead by Yifan's hand. Do we even have a way out? As a seasoned elder, Zhang Heng had weathered countless storms. He could see through most schemes. But even with full clarity, he had no choice. Sign it. Under the watchful eyes of 2 Martial Alliance notaries, Zhang Heng reluctantly signed the contract. Zhuzhou Pawnshop staff swiftly processed the transaction. Patriarch Zhang, the funds have been transferred. May you emerge victorious in this battle. Buy everything. Zhang Heng roared at Roskild's team, only to see the Yi Group stock price suddenly skyrocket again, returning to 5 times its original value. Now, his 50 billion couldn't even buy a fraction of the shares. You've got to be kidding me. Zhang Heng's sharp gaze swept across the room. Aside from Roskild's team, only core members of the Zhang family were present. Who among you is the Yi family's spy? Every time he had money, the Yi family's stock surged. The moment he ran out, it crashed. This wasn't just coincidence, it was deliberate manipulation. Patriarch, disaster. The Zhang Group stock is about to collapse. It's already dropped 50% and keeps falling. Someone's shorting us. What do we do? A Zhang family financial analyst paled as he reported the plummeting numbers. The panic selling is worsening. If we don't intervene, the Zhang Group will go bankrupt. Zhang Heng glanced at the screen and spat out a mouthful of blood. Their stock was in freefall, with waves of sell orders driving the price down further. At this rate, the Zhang Group would be obliterated in no time. Patriarch Zhang, the choice is yours. Do we keep buying Yi Group stock, or do we stabilize the Zhang Group's price? Roskild's calm demeanor only infuriated Zhang Heng further. Easy for you to stay composed. It's not your money burning. Stabilize our stock. Zhang Heng closed his eyes and gave the order, though he knew 50 billion wouldn't be enough to salvage the situation. 5 minutes later, as expected, even after Rothschild liquidated the 300 billion in Yi Group shares for a paltry 10 billion, the Zhang Group stock remained unsalvageable. Patriarch, the 50 billion is gone. We've been completely outmaneuvered. The Zhang Group has a new owner now, Yunqing Yi Technology Company. They've seized absolute control. As the financial analyst read the verdict from the screen, Zhang Heng collapsed into his chair, his strength utterly drained.
No, impossible.
How is the Yi family this powerful? Every move the Yi family made today had been eerily precise, as if they had foreseen Zhang Heng's every action and countered it instantly. His two sons slumped to the floor in despair. The rest of the Zhang family's core members stared blankly at the screen, their faces hollow with defeat. Rothschild, it's you. You rigged this. With all that money, how could we lose so quickly? Zhang Heng finally voiced his suspicion. Roskild's performance today had been nothing short of sabotage, like a reckless gambler burning through the Zhang family's 300 billion in cash, then forcing them to mortgage their entire legacy to Jojo Pawnshop. Adjusting his glasses, Rothschild smiled. Patriarch Zhang, thank you for your cooperation. With the mission accomplished so smoothly, I can finally report back to young Master Yi. Young Master Yi? Zhang Heng froze. Which young Master Yi? Every eye in the room locked onto Rothschild. Unhurried, he pulled out his phone. Don't worry. Once this video call connects, you'll know exactly who. The call connects. The call went through, and the image projected onto the large screen. It was none other than Yi Fan. Master Yi, your subordinate pays his respects. This mission was a success. I fulfilled my duty. Though separated by the screen, Rosold still bowed respectfully to Yi Fan. Well done. Come to Huadu to meet me. If you have any questions about martial arts, I can offer some guidance. And I'm sure Lafit would be more than happy to exchange insights with you as well. Thank you, Master Yi. I'll wrap up my affairs here and head to Huadu immediately. Rosold's face was filled with gratitude, as if meeting Yi Fan was an immense honor. As Yi Fan spoke, he turned the camera slightly, revealing Lafit beside him. Brilliant work, Rosold. I'd say this is the first time we've cooperated so seamlessly. Lafit appeared on screen and gave Rosold a virtual high five. I bet some people will never understand why they lost today. In the past, Rosold and Lafit had been either arguing or on the verge of it. Even in the stock market, they had been longtime rivals. Who could have imagined that two sworn enemies would join forces because of Yi Fan? Because they have no idea what happens when they offend a godlike figure like Master Yi. Rosold responded with a smirk before turning his gaze to Zhang Heng, who was slumped on the floor nearby. At that moment, Zhang Heng stared at Yi Fan on the screen, then at the camaraderie between Lafit and Rosold, and finally snapped. You were all in on this. You conspired to trap me together. Overwhelmed with rage, Zhang Heng spat out another mouthful of blood. He had suspected something was off when Rosold made those bizarre decisions earlier, but he never imagined the truth, that Rosold and Lafit had been working together all along. And from the conversation between Yi Fan and Rosold, it seemed Yi Fan had somehow brought both the financial titans of the US and Europe under his command? You're mistaken, Patriarch Zhang. This isn't a trap. It's revenge. Yi Fan's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. When you joined forces to attack the Yi family, you should have foreseen this day. 10 loyal martyrs of the Yi family fell by your blades. And now, I will repay you 100-fold for what you did to my uncles and brothers. Even through the screen, Zhang Heng and his sons could feel the overwhelming killing intent radiating from Yi Fan. So intense it seemed capable of reaching through the screen to crush them. Where was the foolish Yi Fan now? Clearly, the intel from the Black Robe Society of Dongying had been accurate. Yi Fan had been pretending all along, fooling everyone. Zhang Heng and his backer had hesitated to act against the foolish young master and the old man of the Yi family, giving Yi Fan time to grow. In that time, he had wiped out all their forces in Yunqing, executed Zhang Heng's grandson, and Tang Zheng's grandson. Now, he was systematically eliminating enemies in Huadu, Tiannan province, getting dangerously close to the mastermind behind it all. Yi Fan's strategy was methodical. After clearing out all the pawns of the Yi family's enemies, the real players behind the scenes would be next. But the Zhang family had recklessly charged into a financial war against the Yi family, sealing their fate as the first to fall. Qi Tao, are all the procedures complete? Yi Fan on the screen addressed Qi Tao, the general manager of Jojo Pawnshop. Qi Tao bowed respectfully. With the notarization from the Martial Arts Association, all documents are legally binding. After responding to Yi Fan, Qi Tao turned to Zhang Heng. Patriarch Zhang, on behalf of Jojo Pawnshop, I must ask, do you currently have the means to redeem the Zhang family's mortgaged assets? If not, we will proceed with a lawful auction of all Zhang family properties in 3 days. Seeing Qi Tao's deference to Yi Fan, Zhang Heng vomited another mouthful of blood, his body nearly drained of it. Damn it! So Zhuzhou Pawnshop was also arranged by Yi Fan? He should have realized sooner Zhuzhou Pawnshop was a subsidiary of Zhuzhou Group. Back when they had targeted the Su family in Yunqing, Zhuzhou Group had stepped in to assist. At the time, Zhang Heng hadn't understood the connection between Zhuzhou Group and Yi Fan. But now it was clear Zhuzhou Group seemed both fearful and reverent toward Yi Fan. Could Yi Fan be the true master behind Zhuzhou Group? The pawnshop was his. Rosold was his. So in this entire meeting room of Zhang Corporation, Zhang Heng was the only outsider? A wave of dizziness hit Zhang Heng. His vision darkened, and his mind shattered. I'm such a fool. Such a fool. I'm hungry. I need to eat. Zhang Heng suddenly began giggling like a madman, then crawled on all fours toward a trash can like a dog. He grabbed a handful of used tissues and shoved them into his mouth. Delicious. Zhang Heng had lost his mind. The Zhang family's defeat was absolute, no chance of recovery. All their ancestral properties, even their estate, had been mortgaged to Zhuzhou Pawnshop, effectively to Yi Fan himself. What had been swallowed would never be spat back out. Zhang Heng couldn't accept it. A dignified elder of his stature, utterly crushed by a foolish young master? The shock drove him to insanity. Father! Father! What's wrong? Zhang Heng's 2 useless sons panicked, scrambling to help him up. Hee, are you hungry too? Come, eat. It's so good. Zhang Heng offered them wads of tissue. Father, we've lost. Please, pull yourself together. The sons tried to guide him to a chair, but Qi Tao blocked them. Apologies, but you can't sit here. You must leave the premises immediately. Why not? This is Zhang Corporation, our company. We can sit wherever we want. The eldest son protested, then abruptly remembered the mortgage contract his father had signed. His voice died. Zhang Corporation? Don't make me laugh. This place has already changed ownership. It's no longer yours. Get out now. Changed ownership? They didn't need Qi Tao to spell it out. Fine. Then we'll go home. The sons glared hatefully at Yi Fan on the screen, screaming, Yi Fan, you bastard. If anything happens to our father, we'll... In a fit of rage, the eldest son hurled an ashtray at the screen, but it was futile. Go home? Mr. Zhang, I'm afraid you've forgotten. All of the Zhang family's properties are on the mortgage list, including every single item inside those properties. Even the toilets don't belong to you anymore. As Qi Tao spoke, he waved the appraisal form in front of Zhang Heng's eldest son. His words were clear. The entire Zhang family was now homeless, stripped of all assets, and left to wander the streets. So what if you've mortgaged them? Don't forget, this is Anqi City in the northwest. This is the Zhang family's territory. Who the hell do you think you are? I'm going home, and there's nothing you can do about it. Come on, everyone, let's go. Zhang Heng's eldest son, Zhang Hong, refused to believe it. He rallied the Zhang family's core members and hurried out of the Zhang Corporation building, heading to the parking lot to drive home. But from a distance, he saw workers directing tow trucks to haul away his car.
Zhang Hong paniqued.
What are you doing? How dare you? That's my car. What right do you have to tow it? Apologies, but according to Mr. Zhang Heng's mortgage agreement, the vehicle under your name is also on the list. It now belongs to Zhuzhou Pawnshop. Please cooperate. As the worker spoke, several others stepped forward to block Zhang Hong, slapping the appraisal form onto his face. Cooperate my ass. Zhang Hong snatched the form and skimmed it, his mood plummeting. Glancing at his dazed father, resentment surged in his heart. Father really screwed up. When he signed the mortgage agreement, why didn't he leave anything for us? But how could Zhang Hong understand Zhang Heng's state of mind at the time? In that life-or-death battle, all Zhang Heng could think about was victory. And when the nest is overturned, no egg remains unbroken. Even if the Zhang family had held anything back, would Yi Fan have let them keep it? Big brother, what do we do now? Zhang Hong's younger brother was panicking. If even their cars were being seized, and their homes were next, where would they live? Let's take a taxi home. Second brother, do you have any cash on you? Damn it. I just realized all our bank cards are frozen. Those bastards. Zhang Hong had tried transferring emergency funds to his WeChat, only to find every account under his name frozen. The banks and financial institutions must have already learned about the Zhang family's defeat against the Yi family. With the Zhang's downfall, all their debts were now being called in. The banks were minimizing their losses by freezing every account tied to the Zhang Corporation. What? Shit. My cards are frozen too. We're finished. Does this mean we don't even have money for food? The second son's heart sank. After scraping together what little cash they had, the group managed to hail a taxi back to the Zhang family estate. At the gate, Zhang Hong's wife and other family members had already been forced out. Workers were sealing the doors under the watch of martial arts enforcers. Listen up. All Zhang family properties have been mortgaged to Jojo Pawnshop and are now officially seized. Find somewhere else to live. Zhang Hong's wife rushed to him, wailing. Husband, what's going on? My gold jewelry is still inside. They wouldn't even let me take it. Zhang Hong sighed in despair. If Jojo Pawnshop had appraised even the toilets, then every valuable item in the house was surely accounted for. The Zhang family had struck first, attempting to annihilate the Yi family. Now that the Yi family had risen, how could they possibly show mercy? This is all father's fault. Why did he have to provoke the Yi family? Now we're paying the price. Though Zhang Hong lacked his father's capabilities, he saw the situation clearly. This financial battle was only the beginning. The Zhang family had slaughtered 10 of the Yi family's core disciples, nearly wiping them out. Now, the entire Zhang family would likely be sacrificed to avenge the Yi family's fallen. No point thinking about it. Let's go. Zhang Hong had initially believed that, as the local power in Anxi, their family's martial arts-trained bodyguards could fend off Jojo Pawnshop's seizure. But when he arrived, he found all the bodyguards had fled. Not a single one remained. Big brother, where do we go now? We don't have any money. The second son looked at Zhang Hong in despair.
Zhang siged.
I'll call a friend. See if I can borrow some money to rent a place and get everyone settled. President Lin, it's Zhang Hong. I was wondering if I could borrow some money. Just 500,000. Would that be possible? The humiliation burned. His father, a high-ranking official, had once commanded a trillion-yuan empire. In the past, Zhang Hong wouldn't have even glanced at 500,000 yuan. Now he was groveling for it. What? 500,000 is too much? How about 200,000? Or 100,000? Even 50,000 would work. His expression darkened as he suppressed his fury. This same man who had once licked his boots now refused to lend him even 5 yuan. Mr. Zhang, forget 50,000. I wouldn't lend you 5 yuan. You should have known this would happen the moment your family plotted against the Yi family 5 years ago. You're on your own. The call ended abruptly. Damn bastard. Zhang Hong nearly smashed his phone but restrained himself, knowing their dire situation. He dialed another contact.
President Ning.
Brother Wang. Dozens of calls later, the responses were identical, either ignored or outright rejected. Like President Lin, not a single person was willing to lend him even a penny. The Zhang family had fallen, reduced to strays. Who would dare help them now? The more ruthless the Zhangs had been in their attack on the Yi family, the more brutal the Yi family's retaliation would be. Zhang Hong finally understood the fickleness of human loyalty. Around him, the rest of the Zhang family was also desperately calling friends and relatives, but not a single cent was raised. I'm hungry. So hungry. Get me food. Zhang Hong, now senile, barked orders at his son. The second son glared at his father. This is all his fault. If he hadn't attacked the Yi family, we wouldn't be in this mess. Big brother, I have an idea. What if we hand father over to Yi Fan ourselves? Do you think he'd spare us then? Bastard, what are you thinking? He's our own father. How could you even consider such an idea? Zhang Hong roared at his younger brother in fury, but his heart skipped a beat. Almost instantly, another thought crossed his mind. Perhaps his brother's suggestion wasn't entirely unreasonable. After all, back when the decision was made to move against the Yi family, every order and execution plan had come directly from the old man himself. They had nothing to do with it. If Yi Fan wanted revenge, shouldn't his hatred be directed solely at their father? If sacrificing the old man could save the rest of the Zhang family, wouldn't that be a worthwhile trade? What neither brother realized, however, was that the moment the younger one spoke, Zhang Heng's face twitched violently. Husband, what do we do now? I'm starving. We were kicked out before we could even eat breakfast. Yeah. The group erupted into chaos. With Zhang Heng's sudden madness, they had lost their pillar of support. Zhang Hong glanced at the 3 measly coins in his pocket, then waved his hand dismissively. We'll beg on the streets. What? Beg? Are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking? Zhang Hong snapped. All our assets have been seized. Our bank accounts frozen. If you want to survive, what other choice do we have? At this point, pride is a luxury we can't afford. With a resigned sigh, he picked up a wooden stick to use as a crutch, grabbed a tin bowl and headed out onto the street. Sir, spare some change? This was their only way to stay alive. And perhaps, this was exactly the outcome Yi Fan wanted to see. Hua City, Guo Corporation Conference Room. Yi Fan watched the surveillance footage of Zhang Hong and his family begging on the streets, a cold snort escaping his nostrils. So, the mighty Zhang family has fallen to this? Humph. The moment you decided to destroy the Yi family, you should have expected this fate. Big bro, why not just send someone to wipe them all out? Wang Fugui, standing beside Yi Fan, spoke up angrily. 7 of your brothers, 3 uncles, all murdered by their schemes. Every last one of those bastards deserves to die. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll take care of it myself. I'll make sure they go peacefully. Can't bring myself to? Yi Fan let out a derisive laugh. These scum had nearly exterminated the Yi family. Why would he hesitate? He wasn't some naive fool who agonized over morality. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. That was a lesson Yi Fan understood all too well. Killing the Zhang family would be easy, but letting them die so quickly would be far too merciful. No, he wanted them alive, to suffer more than death itself, to wallow in regret, to atone for their sins. There was another, more crucial reason. Yi Fan intended to use the Zhangs as bait. Zhang Heng, as a high-ranking elder, was no mere pawn. Even as a puppet of the true masterminds, he was a significant piece on the board. Yi Fan deliberately left the Zhangs homeless, forced to beg on the streets, just to see if their backers would remain indifferent. If they did nothing, their allies would see the consequences of loyalty. Abandonment. The enemy camp would fracture, alliances would crumble. But if they intervened, Yi Fan would follow the trail straight to the mastermind. Kill the body, break the spirit. No rush. They're trapped. Where can they run? Yi Fan's voice was icy. I've already ordered surveillance on every one of them. They won't escape. The execution, of course, would be handled by his operatives from the Tianji Pavilion. But as things progressed, Yi Fan began to feel the limits of his current strength. After the Yi family's devastation, their remaining resources were scarce. Many subordinate families were still hesitant, and even if they offered support, Yi Fan couldn't fully trust them. Guo Li and Wang Fugui were utterly loyal, but they were too few. It's time to build my own force. Yet he still lacked a true commander. Wang Fugui had the loyalty and combat prowess, but his intelligence left much to be desired. He'd make a decent lieutenant, but as a leader, the man would probably get scammed and still help the enemy count their money. Young Master Yi, someone wishes to see you. Provincial Defense Chief Jiang Chang of Tiannan. Just as the battle with the Zhangs concluded, a bodyguard hurried in with the report. Ah, show him in at once. Yi Fan recognized the name, Jiang Chang, a protege his grandfather had mentored. Back when Xia Hao had assisted him, The old man had mentioned that Jiang Chang could be relied upon in times of trouble. "Greetings, young Master Yi." Jiang Chang strode into the hall with military bearing and bowed deeply. "The elder was concerned for your safety. He sent me to offer support. If you face financial difficulties, I can provide assistance." His words left Luo Feet, Guali, Xian Yufei, and the others momentarily stunned. The old man worries too much. This financial war against the Zhangs was entirely young Master Ye's show. What support could he possibly need? "Your kindness is appreciated, Chief Jiang. But it's unnecessary. The battle is already over." Yifan gestured to the large screen, where stock indices still flickered. "The Zhangs have fallen. Over? Already? Young Master, you?" Jiang Cheng's impression of Yifan was still stuck in the past, the feeble-minded boy. Though the elder had claimed Yifan had awakened, Jiang Chang had remained skeptical, and financial wars, in his experience, were supposed to drag on for ages. "Indeed. So while I thank you for coming, no aid is needed. However," Yifan inclined his head politely, "the Yi family's future endeavors in Hua City may require your help." Despite Jiang Chang owing his position to the old man, Yifan treated him with utmost respect. As one of Tiannan's top 5 officials, Jiang Cheng's influence could prove invaluable. "Young Master, you honor me. I owe the elder everything. My life is yours to command." Jiang Cheng bowed again, his loyalty unwavering. He was a man of unshakable principle. Even during the Yi family's darkest hour, his allegiance had never wavered. Now that their prodigal heir had awakened, his devotion only grew stronger. "Young Master, there is one matter I must warn you about. The Xia family may soon face trouble." "Oh? What kind of trouble?" Yifan frowned as he turned to Jiang Cheng for an explanation. Having arrived in Huadu from Yunqing 2 days prior, Yifan had been preoccupied with handling the Qing family's affairs, followed by encountering Qiu Wan and then rescuing Yu Linglong in the Penglai Gorge. As a result, he hadn't had much time to communicate with Xia Hao and wasn't fully aware of the situation. The Xia family primarily operates in real estate, but recently, 7 or 8 of their construction sites have been plagued by incidents. Fires, collapses. Because of this, several of their project managers have been arrested, and nearly all their sites have been shut down for inspection. Yesterday, I heard the Xia family's eldest son was nearly killed in a car accident. It seems someone is determined to destroy the Xia family. Jiang Cheng summarized the situation briefly. The old master had previously instructed me to assist the Xia family if they encountered any trouble. But their issues are complicated, and my connections aren't enough to resolve them immediately. One critical factor is that the Ma family is likely pulling the strings behind the scenes. However, the Ma family has deep ties with the Yi family, so Jiang Cheng trailed off, but his implication was clear. The Ma family was a vassal of the Yi family, and Old Master Ma had been one of Yi Chongfeng's earliest comrades in arms, holding a high position within the Yi faction. As a mere defense chief, Jiang Cheng had no power to act against the Ma family. The Ma family? Which Ma family? Yifan's lips twitched at Jiang Cheng's words. Both the list provided by Yamada Keiko and the one from the Qin family had mentioned a key figure, Ma Wenkai, the head of the Ma family. As a heavyweight within the Yi faction, the Ma family had also colluded with the Black Robe Society of Dongying. According to Qin Zhan, they had even participated in the assassination attempt against Yi Fan's second brother, Yi Lingjun. The day before, due to the urgency of rescuing his wife Yu Linglong, Yi Fan had only dealt with the Qin family based on Yamada Keiko's list. The He family and others were still untouched. Now that the Ma family had set their sights on Xia Hao, it was time for Yi Fan to pay them a visit. The Southwest Ma family, Ma Wenkai, who once served as your grandfather's deputy. Jiang Cheng sighed helplessly. But whether this is truly their doing remains uncertain. It's just speculation based on current investigative leads.
Yifan nodded.
Understood. I'll handle this. Back when he was confronting Chu Feng and Zhou Ming, Yi Fan had received intelligence that Ye's enemies, unable to strike at the family directly, had shifted their focus to its allies, intending to make an example of those who sided with the Yi family. the suppression of the Su family, the targeting of the Qing family, and now the attack on Xia Hao all followed the same strategy. After the deaths of the Yi family's 10 core disciples, Xia Hao had been the first to stand firmly by Yi Fan's side. A debt of gratitude no less significant than the public declaration of marriage by Yu Linglong and her sisters. Now that these forces had turned their attention to the Xia family, Yi Fan would crush them with overwhelming force. Ring ring. Just as Gua Li was arranging a celebratory dinner, Yi Changfeng called again. Xiao Fan, I just received word that the Yi family has gone to war with the Zhang family, and won decisively? We've swallowed all of the Zhang family's assets? How did our family develop such an appetite? Yi Changfeng knew the Yi group's capabilities well. With most of his focus on military affairs, the company's scale wasn't much larger than the Zhang family's. So when Yi Fan had assured him not to worry, how could he not? It's over. Not only have we taken all of Zhang's corporate assets, but even their estates, down to the toilets, no longer belong to them. You can check the live streams online. There's footage of the Zhang family begging on the streets.
Yi Fan chuckled.
We won because I happen to know a financial titan, Mr. Lafayette. He saw no reason to hide this from his grandfather. What? Lafayette? The century-old stock god, the trillion-dollar financial magnate? Why would he help the Yi family? Yi Changfeng was stunned, his voice thick with disbelief. His grandson had been in a vegetative state for 5 years. When had he befriended such influential figures? Moreover, Yi Changfeng had begun to sense that beyond the Yi family's known forces, the Yuhun and their vassal families, there seemed to be another hidden power aiding Yi Fan from the shadows.
Yi Fan smiled faintly.
In his mind, he mused that Lafayette wouldn't just help him. If Yi Fan demanded all his assets, Lafayette would hand them over without hesitation. Now you can rest easy, right? The battle between the Yi and Zhang families is over, and we've crushed them completely. The Yi family's revenge has officially begun. Stay safe, grandfather. From the moment he launched the Penglai Gorge operation, Yi Fan had no intention of hiding any longer. With the investigation reaching figures like Zhang Heng and Elder Tang Zheng, the masterminds behind the scenes had no room left to retreat or hide. Very well. Yi Changfeng sighed, realizing his prodigious grandson had truly come into his own. In that case, I'll head to the capital with peace of mind. But before I go, there's one thing I need you to do. Since you're already in Huadu, visit the Ma family on my behalf. Pay a call to Ma Wenkai. As my former deputy, he contributed greatly back then. Even now, his influence spans the southwest and much of Huaxia. If the Yi family is to embark on this path of vengeance, we'll need the Ma family's support. With Ma Wenkai securing our rear, our foundation will be far more stable. Understood. Got it. Yi Fan responded neutrally, withholding the truth. Internally, he sneered. His grandfather still cherished the camaraderie of their shared past, but the Ma family was no longer the same. Since they had participated in his second brother's assassination, the Ma family had already been marked for destruction. Still, for the sake of appearances, given Ma Wenai's history with his grandfather, Yi Fan would play along. Old Gua, prepare some gifts. After dinner, accompany me to visit Old Master Ma. Yi Fan turned to Gua Li before addressing Lafayette's team. You've all worked hard today. Let's eat first, and then young Master Gua will arrange your bonuses. As the group prepared to leave, Yi Fan suddenly thought of Lu Wuyang, his future financial mastermind. With Lafayette here, this was a perfect opportunity for Lu Wuyang to learn from the legendary investor. He immediately dialed Lu Wuyang's number. What? You're arranging for me to dine with the stock god Lafayette? Am I hearing this right? Lu Wuyang's excited shriek nearly burst Yi Fan's eardrum. He's my idol. You actually know him. Lu Wuyang couldn't be happier with his decision to latch onto Yi Fan. Wait for me, young Master Yi. I'll be right there. Thank you. Thank you. Yi Fan cut off his effusive gratitude impatiently. Enough. Just focus on managing what I've entrusted to you. Build a new commercial empire around the Yi Group. You'll be our future financial god. Though the financial battle between the Yi and Zhang families had ended, its repercussions were only beginning. In the capital, Tang Zheng was the first to receive the news. The outcome didn't surprise him. As long as Yi Fan lives, none of us will be spared. And I fear, even if he doesn't act, those above us will. Yi Fan had fully awakened. After feigning foolishness for so long, he was now openly waging war against the Zhang family and achieving overwhelming victories. This signaled the resurgence of the Yi family, along with their relentless retaliation. Soon, they would uncover the true masterminds and perpetrators behind the scenes. To protect themselves, the higher-ups would undoubtedly sacrifice pawns to save the king. Tang Zhang and Zhang Heng knew too many secrets. The surest way to silence them was to eliminate them and pin everything on the two, allowing the real masterminds to walk away unscathed. Elder Tang, what do you plan to do? The assistant beside Tang Zhang studied him intently, a calculating gleam in his eyes. If you have a plan, I can help execute it. Tang Zhang waved him off. No need. I'll handle this myself. If the higher-ups truly intend to move against me, then within 24 hours of my death, all evidence of their operations and their direct involvement will be sent to Yi Fan's inbox. What? Elder Tang? Why would you do that? Aren't you helping Yi Fan? Yet he killed your only grandson, Xin Xiao. Don't you resent him at all? The assistant's pupils dilated, his expression darkening. Resent him? Ha! How could I not? But from Yi Fan's perspective, we nearly wiped out his entire family. He only took one of my grandsons as interest. What of it? Tang Zheng's retort left the assistant speechless. When we chose to act against the Yi family, we should have been prepared for the consequences.
Tang Zheng sai heavily.
Back then, we struck simultaneously in 10 locations. If even one operation had failed, allowing any of Ye's 10 core disciples to escape, we'd have suffered. But in the end, the assassinations of the 10 core disciples went flawlessly, yet everyone overlooked the Yi family's foolish young master. That monstrously talented heir, who had survived a car accident 5 years ago, had now fully awakened. His strength had skyrocketed, and he was now completely beyond control. But none of that matters now. What does is that we've served the higher-ups loyally. Yet when the time comes, they won't protect us. They'll silence us instead. If I'm to die, then we'll all go down together. Tang Zhang cast a deep glance at his assistant. Sometimes don't take others' words too seriously. Think more about your own escape route. The sudden remark sent a chill down the assistant's spine. Did Elder Tang know something? Was that a warning? I'm glad you have a plan, Elder Tang. I need to take this call. The assistant hurriedly excused himself, stepping outside to a secluded corner of the courtyard before dialing an encrypted number. Sir, Tang Zhang seems suspicious. Should we act now? Back in the hall, Tang Zhang watched his assistant leave, shaking his head with a cold smile. Life truly is fleeting. Xiao Wang. Still too young. Western suburbs, Shangjing. In a quiet villa, a middle-aged man listened to the report over the phone, his face darkening. Useless fools. That idiot Zhang Heng knew Yi Fan had awakened. Yet he hid it from me and launched a financial war against the Yi family. And that old bastard Tang Zheng dares threaten me? Disgusting. After a pause, he continued, Find the evidence Tang Zheng prepared, at all costs. It must not reach Yi Fan. Though the man knew Yi Fan's restored genius would eventually trace everything back to him, he needed to buy time for his own plans. If his final scheme succeeded, even if Yi Fan uncovered the truth, he wouldn't fear the confrontation. Hack into Tang Zheng's devices. Once you secure the data, eliminate him immediately. A sinister glint flashed in the man's eyes, his frustration mounting. Everything had been going so well. How had the tide turned so abruptly? His entire network in Yunqing had collapsed, his agents nearly all purged. Now Yi Fan had advanced to Huadu. Soon he'd reach Shangjing. What then? Ending the call, the man glanced at a live broadcast on his screen. Footage of Zhang Heng and his family begging on the streets. A pitiful spectacle. That little beast. Killing the body isn't enough. He must destroy the soul too. Damn him. In a fit of rage, he swept everything off his desk. This was Yi Fan's move and he had to respond. Save Zhang Heng? Or kill him? Neither choice was ideal. Dozens of calls from his allies had already poured in, probing his stance on the Zhang family's downfall. He had to make a decision. His jaw tightening, he dialed another number. "You gang, take men to Anxi City. Eliminate Zhang Heng and his entire family cleanly. No loose ends." The live viewer count kept climbing. 100,000, then 300,000, now over 1 million. Total views had surpassed 3 million. If this continued, the entire nation would witness the Zhang family's disgrace. As their backer, his inaction would shatter his followers' trust, collapsing his influence overnight.
Dam Yefan.
That little demon is far more troublesome than expected. But he wasn't the only one who wanted Yifan dead. The holy envoys had also dispatched agents to Huadu. Let's see how Yifan handles this. Huadu, Southern Province. Yifan, Guali, the Lo-Fight team, Lu Wuyang, Xian Yufei, and others celebrated their victory at a hotel banquet. As the event wound down, Yifan left Guali to host while he drove off with a gift, intent on visiting Ma Wenkai, his grandfather's former aide. He wanted to see how Ma Wenkai would react to the last surviving heir of the Yi family. As his car stopped outside the Ma estate, he spotted a familiar figure storming out. "Sister-in-law? What are you doing here?" It was none other than his sixth sister-in-law, Qing Ruolin. Xiao Fan. Her expression softened at the sight of him. "Don't ask. The Qing family has a project requiring the Ma family's cooperation. Given Grandpa's past ties with Elder Ma, I came to seek help. But not only did they refuse, they insulted me, called me a used goods, a whore who'd marry any stray dog. It's infuriating." Humph. Yifan's face darkened. "Don't be upset, sister-in-law. Come with me. I'll make them kneel and apologize." "Huh? Is that really necessary?" Qing Ruolin looked at Yifan with confusion. "Xiao Fan, are you really better now?" Yifan had stopped pretending to be a fool. Though he hadn't deliberately hidden the news, only the higher-ups of the Yi family's sworn enemies were aware of his recovery. Since returning from Penglai Gorge, he hadn't crossed paths with Qing Ruolin, so she remained unaware. "Yeah, my condition is stable now. Don't worry, sis-in-law. Nothing will go wrong." As he spoke, Yifan reached out to take Qing Ruolin's hand, but she stood frozen in place, unmoving. "What's wrong?" Yifan turned back, puzzled. "Humph, what did you just call me? That's not how you used to address me." Qing Ruolin stamped her foot in playful annoyance. This damn rascal. Was he really a fool before, or was he faking it all along? Now that Yifan had regained his senses, how could they possibly continue with the family expansion plan that big sister Yu Linglong had devised for them? Yifan paused, then laughed. "Haha, my dear Ruolin. Let's go. Is that better? This sixth sister-in-law of mine is actually quite adorable." Now that he no longer had to play dumb, Yifan didn't bother hiding his true self. As he spoke, he pulled Qing Ruolin into his arms, savoring her delicate frame, his hand even wandering mischievously to give her backside a squeeze. "Ah, Xiao Fan, you're so bad." Qing Ruolin stiffened at his touch, squirming slightly in his embrace. "This damn rascal. How can he be so shameless? That's not a place you can just grope. Tell me the truth. Were you already awake before this? Were you just pretending in front of us?" Qing Ruolin pinched the tender flesh at his waist as she spoke. "This is something I need to know for sure. Otherwise, all those private conversations she'd had with Su Ishue, had this scoundrel overheard everything?" She had thought Yifan was just a simpleton who knew nothing about relationships. She'd even prepared herself to guide him that night. But now, with him teasing her like this, her legs were going weak. It was all too sudden. "Not at all. Easy there, my dear. Are you trying to murder your own husband? I only started recovering properly these past couple of days."
Yefan Simirket.
Of course, he wouldn't admit that he'd actually regained his senses as early as the funeral. Otherwise, how would his sisters-in-law face him afterward? The 7 of them had already mustered immense courage by publicly declaring they would marry him. If they found out their little brother-in-law had been faking his idiocy all along, they'd probably die of embarrassment. But now that they were his, Yifan had no intention of letting any of them go. Humph, I'm ignoring you. Though Qing Rulin felt a little shy, her happiness at Yifan's full recovery far outweighed it. With Yifan awake and his monstrous talent restored, the Yi family finally had a chance at salvation. Still pouting, Qing Rulin strode toward the gates of the Ma family estate. But the moment they reached the entrance, several bodyguards barked at her. Qing Rulin, have you no shame? The family head already made it clear, we're not participating in your project. Weren't you told to get lost? Can't you understand human speech? You! Qing Rulin's anger had mostly subsided after Yifan's antics. But now even a lowly gatekeeper dared to insult her? Her body trembled with fury. You're going too far. What's wrong with the Ma family? Weren't they cooperating just fine with the Qing family before? And wasn't the Ma family patriarch once Old Master Ye's adjutant? Knowing that I've pledged myself to Yifan, shouldn't they be supporting me wholeheartedly? Ha! So what if we are? Shameless woman. You'll sleep with any man, won't you? Even a fool. Why not try me? I'm way better than that, ye family idiot. The guards burst into raucous laughter, completely oblivious to Yifan, who had stepped forward behind Qing Rulin, his face darkening with fury. Boom! A surge of martial energy erupted from Yifan as he drove his fist straight into the chest of the guard who had insulted Qing Rulin. The man's body shot backward like a cannonball, smashing into the nearby wall with enough force to leave a massive dent. Crack! His ribs caved in instantly, blood spraying from his mouth as he slid down the wall, twitching helplessly on the ground. Dare to insult my wife? Kneel and apologize. Yifan's icy glare bore into the remaining guards, his oppressive aura making it hard for them to even breathe. Holy shit! Who the hell do you think you are? Kid? Picking a fight here? You've got the wrong place. Bam! Before the second guard could finish, Yifan struck again. The man met the same fate, hurled into the wall, collapsing in a heap, blood gushing as he convulsed violently. I am Yifan, here on behalf of the Yi family to pay my respects to Elder Ma. His voice was calm but carried an unmistakable edge of menace.
Yifan.
It's Yifan. Shit. Close the gates. Now! The remaining guards inside scrambled to shut the main entrance.
Yifan fronet.
What's the meaning of this? Does the Ma family think a mere gate can stop me? Just as he was puzzling over it, a middle-aged man who appeared to be the steward emerged from a side door, striding toward him with a forced smile. Ah, young Master Yi. What an honor. I am Ding Xian, steward of the Ma family. Please, this way. Though his words were polite, his smile didn't reach his eyes, only a flicker of mockery. After taking a few steps, Ding Xian realized Yifan hadn't moved. Is something wrong, young Master Yi? Elder Ma was informed of your arrival and sent me personally to escort you. What's there to be so proud of? Just a fool from a dying family. How much longer can the Yi family even last? Steward Ding, this isn't right. As the eldest son of the Yi family, I should enter through the main gate. Asking me to use a side door. What exactly are you implying? Yifan's tone was mild, but he knew full well this was the Ma family's way of humiliating him. Young Master Yi, don't misunderstand. The main gate is reserved for distinguished guests. If you wish to see Elder Ma, you'll have to make do with this entrance. Otherwise, you're free to leave. Ding Xian's politeness vanished, his smile fading into cold indifference. Humph, a worthless fool from a nearly extinct family. Did you really think you're still the Yi family of old? Let's see what a moron like you can do. He muttered under his breath, unaware Yifan could hear every word. And if I insist on the main gate? Yifan's gaze sharpened, sweeping over Ding Xian like a blade. The Ma family dares to test me? Do they still think I'm that fool? Then we'll see if young Master Yi has the capability. Ding Xian's expression darkened. With a wave of his hand, dozens of archers appeared atop the walls, their reinforced crossbows trained on Yifan and Qing Rulin. I advise you to be sensible, young Master Yi. The Yi family isn't what it used to be. In that moment, Ding Xian's true colors were laid bare. The Ma family knew exactly why Yi Fan had come, to seek Ma Wensai's support. But Ma Wenkai had long since conspired with the Eastern Black Robe Society and the Yi family's enemies. There was no chance of cooperation. Still, before crushing him, they had to put on a show of dominance. Moreover, in Ding Xian's eyes, Yi Fan was still the same fool as before. Even if he had occasional moments of clarity, wouldn't it be easy to manipulate him? Besides, it was only under Ma Wensai's orders that he dared to act so brazenly. The Yi family was now begging the Ma family for help. Did they really think they could win support with such an attitude? Dream on. Humph! Yi Fan snorted coldly, ignoring Ding Xian, and instead turned his gaze to the bodyguards at the gate who had insulted Qing Ruolin earlier. I told you to kneel and apologize. Did you take my words as empty air? If you don't know how to kneel, I can teach you. As he spoke, a surge of violent martial energy erupted from Yi Fan's hand, transforming into an invisible force that instantly clamped down on the 5 or 6 bodyguards, pressing them to their knees before Qing Ruolin. Simultaneously, he unleashed a powerful mental assault, overwhelming the guards with sheer terror. Within seconds, the men were trembling as if facing unspeakable horrors. They frantically kowtowed, pleading, "Miss Qing, we're sorry. We shouldn't have insulted you. Please forgive us. We were blind fools. Spare us, we beg you. We'll never dare again." The guards, mere beginners in martial arts, crumpled under Yi Fan's mental bombardment, reduced to pitiful, groveling wrecks, just as Qing Shaoqing had been days prior. Qing Ruolin stood beside Yi Fan, puzzled but recalling her brother's similar ordeal, quickly grasped the situation. But the clueless steward, Ding Xian, turned livid at the sight. "Worthless scum! Have you lost your minds? What the hell is the Ma family feeding you for? Why are you kneeling to this bitch? Since when do we fear the Yi family?" Furious, he kicked the guards' backsides. "We've endured the Yi family's oppression for years. Now that we're finally rising, you weaklings disgrace us. Steward Ding, they're terrifying. If we don't apologize, they'll tear us apart." The guards ignored his threats, continuing to kowtow frantically. Ding Xian was fuming, because these men weren't just bodyguards. They represented the Ma family's dignity. Their humiliation was a slap in the face to Ding Xian himself. "You!" Just as he was about to order their removal, Yi Fan struck first. Whack! Without warning, Yi Fan's palm collided with Ding Xian's face. "Did you eat sewage for breakfast? Insult my wife again, and I'll pluck your teeth one by one before carving you into pieces." Believe me, the blow carried the vengeance for Qing Ruolin, his radiant sister-in-law, who'd endured endless scorn to protect the Yi family. Now that Yi Fan had fully awakened, he would tolerate no disrespect toward his loved ones. Anyone who dared provoke his wife would pay in blood. Crack! The sound resembled a splitting melon. Despite being a martial master, Ding Xian was sent flying by Yi Fan's martial sovereign-level strike, teeth shattering as he face-planted into the ground. Blood, saliva, and broken enamel sprayed everywhere while he wailed. "God damn it! My nose! Teeth! Arg!" Clutching his ruined face, Ding Xian staggered up, a mess of blood and tears. "What the hell are you all waiting for? Kill him! I want him dead today, move!" He'd lost it. A disgraced family's fool daring to assault him? The Ma family, backed by the black-clad society and higher powers, was destined to become the nation's top clan. How could this idiot humiliate them now? Yet despite Ding Xian's order, not a single guard or assassin moved. True, the Yi family had declined. True, Yi Fan was once a fool. But with the old master still alive, the million-strong Sky Dragon army remained a deterrent. Moreover, Yi Fan had 7 formidable sisters-in-law supporting him. Openly killing him at the Ma estate? That would be suicide. Fear froze them all. Ding Xian, go ahead, order them to strike. Let's see who dares touch me. Yi Fan's lips curled as he coldly scanned the assassins, eyes gleaming like a wolf's. One glance sent shivers through their souls. Ding Xian seethed but remained rational. The Ma family wanted Yifan dead. But not here, not like this. No evidence.
No witnesses.
And now, he couldn't even retaliate after being publicly slapped. Total defeat. Last chance. Open the damn gate. Yifan pressed a foot against Ding Xian's chest, pinning him to the wall. The humiliation burned. The Ma family's exalted steward, bullied by a fool, yet powerless to fight back. Never. Kill us all if you dare. Otherwise, you won't set foot inside. Think the Ma family will help the Yi family? Keep dreaming. Your choice. Yifan smirked, releasing him. Wife, let's go. Ding Xian blinked. Giving up? So much bluster only to retreat? Ah, not so tough now, eh? Adjusting his collar, Ding Xian scoffed. Run along, idiot. Qing Rulin frowned as Yifan guided her to their armored Hummer. Xiao Fan? Are we really leaving? Leaving. He grinned darkly, flooring the accelerator. No one humiliates my people and walks away. The engine roared. Principles? Negotiation? Gone. If they wouldn't open the gate, he'd smash through it. Holy shit. Yifan, what the hell are you doing? Are you insane? Ding Xian was utterly dumbfounded as he watched Yifan's Hummer roar toward the estate's main gate. Quick! Stop him! This lunatic really doesn't play by the rules. No sane person would ram their vehicle into someone else's gate like a madman. The main gate of an estate was a symbol of prestige. Destroying it was a direct slap to the face. But what could you expect from a madman? There was no reasoning with him. The bodyguards, however, had already witnessed Yifan's ruthlessness earlier. He'd even dared to beat up the estate's Grandmaster-level steward. Charging at him now would be suicide. So, despite Ding Xian's frantic shouting, not a single guard moved. With the Hummer mere seconds from impact, Ding Xian had no choice but to leap in front of the gate himself. You maniac! Stop right. Fuck. Go ahead. Try running me over if you dare. The Yi family was already on the verge of collapse. What weight did its young master hold now? Ding Xian, as the Ma family's chief steward, was technically just their dog. But even a dog of the Ma family was worth more than Yifan. He was betting that Yifan wouldn't have the guts. But what Ding Xian didn't know was that Yifan had wiped out 3 major families in Yunqing without batting an eye. A mere steward? He couldn't care less. What an unusual request. Fine, I'll oblige. A cold smirk curled on Yifan's lips as he slammed the accelerator to the floor. Vroom! With an ear-splitting roar, the Hummer shot forward like an arrow, barreling straight toward Ding Xian. Holy shit! He's insane. Completely fucking insane. Panic surged through Ding Xian as the vehicle closed in. Though he was a Grandmaster-level fighter, he'd never tried to stop a speeding car barehanded, especially not while injured. Instinct screamed at him to dodge. But just as he gathered his energy to move, an unseen force yanked at him, delaying his reaction by half a second. Boom! That half second was all it took. The Hummer smashed into Ding Xian, hurling him backward into the wooden gate. His body punched straight through, leaving a human-shaped hole before the entire structure exploded into splinters. Ding Xian tumbled across the ground, his body mangled beyond recognition. Ack! My back! My fucking balls! Despite activating his defensive energy at the last moment, the impact shattered his protection instantly. Wooden shards had torn through his pants, leaving a gaping hole in his crotch, while a jagged piece of timber was lodged in his waist. Not a single part of him was left unscathed. He collapsed a dozen meters away, twitching uncontrollably, unable to stand. Do something, you useless idiots. What the hell does the Ma family even pay you for? His voice cracked with fury and pain, but the guards remained frozen in place. Only one thought echoed in their minds. This young Master Yi is absolutely ruthless. Beside Yifan, Qing Rulin sat unharmed, shielded by his energy. Though the Hummer's windshield had shattered, she hadn't suffered a scratch. Xiao Fan? Was this really necessary? She glanced uneasily at the demolished gate. The Ma family dominates the southwest. The Yi family still needs their support. Won't this burn all bridges? Yifan smirked coldly. Even if he hadn't rammed the gate, the Ma family would never have sided with the Yi family again. Doesn't matter. He kicked the door open and stepped out, striding toward Ding Xian. Steward Ding, I told you if I, Yi Fan, come to visit old Master Ma, I enter through the main gate. See? I made it in just fine. You insolent. Gritting through the pain, Ding Xian snarled, the Ma family will make you pay for this. As he spoke, his eyes darted toward the estate's interior. Where the hell is old Master Ma? Things had already escalated to this point. Why hadn't he intervened? Meanwhile, in the Ma family study, Ma Wenkai and his son, Ma Wei, stared at the surveillance feed, their expressions grim. Father, is Yi Fan truly an idiot, or is he pretending? How could he dare act so brazenly? Ma Wei frowned. News of Yi Fan's awakening hadn't reached them yet. As far as they knew, he was still mentally impaired. But his actions today suggested otherwise. I can't be sure anymore. Ma Wenkai sighed. The situation is complicated. After what happened to the Zhang family, it seems the Yi family is counterattacking. If Yi Fan has truly regained his senses, we might be in trouble. Doubt crept into Ma Wencai's mind. Once, he had been the most loyal subordinate of Yi Changfeng, deeply tied to the Yi family. But 5 years ago, tempted by their promises, the Ma family had begun pulling away. Now he realized he'd led them into a deadly trap. They still didn't fully trust him. And the Yi family? They clearly suspected him too. Father, you must decide now. If we hesitate, we'll lose both sides. And let's not forget, we already took part in the assassination attempt on Yi Lingjun. There's no going back. Ma Wenkai knew this, but the thought of the Yi family's wrath still made him hesitate. Yet now, with Yi Fan barging in like this, you're right, we're past the point of return. The Yi family is finished. His voice hardened. Let's go meet him, but we can't act yet. We need to stall him. The Ma family is waiting for one last piece of news. If that succeeds, the Yi family will fall for good. Understood. A dark glint flashed in Ma Wei's eyes as he strode toward the courtyard. Back at the gate, Ding Xian lay in despair, praying for old Master Ma to send reinforcements. Soon, Ma Wei appeared before them, his face all smiles. Ah, young Master Yi, had I known you were coming, I'd have greeted you personally. Please, come in. Then, his tone turned sharp as he glared at Ding Xian. Steward Ding, is this how you treat our guest? Apologize to young Master Yi now. Ding Xian's jaw dropped. What the hell? You and your father were the ones who ordered me to mess with him. Now I'm the one getting blamed. Why does all the shit always land on me? What are you staring at? Didn't you hear me tell you to apologize to young Master Yi? Are you deaf? Ma Wei stepped forward and kicked Ding Xian. Worthless trash, even lower than a dog. Who do you think you are? Did you really believe you were something special? Though Ma Wei's words were directed at Ding Xian, their underlying target was clearly Yi Fan, and Yi Fan was no fool. He understood the insinuation perfectly. Let it go. A dog will always be a dog. It can't change its shit-eating nature. And dogs have another trait. They always look down on people, never realizing that humans are far stronger than they appear. Don't you agree, young Master Ma? Yi Fan smirked, his gaze fixed on Ma Wei. With a single phrase, look down on someone, he effortlessly turned Ma Wei's insults back on him. Ma Wei had used Ding Xian as a proxy to mock Yi Fan, but Yi Fan flipped the script, openly calling Ma Wei a dog who underestimated others. Ma Wei was left speechless. Young Master Yi, was this really the same fool from the Yi family? Since when did he learn to fight back, and so directly? In this exchange, Ma Wei had gained nothing. Just as the tension thickened, Ma Wenkai suddenly emerged from the courtyard. Without hesitation, he bowed deeply to Yi Fan, his tone reverent. This old servant, Ma Wenkai, pays his respects to young Master Yi. My son and our steward were disrespectful. I beg for your forgiveness. Of course, if young Master Yi remains displeased, they deserve death. After all, the Ma family has always been the Yi family's most loyal vassal. As Marshal Yi Changfeng's former deputy, Ma Wenkai was far more cunning. He immediately positioned himself correctly, emphasizing the Ma family's subservience to the Yi family. If Yi Fan truly punished Ma Wei and Ding Xian, it would mean attacking his own allies, a move that could alienate other vassal families. This was emotional blackmail, and both Ma Wenkai and Yi Fan knew it. Ding Xian, however, was too slow to grasp the subtleties of this fox-like exchange. Hearing Ma Wenkai offer his life as a bargaining chip, he nearly wet himself in terror.
No.
Before he could protest further, a sharp glare from Ma Wenkai silenced him.
Ye fan chocolate lightly.
You exaggerate, Elder Ma. When a dog misbehaves, a simple lesson is enough. Whether it lives or dies depends on the severity of its actions. For now, their lives can stay. This whole matter started because Steward Ding refused me entry through the main gate. A trivial issue, really, though I may have overexerted myself and damaged your gate. I trust you won't mind. Since Ma Wenkai hadn't openly broken ties, Yi Fan played along. You want to use emotional blackmail? Fine. I can play that game too. Breaking the gate was like pissing on Ma Wenkai's pride, and he'd have to swallow it. Not at all. Not at all. Ma Wenkai's face twitched, but inwardly, he was stunned. Such sharp words. Clear logic cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Every veiled attack he'd launched, Yi Fan had countered with ruthless precision. This Yi Fan is nothing like the fool we were told about. Excellent. Elder Ma, I came today on behalf of my grandfather to reminisce and discuss certain matters. I didn't bring much, but here's a small token, along with something my grandfather specifically asked me to deliver. Yi Fan handed over a gift box. Inside lay a bullet strung on a cord. This is the bullet Marshal Yi took for me all those years ago. Ma Wenkai lifted it with trembling hands, his eyes glistening as memories of battle flooded back. Decades ago, during a skirmish, Yi Changfeng and Ma Wenkai had been separated from their troops and cornered in the wilderness. Just as the enemy was about to kill them, Yi Changfeng had shielded Ma Wenkai, taking a bullet to the shoulder. Later, when the bullet was extracted, Yi Changfeng had kept it as a memento. Now its return carried an unmistakable message. Yi Changfeng, commander of the mighty Tianlong army, was no fool. He'd noticed Ma Wenkai's recent scheming. By sending Yi Fan with this bullet, he was offering Ma Wenkai one final chance to remember their brotherhood and turn back before it was too late. Father, think carefully. Ma Wei, sensing his father's wavering, quickly snapped him out of his reverie. The Ma family had already betrayed the Yi family, even participating in the attack on Yi Fan's younger brother. They were in too deep to retreat now. Ma Wenkai's expression hardened. He carefully pocketed the bullet. Tell your grandfather I accept his gift, and in return, I'll give you this. He handed Yi Fan a copper coin tied to a red cord. This talisman has protected me for decades. Now may it guard you as well. Consider it my blessing. As for the rest, there's nothing more to say. You've delivered your message. If there's nothing else, young Master Yi, you may leave. His meaning was clear. The past was settled. No matter what Yi Fan said, Ma Wenkai had chosen betrayal. Yi Fan's visit had failed. But Yi Fan hadn't come alone, and he wasn't leaving empty-handed. Elder Ma, surely you won't send me away without tea? It's been years. I'd love to catch up. His smile was razor-edged.
Ma Wenkai's brow twitched.
This Yi Fan, he's fully awakened now. His wit and words were sharp enough to challenge even a seasoned fox like Ma Wenkai. Where is he leading me now? Once seated in the hall, Yi Fan cut to the chase. Elder Ma, you know Qing Rulin is my wife. So let's make this clear. Stop interfering with the Qing family's projects. Today's visit had two purposes: a formal call and a show of force for Qing Rulin. Yi Fan knew every move the Ma family had made. He wasn't here to negotiate. And let me clarify, this isn't a request. It's an order. Silence. The air in the hall turned icy. How dare he? Ma Wenkai was a peer of Marshal Yi Changfeng himself. For Yi Fan to speak to him like this, the audacity. How dare you? Yi Fan, don't push your luck. Even if your grandfather were here, He wouldn't dare speak to my father like this. Who the hell do you think you are? Ma Wei, who had just been humiliated by Yi Fan at the entrance and called a dog, was already seething with anger. Now, seeing Yi Fan even disrespect his father, he nearly lost control. If not for the fact that they were in the Ma family estate, he would have already drawn his blade and attacked. Young Master Ma, if I'm giving you face, you'd better keep your mouth shut. Don't forget, by your father's own words, your life is still in my hands. If you piss me off, I could cut you down right here, and even old Master Ma wouldn't say a word. Isn't that right, old Master Ma? As he spoke, Yi Fan deliberately turned to Ma Wenkai for confirmation. Though Ma Wenkai was so furious he could practically taste blood, he had indeed made that declaration earlier. With no room to argue, he could only respond coldly, "Young Master Yi is correct." He then shot Ma Wei a sharp glare. "Shut your mouth. This idiot son of mine. He's decades older than Yi Fan, yet he's got the brains of a pig. He's nowhere near Yi Fan's level. There's one more thing, old Master Ma. Xia Hao, the head of the Xia family in the provincial capital, is a close friend of mine. Recently, I've heard that the Ma family has been deliberately targeting the Xia family in multiple areas. I demand you issue an order immediately to halt all such actions. I'll be waiting." Yi Fan's piercing gaze left no room for negotiation. 2 demands. First, the Ma family must concede on the critical Qing family project. Second, they must cease all suppression of the Xia family. But both of these were key tasks assigned by higher authorities. How could Ma Wenkai dare call them off? "Young Master Yi, you're putting me in a difficult position. The Qing family project is a fair competition, business is business. Forcing concessions like this isn't appropriate, is it? As for the Xia family's troubles, I've heard of them, but I've never known them to have any connection to the Ma family. However, since you've brought it up, I'll dispatch men to investigate at once and give you a prompt answer. How does that sound?" Though his words were diplomatic, Ma Wensai's mind was reeling. How has Yi Fan uncovered so much in just 2 days in Huadu? The Qing family matter is one thing, but the operation against the Xia family was meticulously concealed. How was it exposed? "Ma Wenkai, if you didn't hear me clearly, I'll repeat myself. I'm not here to wait for your investigation or negotiate. I'm giving you an order, one you must carry out immediately. My patience is wearing thin." Yi Fan shook his head, dismissing Ma Wensai's proposal outright. His unyielding stance made Ma Wenkai frown deeply. "Young Master Yi, I've made my position clear. If you insist on forcing the issue, that's unreasonable. Moreover, you may not fully grasp the current situation. The Yi family is no longer what it once was, and neither is the Ma family. I suggest you leave now. And as a word of advice, you'd best flee Great Xia immediately. Find some remote place to live quietly. Perhaps then you might preserve a shred of the Yi bloodline. Because once you step out of the Ma estate, I can't guarantee what might happen." A blatant threat. Smack. Without hesitation, Yi Fan backhanded Ma Wenkai across the face, sending stars flashing before his eyes. "Ma Wenkai, it seems you've forgotten your place. You were once my grandfather's adjutant. Out of respect, I call you Old Master Ma. Without it, I could cut you down right here, and you wouldn't dare utter a word. Do you understand?" Gasp. The crisp slap echoed through the hall. The bodyguards inside and at the entrance were stunned. This young Master Yi is truly ruthless. As a member of the younger generation, he should have shown deference to Ma Wenkai. Yet not only did he openly defy him, he even struck him. This was a direct insult to the entire Ma family. This is beyond intolerable. "You, Yi Fan, do you truly believe I won't retaliate? Men, teach him a lesson. Consider it my way of educating him in your grandfather's stead." Ma Wensai's face darkened as he clutched his bleeding mouth. At his command, over a dozen bodyguards lunged at Yi Fan. Unlike the guards outside, these were Ma Wensai's personal elite, loyal to the death. "Humph, you think these trash can kill me?" With a faint smile, Yi Fan flicked his wrist, releasing a surge of energy that formed an invisible barrier 3 meters around him. The martial artists, none stronger than the Grandmaster level, were instantly halted in their tracks. Not only could they not advance an inch, but under the crushing weight of Yi Fan's aura, they were forced to their knees. This, Ma One-Sai's pupils dilated in shock. A power beyond the martial sovereign realm. Yi Fan Yu? More than shock, he felt a pang of bitter realization. Is this the talent of a true prodigy? After 5 years of apparent idiocy, he's broken through to martial sovereign? No wonder he's so arrogant. At just over 20, he's already reached this level. By 60, he might even touch the Emperor realm. What Ma Wenkai didn't know was that Yi Fan had already surpassed even that. Ma Wenkai, you have no choice today. You will do as I say. Must I lay everything bare? Yi Fan had already received intelligence. The Ma family's direct contact was none other than Matsumoto Birin, the deputy leader of the Eastern Shadow Society. Are you still waiting for news from Matsumoto? Hoping their ambush on Yu Linglong in Panglai Gorge succeeded. His icy gaze locked onto Ma Wenkai as he exposed the man's last lifeline. Let me enlighten you. Matsumoto Birin is already dead by my hand. The Eastern Shadow Society's forces in Great Xia have been annihilated. They're no help to you now. What? Ma One-Sai's body trembled, his expression twisting into one of dread. How does he know everything? He's aware of my dealings with Matsumoto, and Matsumoto is dead? Why wasn't I informed? Logically, as a key piece on the board, Ma Wenkai should have been notified of such a catastrophic failure, the Eastern Shadow Society's complete destruction. But the higher-ups, realizing the situation had turned against them, had already begun severing ties with Tang Zheng, Zhang Heng, and their ilk. Naturally, they saw no need to inform the Ma family. On one hand, it was to eliminate evidence. On the other, they intended to squeeze the last bit of value from the Ma family, just like the Zhang family, to pit them against the Yi family in a final, desperate clash. I know you don't believe me, but surely you recognize this bracelet of Matsumoto's. Yi Fan's voice was frigid, all traces of amusement gone, replaced by ruthless killing intent. If even Matsumoto is dead, what hope does your pathetic Ma family have of standing against the Yi family? If Ma Wenkai still refused to comply, Yi Fan would not hesitate to slaughter them all. The bracelet. Ma Wenkai scrutinized the bracelet in Yi Fan's hand, examining it closely before confirming. It was indeed the same one that belonged to Matsumoto. Last night's battle in Panglai Gorge had been an ambush targeting Yu Linglong, the Great Xia Empire's top female war goddess. Since Yu Linglong was Yi Fan's wife, it was only natural that he had stepped in to save her. But how could the entire Black Robe Society, backed by such formidable forces, including insiders from the Xuanwu domain, have been completely wiped out? And why hadn't anyone from above informed him of this? Frowning, Ma Wenkai quickly pieced things together, his mind already forming a bold conclusion. There were only two possibilities. Either Yi Fan was lying, but the bracelet in his hand didn't lie, or the higher-ups had already abandoned the Ma family. Father, breaking news? Look at this. Ma Wei's voice trembled as he turned on the TV in the hall. The screen displayed a press conference being held by the Xuanwu domain. Last night, the Black Robe Society ambushed our Great Xia's war goddess in Panglai Gorge. However, their plot was uncovered by the Xuanwu domain's guardian king, Yi Fan, who annihilated the entire Black Robe Society. Matsumoto and Elder Koizumi were both executed by the guardian king. As a result, the Xuanwu domain has decided to promote Yi Fan to deputy commander of the Xuanwu domain, granting him full executive authority as its de facto leader. I, Commander Gufeng, will assist in the transition of power and administrative affairs. Additionally, it must be noted that Yi Fan has been carrying out missions for the Xuanwu domain since 5 years ago, accumulating over 100 military merits and earning the title of Guardian King through sheer capability. On the screen, Gufeng continued detailing Yi Fan's past achievements. Meanwhile, Ma One-Sai's mind exploded with shock. Guardian King of the Xuanwu domain, Deputy Commander and de facto ruler. Each title weighed down on Ma Wenkai like Mount Tai, crushing him under their sheer authority. Yi Fan had hidden his true power so well. 5 years ago, at just 15 years old, He had already become one of the Xuanwu domain's 4 guardian kings, a position of absolute authority. The 100 Dragons army alone was enough to keep people awake at night. But now, with the entire Xuanwu domain's million-strong forces under Yi Fan's command, what chance did the Ma family have? The Ma family? Compared to the Yi family, they were nothing. Even if the Yi family had declined, even if Yi Fan was their only remaining heir, he was at least a martial sovereign, and now the deputy commander of the Xuanwu domain, representing the might of millions of martial warriors in the southeast. Who would dare move against him now? Who would dare touch the Yi family? And yet, he had been foolishly waiting for news of the Black Robe Society's success. According to their intel, if their ambush on the Great Xia's war goddess had succeeded, it would have dealt a devastating blow to the Xuanwu domain, triggering massive upheaval. Most importantly, Yu Linglong was the leader of the Yi family's 7 sisters-in-law. Her death would have crippled the Yi family's standing. But now, the Black Robe Society had been wiped out, and even the Xuanwu domain's traitor, Zhou Yao, had been eliminated. Worse still, Gu Feng had credited all the achievements to Yi Fan, solidifying his unshakable authority in the Xuanwu domain. There was no way Yi Fan wouldn't take full control now. Thud! Ma Onesi's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor. The Ma family was finished. He had made the wrong choice. The last opportunity had been right in front of him, and he had failed to seize it. He knew exactly why old Master Yi had come to him, but now it was too late for regrets. Father, are you all right? You can't collapse now. Ma Wei's face was ashen as he watched the news. The fact that the higher-ups hadn't even informed the Ma family of the failed operation in Penglai Gorge made it clear. They had been abandoned. Though slow-witted, even Ma Wei understood now. I'm fine. Ma Wenkai clutched the bullet casing in his hand, his eyes hardening with resolve. Ma Wei, do you know why I never let you participate in the Ma family's core decisions or major operations? Why? Ma Wei had resented this for years. Despite being the eldest son, he had been sidelined since 5 years ago, excluded from critical matters. Because I wanted to leave you a way out. With that, Ma Wenkai struggled to his feet and bowed deeply to Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, I will comply with both of your demands. He turned to his assistants. Listen, issue my orders immediately. Withdraw all competition against the Qing family's projects and lift all suppression efforts. Transfer all our resources to Miss Qing. Wah? The assistant was stunned at first, but realization quickly dawned. Understood. I'll arrange it at once. Second, halt all suppression against the Xia family. If any of their members have been arrested, withdraw all charges and support their full reinstatement. Yes, sir. Within minutes, the Ma family's staff scrambled to execute his commands. To ensure no one questioned his authority, Ma Wenkai even recorded a video statement. I, Ma Wenkai, former deputy commander of the Heavenly Dragon Army, CEO of the Ma Corporation, and head of the Ma family, hereby decree that all Ma Corporation assets be transferred to the Yi family. All personnel must comply without hesitation. All Heavenly Dragon Army officers under my command are to obey the orders of Commander Yi Fan. Anyone who disobeys will be treated as a traitor to my will. 1. Withdraw all suppression against the Qing and Xia families. 2. Donate the Ma Corporation's hundreds of billions in assets. 3. Surrender command authority over the Heavenly Dragon Army. 3 monumental decisions made in mere minutes. Ma Wenkai still had some backbone left. Yi Fan watched silently as the man carried out his orders. Xiao Fan, what's going on? Qing Rulin was still confused. Why had a single news report terrified Ma Wenkai so much that he surrendered his entire empire without a fight? Even without the Black Robe Society's backing, the Ma family still had resources to resist. But Ma Wenkai knew better. If Yi Fan had become the Xuanwu domain's deputy commander, he undoubtedly had other hidden cards. Any further resistance was futile. Young Master Yi, I wronged the Yi family. In the operation against your second brother, I was misled. Though I didn't strike the killing blow, I was complicit. But that decision was mine alone. So, I offer my life in atonement. I only beg you, in recognition of my sincerity, to spare my son. He turned to Ma Wei. Remember my words. Never seek revenge. The Ma family brought this upon ourselves. With that, Ma Wenkai bowed deeply to Yi Fan 3 times. Then, under the stunned gazes of Ma Wei and Qing Rulin, he drew a dagger and slit his own throat. Ah! Father, no! Master, please don't! In the hall, Ma Wei and Chief Steward Ding Xian let out involuntary screams as they witnessed Ma Wensai's actions. Ma Wenkai was the soul of the entire Ma family, overseeing all its affairs. Though Ma Wei was his legitimate son, his abilities paled in comparison to his father's. If Ma Wenkai were to die now, the Ma family would be left in Ma Wei's hands, a burden he could never shoulder. Of course, with Ma Wenkai having just announced the donation of the Ma family's assets to the Yi family, Ma Wei wouldn't have to manage them anyway. But with his father's death, Ma Wei instantly felt as though he had lost his backbone. Dad, why must you do this? Ma Wei rushed forward, embracing Ma Wenkai and pressing a hand against the wound on his neck. His voice choked with sobs. Father, what will we do without you? My son, the Ma family has done wrong, and someone must pay the price. My death alone is better than all of you perishing. Once you've settled the family's affairs, leave Daxia. I've left arrangements for you in my study. Do not seek revenge, understand? This is the consequence of our own actions. It was I, Ma Wenkai, who took the wrong path. I wronged old Master Yi. If you ever get the chance, apologize to him on my behalf. With his last ounce of strength, Ma Wenkai relayed his final instructions to Ma Wei before his head lolled to the side. His life extinguished. In his prime, Ma Wenkai had been a fierce general, renowned across the northern battlefields of Daxia, a man who could hold his own against any foe. It was no accident that he had risen to the rank of deputy commander of the Tianlong army. Yet such a formidable warrior had met such an ignoble end. Dad! Ma Wei clutched his father's lifeless body and broke into wails. Meanwhile, Ma Wensai's personal bodyguards, witnessing the scene, erupted in fury, their auras flaring as they prepared to strike at Yi Fan. It's all because of that bastard Yi Fan. He killed Master Ma. Brothers, attack. Kill him. Not just the bodyguards, even an elder in martial venerable robes, hidden in a corner of the hall, fixed a piercing glare on Yi Fan. He was Ma Wensai's longest-serving hidden guardian, a master of martial arts. Xiao Fan. Qing Rulin, sensing the overwhelming pressure in the room, tightened her grip on Yi Fan's arm, her voice trembling with worry. Though Yi Fan was powerful, this was the Ma family's territory, surrounded by martial experts. If they all attacked at once, could he possibly hold his own? What Qing Rulin didn't know was that Yi Fan had long since ascended to the level of a martial emperor. Against the combined might of these so-called experts, a single hand would suffice. Yet despite the bodyguard's aggressive posturing, Yi Fan remained motionless, his expression unreadable. He was waiting to see what Ma Wei would do next. In the past, the Ma family had played a pivotal role in supporting the Yi family's rise to prominence. Without them, the Yi family might never have become Daxia's foremost clan. But if Ma Wei dared show even a hint of disloyalty, Yi Fan would not hesitate to exterminate every last member of the Ma family. Just as the bodyguards were about to reach him, Ma Wei roared, "Halt! Have you all forgotten Master's final words? This is entirely the Ma family's fault. We brought this upon ourselves. We wronged the Yi family. Anyone who dares disobey Master's orders will be executed without mercy." Though Ma Wei lacked his father's authority, as the legitimate heir, his command carried weight. In an instant, every bodyguard and martial expert froze. "Young Master Ma Wei, silence!" The loyal bodyguards tried to protest, but Ma Wei's sharp rebuke left them speechless. "All of you, follow my lead. Kneel!" Ma Wei barked, then strode forward and dropped to his knees before Yi Fan, his voice solemn. Ma Wei, on behalf of the entire Ma family, kneels before young Master Yi. All Ma family assets, along with my father's final wishes, will be transferred within 3 days. I beg for young Master Ye's forgiveness. The Ma family's subordinates, including Chief Steward Ding Xian, seethed with resentment, but at this point, they had no choice. Yi Fan had not lifted a finger. Yet the sheer weight of his influence had driven Ma Wenkai to take his own life in despair. The Ma family could only submit. Such dominance. Humph. Young Master Ma. Wasn't it you who called me a worthless dog earlier? Yi Fan's icy gaze bore into Ma Wei, though inwardly, he hesitated. By his nature, Yi Fan would have exterminated every last enemy who had harmed his second brother. But the intelligence he had obtained from the Tianji Pavilion suggested that the Ma family's involvement in the attack on Yilingjun had been minimal. At most, they had remained neutral, neither aiding nor resisting. As for their collusion with the Black Robe Society, while it had lasted some time, Ma Wenkai had seemingly hesitated, and their actual misdeeds were negligible. So how should he deal with the Ma family now? Yi Fan was still torn. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. The Ma family will always be the Yi family's loyal hounds. I am but a dog. Punish me as you see fit. Ma Wei pressed his forehead to the ground, not daring to lift his head. Though hatred still simmered in his heart, Ma Wei dared not show it. His father had died to spare the Ma family. One misstep, and he might doom them all. Yi Fan frowned at the scene, then pulled out his phone and dialed his grandfather's number. Meanwhile, on the road to Shangjing, Yi Changfeng sat with his eyes closed, lost in thought about Yi Fan's battle with the Zhang family. He couldn't fathom it. How had his youngest grandson, who had been mentally impaired for 5 years, managed to win over a financial titan like No Feet? Soon, his bodyguard captain, Lung Feng, roused him with urgent news. Master Yi, incredible news. Young Master has been appointed deputy commander of the Xuanwu domain, and he's nearly wiped out the Black Robe Society's forces in Daxia. Look! He handed Yi Changfeng a tablet streaming a live broadcast. On the screen, Commander Gu Feng stood alongside Yu Linglong and other Xuanwu domain officials, announcing Yi Fan's appointment and recounting his past achievements. What? Xiao Fan, deputy commander of the Xuanwu domain? Even designated as its successor. How is this possible? Yi Changfeng nearly leaped from his seat in shock. His grandson was becoming more inscrutable by the day. The Yi family already controlled the Tianlong domain. If the Xuanwu domain also fell into Yi Fan's hands, what did that signify? Yi Changfeng didn't dare imagine. I must call Gu Feng at once. Breathing heavily, he fumbled for his phone and dialed the old commander's number. A part of him wondered, was this all an act? Was someone impersonating Gu Feng in this broadcast? He had to verify the truth. Yi Changfeng had initially doubted the authenticity of the live broadcast, suspecting it might have been fabricated. But when the call connected, he saw Gu Feng's phone light up on the screen. Gu Feng glanced at it, exchanged a few words with Yu Linglong and the others, then stepped out of frame with the phone. Holy shit, it's actually real. At this point, Yi Changfeng was already beginning to believe what Gu Feng had announced earlier. His foolish grandson had been scheming for 5 years? He had already infiltrated the Xuanwu domain back then and even became one of its 4 heavenly kings, a figure of immense prestige.
Elderye.
Gu Feng greeted Yi Changfeng respectfully over the phone. Though Gu Feng was also a commander of the Xuanwu domain, making him equal in rank to Yi Changfeng, the latter's influence across Great Xia was unparalleled. Thus, even Gu Feng had to show deference. Gu Feng, you old bastard. Was that press conference of yours for real? How could you make a kid like Yi Fan a deputy commander of the Xuanwu domain? Have you lost your mind? Despite his scolding tone, Yi Changfeng's lips curled into an unmistakable smirk. His words were laced with pride and a hint of showing off. Every word was true. Elder Yi, you raised an exceptional grandson. 5 years ago, it was young Master Yi who commanded the battle in the Xuanwu Sea that showcased Great Xia's indomitable spirit. That victory earned him the title of Heavenly King, and no one dared question it. And there's more. Since Yi Fan had authorized the public announcement of his position, Gu Feng held nothing back. He recounted details unsuitable for public disclosure, giving Yi Changfeng a fuller picture. As he listened, Yi Changfeng realized just how many of the Xuanwu domain's unspoken triumphs had been secured by Yi Fan. Though the Xuanwu forces had long been stationed in Great Xia's southeast, it was Yi Fan who had truly solidified their foothold, conquering half their territory single-handedly. "You've kept me in the dark for far too long." Yi Changfeng's voice carried a trace of resentment. Had it not been for today's press conference, he might never have known that even the Xuanwu domain was under Yi Fan's control. But now, with this knowledge, Yi Changfeng felt a surge of confidence. When he went to the capital to negotiate the Yi family's affairs, he would have even greater leverage. The Yi family had produced a true prodigy, one who had now fully awakened. So what if the family had lost 10 core disciples? "Elder Yi, forgive us. Young Master Yi ordered us to keep it secret. We never meant to deceive you," Gu Feng replied deferentially. But appointing him as Xuanwu's commander was no impulsive decision. Everyone respects him, and given the current state of the domain, only he can maintain order. "We beg for your approval."
Ye Changfeng's simirkvidenet.
His grandson becoming the Xuanwu commander was a monumental achievement. Why would he object? Moreover, this position would serve as both a shield and a safeguard for Yi Fan. Yi Changfeng was overjoyed and had no reason to oppose it. Still, he feigned nonchalance. "This is an internal matter for the Xuanwu domain. I won't interfere. Handle it as you see fit. But when you're free, you must come to Yunqing for a drink." "Of course. Absolutely. Ha ha ha. Truly a descendant of my Yi family. Damn it all. 5 years ago, I thought the kid was just a martial arts prodigy. Who knew he'd secretly climbed so high in the Xuanwu domain? A heavenly king. Back then, he must have already been the most accomplished of the Yi family's younger generation." Ha ha ha. After hanging up, Yi Changfeng could no longer contain his laughter. For so long, since the near destruction of the Yi family, he had been shrouded in gloom. Today was the first time he had felt such joy. The Yi family's resurgence was now a certainty. Even if they couldn't exact revenge or secure peace, anyone who dared target Yi Fan would have to face the wrath of two armies, the Heavenly Dragon and Xuanwu domains, with their combined millions of soldiers.
Congratulations, Elder Ye.
His guard captain, Lung Feng, shared in his joy. Who would have thought the young master was this formidable? "This is incredible." But Yi Changfeng's elation lasted less than 30 seconds before Yi Fan called. "Grandfather, something's happened in Huadu. Ma Wenkai has committed suicide." Before dying, he transferred all the Ma family's assets to the Yi family and relinquished some of his authority over the Heavenly Dragon Army's generals. "Ma Wenkai is dead?" Yi Changfeng's expression darkened. Though he had anticipated this, the loss of an old comrade still stung. "I understand." As a commander of millions, Yi Changfeng grasped Ma Wencai's intentions immediately. "Xiao Fan, I've learned about the Ma family's past actions. My suggestion is this. Since Ma Wencai is already dead, there's no need for further bloodshed. What do you think? After all, they had once fought side by side. Though the Ma family's later choices had been distasteful, they had never directly attacked the Yi family. Their crimes didn't warrant extermination, and out of respect for an old brother-in-arms, Yi Changfeng wished to spare the remaining Ma family members. Understood. Yi Fan had called precisely to seek his grandfather's opinion. Since the elder wished to preserve his old friend's lineage, Yi Fan would honor that. Huadu Ma family estate. Ma Wei and the other core family members, along with their bodyguards, knelt in trepidation, awaiting Yi Fan's final verdict. "Enough. Get up." Yi Fan waved a hand. "Out of respect for your father, I'll spare you." His words sent a wave of relief through the group. Their backs were drenched in sweat, their bodies trembling. Ma Wei knew then that his father's death had not been in vain. The Ma bloodline would survive. Yi Fan observed their reactions with a faint smile. "However, though you've escaped death, I'll need insurance to ensure you don't cause trouble later." With that, he produced several black pills and handed them to Ma Wei. While his grandfather had advocated mercy, Yi Fan would never fully trust those who had betrayed the Yi family, even passively. What is this? Ma Wei stared at the dark pellets uneasily. Bloodthirsty goo larvae from the goo sect. The mother goo resides in my body. Once ingested, they'll lie dormant within you. But if you betray me, they'll awaken and devour your brains. Oh, and if I die, you'll follow. So choose wisely. Yifan never left his fate in others' hands, nor did he grant enemies leverage over him. These venomous gusts were the perfect safeguard. A bitter smile flickered across Ma Wei's face. Handle it yourself? What other choice did he have? The fact that they were still alive after their wrongdoing was already an immense mercy. Without hesitation, Ma Wei tilted his head back and swallowed the pill, then distributed the remaining pills to the other core disciples of the Ma family. Young Master Yi, regarding the Ma family's associates and any other information we possess, I will compile a detailed report after sorting through my father's study and send it to you, Ma Wei said, his previous arrogance completely gone. As for the transfer of the Ma family's assets, who should we contact? Contact Guo Li and Lu Wuyang. Guo Li was Yifan's trusted right-hand man, and Lu Wuyang was the financial expert Yifan had personally trained, now perfectly suited for the task. As they left the Ma residence, Qing Rulin received a call from her subordinate just as they reached the gate. President Qing, we just received word that the Ma family, who were previously competing with us, has inexplicably withdrawn from the project bid. Not only that, they've even sent all their application materials to our company, claiming they're handing them over for free. What's going on? Are they scheming something again? Hearing this, Qing Rulin turned to Yifan in shock, her heart pounding. Had the Ma family acted so quickly? She had pulled countless strings and sought numerous connections, yet none had been enough to make the Ma family back down. But the moment Yifan appeared, the Ma family patriarch committed suicide on the spot, and all of the Qing family's troubles vanished in an instant.
No.
Then why? President Qing, did you negotiate with the Ma family? Don't worry, I'll return soon to handle it. We'll discuss the rest later. Qing Rulin hung up and glanced at Yifan, but before she could speak, he nodded. Go ahead, Rulin. I have other matters to attend to in Huadu. All right. Qing Rulin blushed slightly, then wrapped her arms around Yifan's neck and kissed him. Xiaofan, tonight, I'll be waiting. If you don't come again, Sister Linglong will scold us. The 7 sisters-in-law of the Yi family had married Yifan with the sole purpose of continuing the family line. Though Yifan had now awakened, he remained the only descendant of the Yi family. They had to plan ahead and ensure the family's legacy. But Yifan had been in Huadu for days without visiting Qing Rulin's room, leaving her frustrated. When Yifan was still in his foolish state, Qing Rulin had mustered the courage to take the initiative despite her shyness. Now that he had regained his senses, and her role had shifted from sister-in-law to wife, she couldn't bring herself to make the first move. Her heart simply couldn't take it. Of course, Rulin. Make sure to wash up nicely tonight. Yifan gave her a roguish once-over, his eyes gleaming mischievously. In truth, Qing Rulin, Sui Shue, Yu Linglong, and the others all shared the same goal, to protect the Yi family and secure its future. But now that Yifan had awakened, displaying such extraordinary talent, even Yu Linglong, the war goddess of Daxia, felt unworthy of him, let alone Qing Rulin and the others. It seemed he would have to take the initiative with his sisters-in-law from now on. Ugh, you're so bad. I'll go now. Reluctantly, Qing Rulin parted from Yifan and hurried off to the Qing Corporation. Yifan's Hummer had been wrecked, and as he pondered how to leave, Xia Hao pulled up beside him in a black Mercedes. The moment he saw Yifan, Xia Hao bowed deeply. Young Master Yi, thank you for saving us. If not for your intervention, the Xia family would have been completely destroyed. Just 10 minutes earlier, Xia Hao had received word that all penalties against the Xia family's affected construction sites had been abruptly lifted. Suppliers and distributors who had previously opposed the Xia family had suddenly reversed their stance, now offering full support. Overnight, all operations had returned to normal. The crisis that had plagued Xia Hao for days had vanished in an instant. When he saw Ma Oncai's public statement online, Xia Hao immediately realized it was Yi Fan's doing and rushed to express his gratitude. Patriarch Xia, no need for formalities. It was just a small favor. Yi Fan helped him up with a smile. Back in Yunqing, when every family distanced themselves from the Yi family, you alone risked everything to support the Su family. I haven't forgotten that kindness. During the time Yi Fan had pretended to be a fool, Xia Hao had cooperated in countless ways, resolving many issues. Yi Fan was genuinely grateful to him, and for those who remained loyal, he would never be stingy. After a brief pause, Yi Fan continued, the Yi family will soon take over all of the Ma family's assets. Since the Xia family specializes in real estate, I'll entrust the Ma family's property projects to you, on one condition. What? Xia Hao was stunned. The Ma family's real estate holdings were worth at least 100 billion. And Yi Fan was handing them over so casually? Agreed. Whatever you say, young Master Yi. Xia Hao couldn't be happier that he had clung to Yi Fan's coattails. The Yi family's enemies in Yunqing had already been eliminated. And in just a few days in Huadu, both the Qin and Ma families had fallen. Soon, the remaining subordinate forces of their adversaries in Tiannan province would likely be purged one by one. By then, nothing would stand in the way of the Yi family's resurgence, or Yi Fan's vengeance. Patriarch Xia, aren't you going to think it over? Yi Fan was amused by Xia Hao's eagerness. Clearly, he intended to tie himself firmly to the Yi family's cause. No need. 5 years ago, you saved my life. Now, you've rescued the Xia family from ruin. All our assets are yours to command.
Yi Fan nodded.
It's simpler than that. I want Lu Wuyang to establish a business alliance under the Yi family's absolute control. I'd like the Xia family to lead by example and join first. Consider it done. Should I announce it now? Xia Hao pulled out his phone eagerly.
Yi Fan chuckled. No rush.
Wait for Lu Wuyang's instructions. Sorting through the Ma and Qin family's assets, as well as reorganizing the Yi family's resources, would take at least a week. Understood. Xia Hao hesitated before adding, Young Master Yi, a high-ranking official from Shangjing approached me recently, hoping to contact the divine physician for a medical consultation. Would you be willing? They promised the compensation would satisfy you. Oh! A sly grin curled Yi Fan's lips. Compensation that will satisfy me. How intriguing. Fine, I'll see them. If the Shangjing elite had sought out Xia Hao, they must have already uncovered that the divine physician's true identity was Yi Fan. But at this moment, asking him for treatment, was this really about healing? Wonderful. Young Master Yi, are you free now? The patient has been camped at my home for days. I can't get rid of them. Xia Hao sighed in relief. They're already at your place? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Let's go. As Xia Hao drove them to the Xia residence, Yi Fan asked curiously, Did you find out the patient's identity? Xia Hao nodded mysteriously. Not the details, but I heard one of their titles. Bed Arts Master Chu Lan Wei. Huh? The name sent a jolt through Yi Fan's heart. Bed Arts Master Chu Lan Wei. The pitiable widow? The deceased Shangjing prince's consort? Coming all the way to Huadu for treatment? Was this truly about medicine? Or something else entirely? The title Bed Arts Master spoke for itself. Though exaggerated, it certainly wasn't unearned. The Ma family surrendered without putting up any fight? In a secluded villa in the western hills of Shangjing, a middle-aged man frowned as he read the report in his hands. The Qin family was wiped out too. What the hell are these useless trash doing? Lately, nothing had gone right regarding the Yi family. From the inexplicable annihilation of the 3 vassal families in Yunqing, to the failed ambush in Penglai Gorge, to the death of Tang Zheng's grandson, the collapse of the Zhang family, the extermination of the Qin family, and now the Ma family's surrender, not a single development had been favorable to their side. Boss, according to our intel, Yi Fan must already know about the other families in Huadu involved in the operation. Should we warn them that they've been exposed? And inform them about Penglai Gorge, that Yi Fan has awakened, so they can be more cautious? A bespectacled assistant standing beside the man offered his suggestion. But the man waved his hand dismissively. No need. Huadu is already a lost cause. Let them stir up trouble. Not only should we not spread the news of Yifan's awakening, we should suppress it. If word gets out, do you think the Goose sect and those ancient martial arts factions would still charge forward? A sinister smile curled on the man's lips. Clearly, he had already written off the forces deployed in Tianan province as expendable. He didn't care how much chaos they caused. If they could slow down the Yi family's revenge, all the better. Understood. However, I've just received word that that old bastard Yi Changfeng is already on his way to Shangjing, likely to demand an explanation directly from the imperial family. Should we take any countermeasures? The assistant sounded uneasy. After all, in their original plan, Yi Changfeng should have been so enraged by the Yi family's suppression that he'd be lucky to still be alive. The Yi family was supposed to collapse into irrelevance. But now, not only had Yifan awakened, he had swiftly dismantled their operations in Yunqing and Huadu. If Yi Changfeng forced the imperial family to take a stance, it would be disastrous for their boss. Of course we'll act, but that's not your concern. I'll handle it. Your job is to monitor Huadu and coordinate with young Master Zhou. Remember, Zhou Ming has the backing of those mysterious holy envoys. When the time comes, they may be the only ones capable of dealing with Yifan. Understood. After Zhou Ming was severely injured in Yunqing, he recovered unnaturally fast and has already returned to Huadu. I suspect another major confrontation is imminent. Huadu, eastern suburbs, a private villa. Zhou Ming stared at the report on his tablet, unable to hold back a curse. Damn it! Yifan actually became the deputy commander of the Xuanwu domain? That bastard's been hiding his strength all along. This complicates things. He tossed aside the apple he'd been eating, his expression grim. The Qin family is gone. The Ma family surrendered. Our pieces in Huadu are dwindling. If the reports from Penglai Gorge were accurate, as per Gufeng's press conference, then Yifan's strength had to be at least at the emperor level. Before coming to Huadu, Zhou Ming had been brimming with confidence after the holy envoys elevated his power to emperor level, 3rd tier. But now that confidence was wavering. The memory of Yifan's ruthless assault in Yunqing sent a chill down his spine. Back then, Yifan had gone all out just to deal with a martial venerable. If they clashed again, would Yifan tear him apart? Direct confrontation seemed futile now. But if he didn't act, the holy envoys wouldn't let him off the hook. Has Zhuang Chao, the young master of the Goose sect, arrived in Huadu yet? Contact him. Tell him I have urgent matters to discuss. Zhou Ming's eyes gleamed with calculation. He had to move against Yifan, but if the Goose sect's heir was here, why not let him take the lead? Huadu, Xia Hao's estate. Xia Hao led Yifan to a quiet courtyard and bowed respectfully. Lady Chu, I've brought the person you asked for. Oh? Then please invite the esteemed Dr. Yi inside. A lazy, sultry voice drifted from within, its tone dripping with natural allure. A faint, intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air. Young Master Yi, I'll take my leave now. Xia Hao wiped his forehead awkwardly. At my age, I'm afraid I can't handle, well, you understand. With that, he hurried away. Yifan watched him go, amused. Was it really that bad? Sure, she's the so-called #1 seductress. But is it really so overwhelming? Stepping into the courtyard, Yifan strode toward the main hall. The moment he crossed the threshold, his eyes widened. This is intense. On a wicker couch in the center of the room, a voluptuous woman in a sheer white gown reclined sensually. One leg stretched out, the other slightly bent. The gown had slipped halfway down her waist, accentuating her curves. Her long, creamy thighs were partially exposed, and the edge of black lace panties peeked out from beneath the fabric. Every inch of her radiated temptation. Seductive, alluring, irresistible. Yifan's mind conjured only one thought. A flower pales beside her beauty. So this was the legendary #1 seductress? Her delicate, bewitching figure seemed to issue a silent invitation. Conquer me. Possess me. Bed dominator indeed. The kind who'd leave a man unable to walk straight. Even a seasoned man like Yifan felt his composure waver. This was Chu Lanwei, widow of the late Prince Zhao Cheng of Shangjing, the infamous #1 seductress. As Yi Fan entered, Chu Lanwei made no move to rise. Instead, she propped her chin on one hand, her drowsy, half-lidded gaze studying him with a look that seemed to pull him in. But just then, the flame of providence in Yi Fan's dantian flared violently, snapping him back to clarity. Was her allure natural, or was she using some kind of mental technique? Young Master Yi, we finally meet. Chu Lanwei stretched lazily, her gown slipping further as she rose. Whether by accident or design, the movement bared even more of her chest. Holy, she's not wearing anything underneath. The most crucial point was that Chu Lanwei deliberately swayed her waist, showcasing her breathtaking figure in all its glory. Her water-like grace, paired with the soaring phoenix pattern on her dress, exuded an elegance and charm that even Su Yixue and Qing Rulin couldn't match. She bore some resemblance to Qiu Wan, both mature and alluring, but while Qiu Wan's appeal was down to earth, Chu Lanwei seemed to float above the clouds. The legendary bed sovereign, truly living up to her reputation. Just one glance was enough to make any man want to pounce, to experience that heavenly sensation. Resting on such a perfect figure would surely feel as soft as a cloud. Oh my! So sorry, young Master Yi. You didn't see anything, did you? Though her tone was coy, her hands moved deliberately slow as she adjusted her skirt, half concealing the view. Yet the outline remained unmistakably visible. This might as well be no cover at all. Vixen. That was the word flashing through Yi Fan's mind. She's definitely doing this on purpose, trying to shake my Dao heart. Humph. Does she think I'm so easily manipulated? With a thought, the primordial flame in Yi Fan's dantian flickered, releasing a peculiar aura that enveloped him, sharpening his clarity. Beautiful women? Yi Fan wasn't one to reject them, but only within his control. Once the primordial flame took effect, all allure became mere red dust skeletons in his eyes. Heh! What exactly does the princess consort wish me to see? Yi Fan smirked roguishly, his gaze boldly sweeping over Chu Lanwei's form. Especially when she bent forward in a slight bow, the view down her collar was a landscape of peaks and valleys, impossible to ignore. His eyes turned sharp as blades, as if trying to slice through every layer of her attire. Seeing Yi Fan's clear-eyed composure, Chu Lanwei's delicate brows furrowed. I've displayed my proudest assets, even unleashed my charm. Yet he remains unaffected? For the first time in her 30-plus years, she felt a pang of defeat. Since childhood, no man had resisted her allure. Not even Xia Hao who, despite his age, couldn't meet her gaze directly. Yet this young man in his prime stood unfazed. How? Her plan had been simple. Let Yi Fan see her like this upon entering. If he pounced or showed desire, her next steps would have been effortless. But now, the stalemate left her awkward. As princess consort to Prince Zhao Cheng, she'd never acted so brazenly before outsiders. At her core, Chu Lanwei was conservative. I've let him glimpse the goods for free, yet gained no ground. The frustration only fueled her competitive fire. Humph! I refuse to believe I've lost my touch. I'd let young Master see everything. If you dare? A provocative smirk played on her lips as she challenged him. A breeze chose that moment to flutter through, lifting her sheer skirt just enough to reveal the silhouette of her thighs, glowing under the light. Coupled with her sultry gaze, it was both invitation and taunt. Though Yi Fan knew this consort spelled trouble, even the primordial flame couldn't fully quell his stirrings. Dare? This was like a naked woman lying in bed sneering, "Are you even a man?" A direct assault on his pride. Princess consort, you're playing with fire. Yi Fan inhaled deeply, forcing his eyes away. Yet, damn it all, when he looked aside, his angle revealed her profile's breathtaking contours. Like the ancient verse, viewed head-on a mountain ridge, from the side, a towering peak. Each perspective unveils new majesty. The ancients didn't lie. Then why not let the flames burn brighter? Noting his expression, Chu Lanwei's smile turned triumphant. Too young after all. Can the princess consort skills ever fail? With a bite of her red lip, She glided closer, her jade-like arms encircling Yifan's neck. Her warm breath caressed his chest as she whispered, "Young master, this concubine feels unwell. Won't you heal me?" Such a temptress murmuring in his embrace, her actions growing bolder. Yifan was struggling. "Princess consort, you brought this upon yourself." Even as he spoke, his arm snaked around her slender waist, his hand descending. One word described it: supple. When pushed beyond limits, why resist? His brow arched. Yifan wouldn't mind sampling those clouds. Princess consort or not, so what? But just as he moved to act, a guard's shout came from the courtyard. "Young Master Yi, trouble. An intruder demands to see you." Yifan's expression darkened. Now, of all times? Meanwhile, in his arms, Chu Lanwei's eyes had grown hazy under his skilled touch. She'd prided herself on mastery of seduction. Yet Yifan's mere contact sparked an inexplicable yearning. She didn't want to leave his embrace. His very essence radiated a comforting aura. "I'll change clothes." Reluctantly, she guessed the visitor's identity and slipped away toward the bedroom. The sudden emptiness left Yifan oddly bereft. But he knew such delicacies were best savored slowly. Coming, emerging into the courtyard, he spotted an old man in gray robes striding forward, surrounded by Xia family guards and Xia Hao himself. An invisible force field repelled the guards with each step the elder took, making the very ground tremble. "Young Master Yi, this old man is peculiar. We can't stop him. Be careful," Xia Hao reported anxiously. Yifan waved him off, his own expression grave. He'd already sensed it. This elder's power reached the martial emperor tier. Though cultivation levels were rising rapidly these days, martial emperors remained rare across Great Xia. For one to seek him out, this won't be trivial. "Young Master Yi," the elder's voice rasped. "This old one comes only to advise. Some people you shouldn't touch. Some affairs you shouldn't meddle in." His gaze flicked toward the inner chambers. "Youthful lust is natural, but the woman inside? You cannot handle her. So, you came for Chu Lanwei? I can't handle it? Humph. If that old bastard hadn't shown up just now, Yifan would have already taken action. Whether I can handle it or not, I won't know until I try. Besides, if one hand isn't enough, two should do the trick, right? Ha! Since when do I, Yifan, need advice from an old fool like you?" Yifan glared coldly at the gray-robed elder. "Get the hell out of here right now, and compensate the Xia family for the damages you caused." Yifan wasn't about to humor this old man. Before this, Yifan had played the fool, biding his time to uncover the mastermind behind the Yi family's downfall. Now that he had traced the clues to Tang Zhang and Zhang Heng, the higher-ups behind them could no longer escape responsibility. There was no need to keep pretending. Moreover, Yifan was now a 7th-level martial emperor. He had already assessed the old man's strength. Though the elder was indeed a martial emperor, he was only at the 3rd level, far from a threat. Heh! A bit of arrogance in youth isn't a bad thing. But if you're arrogant in the wrong place, it'll cost you. The elder stared calmly at Yifan. "Young Master Yi, I sympathize with what happened to your family, but since you miraculously survived, you should keep your head down and live quietly. Don't stir up trouble. Otherwise, if something were to happen to you, the Yi bloodline would truly be extinguished." The threat, the taunt. The old man was deliberately prodding at Yifan's deepest wounds. The Yi family had been nearly wiped out, and though Yifan now had leads, the true mastermind remained untouched. He was still only dealing with pawns. This infuriated him. "Old bastard, your mouth reeks." Before the words even finished, Yifan blinked in front of the elder. Without hesitation, he delivered a brutal slap across the man's face. Smack! A sharp, resounding crack echoed at the courtyard gate. The force sent the elder spinning twice before he staggered to a stop. "You little brat! How dare you!" The gray-robed elder trembled with rage, his robes billowing as his martial energy erupted. But beneath the fury, shock flickered in his eyes. Yifan's speed was unreal. According to the latest intelligence, Yifan was at most a peak martial venerable, possibly just breaking into the martial emperor realm. But this was far beyond that. The elder himself was a third-level martial emperor, yet he hadn't even seen Yifan move. This kid might be more dangerous than expected. Recent incidents in Yunqing and Huadu rumors had pointed to Yifan, but now it was clear. He was behind them all. You dare strike me? Do you even know who I am? The elder seethed, though he hesitated to retaliate, sensing the overwhelming martial energy radiating from Yifan. I am a member of the Great Xia Imperial Elder Council. I represent the royal family itself. To lay hands on me is to insult the dignity of the empire. Kneel now and beg forgiveness, and I may let this slide. His face twitched. A royal elder, humiliated by a mere youth. The physical pain was nothing compared to the utter disgrace. Kneel? Ha! A worthless fool like you isn't worth my knees. Yifan's gaze was icy as his mind raced, cross-referencing intel from his subordinates. The elder's identity checked out. He was indeed the 8th elder of the council, tasked with safeguarding the imperial family. But was he truly here on behalf of the throne? Doubtful. When the Yi family was massacred, the imperial court had remained silent, content to watch from the sidelines. Now, with the conflict reaching its peak, would the royals be foolish enough to intervene? Unlikely, which meant only one thing: this elder was colluding with outside forces. Yifan, think carefully about the consequences. The elder's voice dripped with menace as his energy surged. Defying the imperial family means a death warrant across the entire nation. If you refuse to kneel, don't blame me for what comes next. Inside the courtyard, on the 2nd floor of the manor, Chu Lanwei watched the confrontation from a window, her expression grim. Humph, these old dogs even tracked me to Huadu. How irritating. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. They'll pay for this. My lady, should we intervene? A maid beside her frowned. Elder Han is a martial emperor. Yifan might struggle against him. We still need the Yi family's support for our plans. Chu Lanwei smirked. Struggle? You underestimate him. If a mere elder could trouble him, he'd have died 100 times over by now. Let's watch. We'll step in only if necessary. Her lips curled as she studied Yifan. Earlier, during their close encounter, she had felt it. A surge of warmth from his body, invigorating her own power. Could this be his secret? The reason for his monstrous talent? Now she understood why the 7 widows of Yi had vowed to marry him, even in the family's darkest hour. As long as Yifan lived, the Yi lineage would never fall. And now, he was no longer the fool from 5 years ago. The enemies of Yi will perish in agony. The man I, Chu Lanwei, have set my eyes upon is no ordinary genius. The number 1 seductress of the realm does not grant her gaze, let alone her body, to just anyone. At the courtyard gate, the clashing auras of 2 martial emperors thickened the air, suffocating to even breathe. Oh, a nationwide manhunt. How terrifying. Yifan's lips twisted into a mocking grin as he feigned fear. Elder, please enlighten me. How can I avoid such a fate? The imperial family wasn't stupid. With Yifan now commanding 2 regions and a 1,000,000-strong army, why would they antagonize him? But Yifan played along, curious. Who was truly pulling the elder's strings? Heh, so you do fear death. The elder sneered. It's simple. First, renounce all ties to Princess Chu Lanwei. Second, kneel and apologize. And third, hand over the map fragments in your possession. Do this and I'll spare your life. The first 2 demands were expected, but the third made Yifan's eyes narrow. So they're after the Celestial Palace map too? Greedy bastards. Oh, is that so? So you all know about the secret of the map fragment too? Yifan stared at the gray-robed old man, a cold smirk playing on his lips. A plan suddenly formed in his mind. Kill the monkey to scare the chickens. The old man's mouth twitched. As if the Yi family's little secret isn't common knowledge by now. He thought, why do you think everyone's targeting the Yi family so frantically? It's all for that damned map fragment. the key to the divine ruins and the celestial palace. But outwardly he maintained a composed tone. Young Master Yi, those map fragments are far too significant. Your Yi family can't safeguard them. Hand them over to me, and I'll deliver them to the royal family. That's the wisest choice. The only way to ensure your family's safety. Whatever it takes, I'll get the fragment from him first. As for who I'll actually give it to afterward, well, that's another matter entirely. Is that fragment really so important?
Ye fan chocolate darkly.
But I didn't bring it with me. It's stored in a residence in Huadu. Why don't you come with me to retrieve it? He had already confirmed the old man's identity, Han Mo, the 8th elder of Great Xia, who had secretly left the capital to operate in Huadu. There were no official orders from the royal family regarding Han Mo's movements. Yifan had already decided how to deal with him. Live broadcast, a public beatdown of Han Mo, killing the monkey to terrify the chickens. But Han Mo was still a martial emperor-level expert. If they fought within the Xia family estate, Yifan could subdue him in 3 moves. But the clash between 2 martial emperors would leave the Xia family in ruins. So Yifan planned to lure Han Mo to the outskirts, somewhere desolate, before making his move. Oh, is that so? Very well. A smug smile crept onto Han Mo's lips. Relieved, his arrogance instantly returned. Humph. So what if Yifan's impressive? Faced with the royal family's authority, even he has to tread carefully, doesn't he? No matter how powerful the Yi family is, they still answer to the throne. Han Mo urged Yifan to leave immediately, but the young man remained rooted in place. Instead, he turned toward the room and called out, "Princess consort, stop watching the show. Come and be my witness. Otherwise, if Elder Han Mo takes my things and then kills me afterward, who'll I complain to?" Ha! Han Mo's heart lurched. Could this brat read minds? That was exactly what he'd been thinking. Once he secured the map, he'd eliminate Yifan without hesitation. With so many people wanting him dead, even the royal family would secretly applaud me for it. But now that Yifan had dragged Princess Consort Chu Lanwei into this, acting rashly was no longer an option. Though Chu Lanwei's strength was no match for his, her status was another matter. Moreover, someone had explicitly warned him not to touch her. Inside the room, Chu Lanwei sighed in exasperation. "Princess Consort, should you go? This could be troublesome," her maid whispered. "If anything happens to either Elder Han Mo or Yifan, your presence will complicate things."
Chu Lanwei exhaled deeply.
That little devil called me out by name. Do I have a choice? He's no fool. He knows I need something from him, so he's tying me to him on purpose. A faint smile curved her lips. The more cunning he is, the more I like him. Chu Lanwei followed Yifan and Han Mo as they drove away from the Xiao estate, heading toward the outskirts of Yunqing. The further they went, the more desolate the surroundings became. Han Mo, seated in the back, frowned as they approached the foot of a barren mountain. "Young Master Yi, where exactly are you taking us? Surely your residence isn't this remote." Yifan glanced at the rearview mirror, his smirk widening. "Elder Han, you overthink things. Why would I live here? I just wanted a quiet place to give you a proper beating." "Ha! What? Yifan, what nonsense are you spouting?" Han Mo's heart seized. "Did I hear that right? He's picking a place to beat me up, and he brought Chu Lanwei as a witness. How dare he act so arrogantly? Does he even have the strength to back it up?" A flurry of thoughts raced through Han Mo's mind, but the confidence in Yifan's expression sent a chill down his spine. This brat, could he really do it? "Stop the car. Let me out." Han Mo slammed his palm against the door. "Princess Consort, you can't possibly condone this madness. Do you realize the consequences of assaulting a great Xia elder?" Chu Lanwei sat calmly in the passenger seat, unfazed. Though she didn't know the specifics of Yifan's plan, she had a rough idea. The moment Yifan lured Han Mo away from the Xiao estate, she knew the elder was doomed. "Calm down. It's not like we haven't fought before," Yifan said coldly. "We're almost there." He braked abruptly, stopping the car before a vast, empty stretch of land near the mountains. Elder Han, what do you think? Scenic, isn't it?
Ye fan taunted.
With mountains and water, it'd make a fine burial site for you. My advice? Don't resist too hard. If I get carried away, you might not survive. He stepped out of the car, his gaze locked onto Han-mo. Han-mo finally understood. Yi-fan had led him here for a duel. There was no avoiding it now. But after carefully sensing Yi-fan's martial aura, Han-mo sneered inwardly.
Arrogant brat.
Let's see how long you last. Princess consort, since you're here, bear witness.
Manhwarecap.
Yi-fan is openly attacking a great Xia elder. I'm merely defending myself. If he ends up dead, well, that's on him. Confident of victory, he added, hand over the fragment now, and I might spare your life out of respect for old Master Yi. But if you insist on courting death, don't blame me. Truthfully, after the public humiliation Yi-fan had inflicted on him earlier, Han-mo had fantasized about killing him 1,000 times over. But even in violence, he wanted the moral high ground. Ignoring him, Yi-fan opened a live-streaming app on his phone and handed it to Chu Lanwei. Princess consort, you know how to film, right? Though some lively commentary would be even better. Chu Lanwei rolled her eyes at Yi-fan in exasperation. This guy really knew how to make a scene. Was his flashy live-streamed beatdown of Han-mo just about venting anger? If revenge was all he wanted, with Yi-fan's strength, he could have easily killed Han-mo anywhere, anytime. No, this was a declaration of war. A bold announcement to the Yi family's enemies. I, Yi-fan, the prodigal genius, am back. So sharpen your necks and wait for me to come collect your heads. Moreover, publicly thrashing Han-mo, a great Xia elder, was also a warning to the imperial family. The message was clear. Stay out of the Yi family's affairs. This time, it's just Han-mo. But if the imperial court takes sides, who knows who'll get beaten next? Though Chu Lanwei hadn't discussed this with Yi-fan, her sharp mind pieced together his intentions in seconds. Besides, now that she was in Huadu and entangled with Yi-fan, no amount of denials could separate her from him. Since that was the case, she might as well embrace it openly. After all, she'd come here for Yi-fan. Hello, dear brothers. This is your beloved Chu Lanwei, the bedsex finest, broadcasting live from the scene. Today's show features the Yi family's prodigal son, giving Elder Han-mo a well-deserved thrashing. Her melodious voice rang out as she propped her phone on a nearby rock, then sauntered into frame, deliberately swaying her hips to showcase her alluring curves to the live stream audience. Holy shit, Chu Lanwei is live. No way, wasn't she in the capital? Since when did she come to Huadu? And she's helping Yi-fan beat up Han-mo? What the hell's going on? 666. The live stream's viewership skyrocketed. Before going live, Yi-fan had instructed Peng Hai to leverage the Tianji Pavilion's influence for a platform-wide push. Combined with Chu Lanwei's star power, the stream hit over 1 million viewers within seconds. Across from them, Han-mo stared in disbelief. A live-streamed beatdown? Bullshit. But this worked in his favor. More witnesses meant more proof that he wasn't the aggressor. Kid, this is your last chance to back out.
Manhwarecap.
As a seasoned third-rank martial emperor, his foundation was rock solid. Even if Yi-fan matched his level, combat experience should tip the scales in his favor. And if things went south, he could always flee. Thud. Before Han-mo could finish, Yi-fan blurred forward and crammed a fist-sized rock into his mouth. You talk too much. Hey everyone, I'm Yi-fan. No deep reason. Just felt like some fresh air and beating up this old fool. Spam those exit. He flashed the camera a grin while Han-mo gagged on stone. Crunch. Han-mo's teeth shattered as blood and grit flooded his throat, choking him. But worse than the pain was the dawning horror. This wasn't a fluke. Back at the Xia residence, getting slapped could have been an accident. But now, he'd been fully alert, yet Yi-fan had struck without even a ripple of martial energy. Only one explanation. Yi-fan was far stronger. Run. Han-mo swallowed the rock whole, ignoring the agony, and kicked off the ground to flee. Look, Elder Han Mo's already losing. He's trying to escape. Do you think he'll make it, dear brothers? Chu Lanwei purred into the mic, hips swaying like a hypnotist's pendulum. Her velvety, nasal tone was a siren's hook, reeling in viewers by the thousands. Even Yi Fan's knees wobbled slightly. Bedsec's finest, indeed. The live stream exploded past 10 million viewers. Nearly all of Great Xia was watching. Most tuned in for Chu Lanwei, but a sharp minority focused on Han Mo.
Hanmu.
What's he doing in Huadu? In the capital, an elderly man with white hair, Chief Steward Mo of the Imperial Council, watched Han Mo's humiliating retreat on screen and sighed. Yi Chongfeng's already in the capital looking for trouble. And now Han Mo picks a fight with Yi Fan in Huadu? This is handing him ammunition on a platter. As if on cue, Yi Chongfeng barged in, tablet in hand.
Montag.
Have you no shame? My family's last fool of a grandson, and you send an elder to finish him off? Think the Yi clan's extinct and you can bully us? Mo raised his hands helplessly. Old Yi, listen. Han Mo wasn't sent by us. I don't even know why he's in Huadu. But with the whole nation watching, explanations were pointless. And Yi Chongfeng? The man was a master of weaponized stubbornness. I don't care. Take me to the emperor now, or I'll shell this place to rubble. Yi Chongfeng plopped onto the floor like a petulant child. 10 of my kin died, and I stayed quiet. But you'd even kill a simpleton? Are you human? Where's your conscience? A simpleton? Mo nearly laughed. The entire world had been fooled. 5 years of playing the fool, all to shield the Yi family from annihilation? If true, Yi Fan's patience was terrifying. Back on stream, Chu Lanwei panned the camera as Yi Fan hauled Han Mo back like a disobedient puppy. Slap. Elder Han, you weren't cooperative. I told you to stand still and take your beating. Why disobey? Ugh. Han Mo still had half a stone in his mouth, on the verge of spitting it out, when Yi Fan suddenly slapped him, sending it straight back down his throat. Damn it. Am I an idiot? Just standing here letting him hit me? Do you think I'm stupid? Furious, Han Mo could no longer hold back. Gathering every ounce of his martial energy, he unleashed a devastating strike aimed straight at Yi Fan's chest. You little bastard, die. As a third-tier martial emperor, Han Mo's full-power attack was terrifying. The sheer force of his energy stirred the clouds, creating a vortex in the sky. From a distance, it looked like a tornado, an unstoppable, destructive force hurtling toward Yi Fan. The scene was so surreal it seemed straight out of a novel. In the live stream's comment section, netizens erupted. Which immortal is undergoing tribulation here? Idiot. That's just the terrifying power of martial energy. Martial arts are the closest thing we have to the supernatural. Could that punch destroy the omelet my girlfriend made me? Piss off. Couples who flaunt their love die young. Shangjing, Elder Council residents. The sudden shift in the live stream silenced the argument between Yi Chongfeng and Chief Steward Mo. Both stared grimly at the screen. Han Mo's attack was at the peak of third-tier martial emperor strength. Its destructive potential was something Chief Steward Mo understood all too well. Yi Fan had allowed Chu Lanwei to broadcast this beatdown for a reason. He had to be confident. But Chief Steward Mo couldn't help but doubt. Even if Yi Fan started training in the womb, reaching martial emperor level in just 20 years is absurd. The outcome of this clash would determine the royal family's stance toward the Yi clan. If Yi Fan survived, the royals wouldn't dare lift a finger against the Yi family. A 20-year-old martial emperor? Unthinkable. In any nation, such a prodigy would be worshipped like a god. And with the backing of 2 war domains, Sky Dragon and Black Tortoise, and their million-strong armies, how could the royals possibly suppress him? But if Yi Fan fell, the Yi clan's last hope, its final genius, would perish. The family's legacy would truly end. Shangjing Western Hills Villa. A middle-aged man frowned at the live stream. Humph. Yi Fan really knows how to put on a show. That idiot Han Mo had to show up in Huadu at the worst possible time, giving the Yi clan an excuse to retaliate. And now he's getting publicly humiliated by Yi Fan. This is trouble. Rubbing his temples in frustration, the man seemed indifferent to the fight's outcome. His assistant hesitated. "Sir, aren't you concerned about the result?" The man shook his head. "Why bother? The outcome was decided the moment Yifan chose to livestream this. He's not just beating Han Mo. He's sending us a message. Time's running out. He's sharper than we thought." Crack. As if on cue, the cataclysmic scene on screen froze. The tornado-like energy, the raging storm, all vanished the instant Yifan sidestepped and stomped Han Mo's face into the dirt. The wind died. The clouds parted. Sunlight flooded the wasteland. That's it. Back at the Elder Council, Chief Steward Mo had expected this. But seeing Yifan effortlessly crush Han Mo still left him reeling. "Old Yi, what kind of monster have you raised?" he sighed. Sometimes he wondered if grandfather and grandson had planned this. One in Shangjing, the other outside, staging the spectacle to gain leverage in negotiations with the throne. But even if they had conspired, Han Mo would never willingly play along. Yet now, willing or not, Han Mo had no choice. Huadu outskirts. With a single light kick, Yifan had dismantled Han Mo's peak third-tier martial emperor strike, then planted him headfirst into the ground. Pathetic. A phrase came to mind. Back then, I stood hands in my pockets, not knowing what opponent meant. That was exactly how Yifan felt now. A seventh-tier martial emperor versus a third-tier? It was like an adult bullying a toddler. Watch closely, folks. Time to show off. Grinning at Chu Lanwei's camera, Yifan grabbed Han Mo's ankle, swung him like a rag doll, and smashed him into the earth. Boom! Again. And again. No mercy. Just raw, brutal force. This is fun. Yifan laughed, exhilarated. Brothers, isn't young Master Yi dashing? Isn't he manly? Chu Lanwei occasionally flitted into frame, her sultry voice teasing the audience. Finally, after thrashing Han Mo senseless, Yifan tossed him aside like a dead dog. The craters left behind formed two unmistakable letters. SB. Western Hills Villa. The middle-aged man shot to his feet, livid. Is Yifan mocking me to my face? Does he really think we're powerless? We can't wait for him to come to Shangjing. We strike first. His assistant gestured at his throat. What about Han Mo? Should we silence him? If he cracks under torture and exposes you. The man scoffed. The Zhangs fell. Tang Zhang was removed. Yifan's been biding his time, digging this deep. You think he hasn't already pieced it together? Han Mo's silence changes nothing. And he's not stupid enough to betray me. But the princess consort, the assistant pressed. Chu Lanwei's clearly seeking Yifan's help. If Prince Zhao Cheng's death is reinvestigated, TCH, now that Chu Lanwei's gone public, it's too late to stop her. Let them have their fun in Huadu. Focus on finding the map fragments. This is their last Konghuan carnival. Despite Yifan's public humiliation of Han Mo, many still dismissed him as a fool, including key figures in Huadu's elite circles. Elder Han Mo actually ran into that idiot Yifan? Talk about bad luck. What a waste of a beating. Huadu, many families watching the live broadcast could only sigh in amazement, though some were also curious. Are the elders of Great Xia really this weak? Ha! The Yi family is already at the end of its rope. This is probably just a staged show, right? They crippled Han Mo first, then sent a fool out to perform. The Yi family is just trying to rally morale. The Yi family is finished. With all 10 of their core disciples dead, what can they possibly do now? Rely on an idiot and a half-dead old man. At Zhou Ming's residence, he had already summoned Zhuang Chao, the young master of the Gu sect. Young Master Zhuang, what do you make of the current situation? Zhou Ming and Zhuang Chao watched the live broadcast together, though Zhou Ming's mind was crystal clear. In fact, he was terrified. Back in Yunqing, Zhou Ming and village elder Murakami, 2 martial venerates, had been utterly crushed by Yifan. At the time, Zhou Ming had assumed Yifan was just a brute relying on dumb luck to kill him once. After returning to Shangjing, Zhou Ming believed that with the Saint Envoy's blessing, boosting his strength to the 3rd rank of martial emperor, he could easily handle Yifan. But now, Yifan was publicly live-streaming himself beating Han Mo to a pulp. What kind of joke was this? The elders of Great Xia varied in strength. Some excelled in martial arts, others in strategy. But Zhou Ming knew Han Mo's power all too well. He was a peak third-rank martial emperor. If Han Mo was being toyed with like this, wouldn't Zhou Ming just be delivering himself to his death again? For the first time, Zhou Ming felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The Yi family had been slaughtered down to the last man, yet killing this one fool seemed impossible. Humph, he's just an idiot. What's there to think about? Even if Yi Fan's strength has recovered. So what? If his brain's still broken, we can still outmaneuver him. Zhuang Chao sneered, completely dismissive of Yi Fan's display. Zhou Ming paused, then smirked. He had called Zhuang Chao here precisely to use him as cannon fodder. If Zhuang Chao thought Yi Fan was trash, then let him charge ahead first. It would also serve as a test. Had Yi Fan truly awakened? Just how strong had he become? Haha! Young Master Zhuang truly has sharp eyes. I was thinking the same thing, but this fool is still a ticking time bomb. We should plan how to eliminate him for good. Zhou Ming's lips twitched as he continued. Tonight is the birthday banquet for Old Master Ran of Huadu. It'll be lively. I heard Miss Ran even invited Yi Fan. Why don't we make some arrangements? Zhuang Chao nodded. Yi Fan must die. Our Gusek's third elder was blown up because of him, and Protector Five Poison's death is also tied to him. But, young Master Zhou, let's be clear. While we can work together to deal with him, all of Yi Fan's belongings must go to the Gu sect. We've lost too many already. Of course. As long as Yi Fan dies, I won't take a single thing. It's all yours. Haha. Cheers. Inside, Zhou Ming laughed coldly. The Yi family's map fragments. After the Saint Envoy had invested so much and the Shangjing elites had orchestrated such an elaborate scheme, how could they possibly be handed over so easily? Try killing Yi Fan first. Once Yi Fan was dead, dealing with Zhuang Chao would be child's play. The only one Zhou Ming feared was Yi Fan. Huadu, the wilderness. Chu Lanwei's live broadcast continued. Dear brothers, let's give young Master Yi a round of applause. Today's beatdown ends with young Master Ye's complete victory. Let's give Elder Han Mo 5 more seconds to stand up. Shall we? Elder Han Mo, I'll count down from 5. You still have a chance to fight back. 5, 4, 3. Her sweet voice echoed across the desolate field. Han Mo lay on the ground like a dead dog, barely clinging to life. Countless bones were shattered, his dantian destroyed, his cultivation completely gone. He was as good as dead. Yet his mind was painfully clear. He heard every word Chu Lanwei said. 5-second countdown? Is this a damn tournament? Adding insult to injury. These two bastards. Damn it. Arg. Han Mo wanted to scream, but his mouth wouldn't even open. Only a weak twitch escaped. Now he finally understood why Yi Fan had warned him not to resist. What good would resisting have done? He had thought coming to Huadu to stop Yi Fan from treating Chu Lanwei would be an easy task. Fly in, issue a warning, and leave. But now, there was no going back. I was a fool. A complete fool. If only I hadn't listened to the boss's nonsense. Why couldn't I have just stayed as an elder? But regret was useless. No matter how much he lamented, his fate was sealed. Yi Fan sparing his life was worse than killing him. After years in power, Han Mo had made countless enemies. In this state, living would be far more torturous than death. Yi Fan crouched beside him, pretending to listen. What's that, Elder Han? Ah, Elder Han says he thanks me for beating him up. He really enjoyed it. Oh, and he also shared a secret. He was sent here on someone's orders. Yi Fan turned to the camera with a sinister smile. Wait for me, everyone. Don't worry. I'll be seeing you soon. Click. The live stream ended. Today's broadcast had achieved its purpose. A bold, public declaration of war against his enemies and a rallying cry for the Yi family's loyalists. Whether people truly believed Yi Fan had awakened or not, his dominance over Han Mo proved he still had the power to fight. This open challenge would further demoralize his foes. Neutral factions, Guanwang de Surli, their scales might already be tipping in the Yi family's favor. Splurt. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Han Imo vomited another mouthful of black blood, furious to the point of madness. Damn it! When did I ever thank you? Do I look like a masochist? And since when did I say someone sent me? I may be stupid, but I'm not that stupid. Slander. This is slander. His body convulsed in rage before he finally passed out. Meanwhile, Yi Fan pocketed his phone and smirked at Chu Lanwei. Now, my queen, let's discuss our matters. She giggled, pressing herself against him with a seductive wiggle. The scenery here is lovely. How about we have a deeper conversation in that flower field? In the wild? So daring, huh? Facing the world's greatest seductress, Yi Fan didn't mind giving it a try. All right. With a smirk, Yi Fan wrapped his arm around Chu Lanwei's waist, tapped the ground lightly with his foot, and in an instant, the two shot dozens of meters away, landing precisely atop a massive boulder nestled in a field of wildflowers. Young Master Yi, what does it take to be your woman? Chu Lanwei's voice dripped with allure as the strap of her dress slipped halfway down her shoulder, revealing fair collarbones and the curve of one delicate breast. Her sultry gaze, voluptuous figure, and the way her slender waist swayed beneath sheer fabric, paired with those full red lips and pearly teeth, painted a picture of absolute temptation. A single beckoning finger would have been enough to steal Yi Fan's soul. This level of seduction was lethal to any man. Youthful innocence, mature charm, and raw desire, everything in one. If Yi Fan claimed he wasn't moved, he'd be lying. Consort, we've strayed far from the original topic. The Xia family head said you came to Hua capital seeking medical treatment. Shouldn't I check your pulse first? Though his blood ran hot, the flames of lust within him were suppressed, keeping his urges in check. Beauty was often a curse. Chu Lanwei, revered as the world's most enchanting seductress, held undeniable power over men. But Yi Fan wasn't about to fall blindly into her clutches. He needed to know what she truly wanted. If all she sought was healing, why go to such extremes? From the moment he'd stepped into the Xia family courtyard, she'd been flaunting her charms relentlessly. Was he really that easy? With a firm grip, he seized Chu Lanwei's wrist, his keen perception probing beneath her skin, analyzing her pulse, vitality, and energy flow. Everything was unnaturally normal. Not only that, but he even sensed an unusual concentration of life force within her, denser than any mortal's by at least tenfold. The moment his energy brushed against it, that vitality surged into his own body. A single touch made him feel years younger. Incredible. Was Chu Lanwei like Qiu Wan? Did she possess a rare constitution capable of extending life? His demonic pupils flared as he probed deeper. Yet besides that inexplicable vitality, he found nothing amiss. Young Master Yi, are you done? You're hurting me. With a playful pout, Chu Lanwei swayed, her movement so mesmerizing it seemed to shake the very earth. Yi Fan sucked in a sharp breath. This isn't my fault. How could any man resist such a temptress? Every glance, every smile, radiated irresistible allure. Consort, my diagnosis shows no illness. So why seek treatment? His lips curled knowingly. He already had a hunch. Chu Lanwei hadn't come to Hua capital for physical healing, but for justice. Her late husband, Zhao Cheng, had been a prince of the great Xia royal family. Yet 3 years into their marriage, he abruptly died during a trip abroad. Officially, it was ruled a heart attack. But intelligence from the Tianji pavilion suggested otherwise, assassination. Not only Zhao Cheng. Over the years, his children from previous marriages had also perished, one after another. Put simply, Zhao Cheng's bloodline had been erased, leaving Chu Lanwei as the sole survivor. A massacre. For years, she had secretly investigated, desperate to avenge her husband. But as a lone woman, even with the remnants of Zhao Cheng's loyalists, her power was limited. Now, she wanted Yi Fan to take up that blade. Young Master Yi. She lifted her gaze, eyes brimming with sorrow. You're too sharp. You already know why I sought you out, don't you? Being peerlessly beautiful wasn't always a blessing. As the world's greatest seductress, Chu Lanwei faced endless covetous gazes, nobles, martial masters, even commoners. While Zhao Cheng lived, his status shielded her. But now, she was a glittering treasure with no guardian, eyed by every predator in the empire. Small annoyances could be handled by lingering loyalists, but the true threats, like Prince Jin, the so-called most virtuous prince, whose influence overshadowed even the emperors, were beyond her reach. She needed a protector, and her gaze had settled on Yi Fan. Once the famed genius, now dismissed as a fool, his resurgence in the southwestern border and whispers of his deeds in Xuanwu domain convinced her. One day he would reclaim his glory. How could I presume to know the thoughts of a lady I've only just met? As she leaned closer, Yi Fan retreated a step, maintaining distance.
Chu Lanwei sighed.
This little devil, forcing me to beg? No mere ornament, she understood power dynamics well. The moment she pleaded, leverage would shift. But she had no choice. Young Master Yi, dropping to a knee, she bowed deeply. I beg you, avenge Zhao Cheng's family. I swear eternal service in return.
Yi Fan simirket.
Finally, she yields. But beauty alone wouldn't sway him into antagonizing the capital's elites. He remained silent, waiting. Chu Lanwei clenched her teeth. This ruthless man. My terms are thus. First, I offer myself. Second, she produced an ornate wooden box. Zhao Cheng left this treasure for you. Yi Fan opened it, then froze. A fragment of the celestial palace map? Not just any fragment. Larger than any he'd ever seen. So the Yi family's map wasn't unique. The great clans of Xia must all be hunting these relics. The treasure alone warranted his aid. Yet he feigned indifference. But wasn't Prince Zhao's death ruled natural? Why seek vengeance? Chu Lanwei stamped her foot in frustration. Must you make me say it? Her voice turned icy. Zhao Cheng was murdered by none other than his own brother, Prince Jin. And that virtuous prince. Her eyes flashed. He's the architect of the Yi family's massacre. Does that persuade you? Boom! Upon hearing the news, Yi Fan's mind exploded with a deafening roar. The Yi family. 10 heroes, all fallen in battle. That was the official statement, but anyone with eyes could see the truth. For so many generals and commanders from the Yi family to perish on the same day, this was clearly a calculated conspiracy. Ever since waking up at the funeral, Yi Fan had been quietly using his own forces to investigate the truth. Starting with the 3 major families of Yunqing, then moving to the Lu family of the provincial capital, the Qin family, Elder Tangzheng, Zhangheng. Step by step, Yi Fan was closing in on the truth. He had already guessed that there was a greater mastermind behind Tang Zhang and Zhangheng, but he never expected the truth to reveal itself in such a manner. The mastermind behind the attack on the Yi family was the imperial clan's Prince Jin? Prince Jin, the most powerful man in the realm? Princess, you can eat whatever you want. But words, you can't just throw them around carelessly. Yi Fan's piercing gaze locked onto Chu Lanwei. You claim Prince Jin was the one who orchestrated the massacre of my Yi family. Do you have any solid evidence? Yi Fan studied Chu Lanwei's face, scrutinizing every subtle shift in her expression. He needed to confirm whether she was simply pinning the crime on Prince Jin to manipulate him into helping her seek revenge. Prince Jin, the strongest prince of the imperial clan, was not an opponent to be taken lightly. Chu Lanwei's expression remained steady as she replied solemnly, Rest assured, young Master Yi, since I dare to speak these words, I have my reasons. Before Zhao Cheng was attacked, he had already uncovered some critical evidence. But now, that evidence is in the hands of one of his former subordinates. She left the rest unsaid, but the implication was clear. Yi Fan could obtain the evidence, if he agreed to help her exact vengeance and take command of Zhao Cheng's old forces. I accept. Without hesitation, Yi Fan agreed. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. Moreover, regardless of whether Prince Jin was the Yi family's true nemesis, Yi Fan's pursuit of the mastermind would inevitably bring him into conflict with the imperial clan. Since Prince Jin represented the imperial family, a confrontation between them was inevitable. This humble woman thanks young Master Yi. From now on, I shall be nothing more than a tea-serving maid at your side, ready to follow your every command. Chu Lanwei finally exhaled in relief and bowed deeply, her sincerity evident. However, young Master Yi, there are some things I feel I must clarify. Prince Jin is the most powerful prince in Great Xia. Beyond the officials who openly support him, his most formidable assets are the Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow 4 elite squads. Rumor has it that each squad is led by a martial emperor-level expert. Normally, these 4 squads remain hidden across Great Xia, blending into various professions. But the moment Prince Jin gives the order, they could emerge from anywhere, even right beside you. Beyond that, Prince Jin also controls the most extensive intelligence network in the land, spanning nearly every corner of Great Xia. Of course, Yunqing's intelligence network has already been completely dismantled by you, and the one in Huadu is likely next. But anywhere else with human activity, Prince Jin's spies may already be embedded. Lastly, Prince Jin's connections extend beyond the martial world. He has deep ties with ancient martial families, the 4 great holy lands, and even some reclusive clans. To put it bluntly, in all of Great Xia, aside from the Yi family, I can hardly think of any other force capable of opposing him. And now, the Yi family has suffered such devastating losses. Though you have awakened, young Master Yi, you must not let your guard down. Chu Lanwei's words were both a warning and an expression of her own unease. She didn't know if her choice was right or wrong. After all, by openly appearing with Yi Fan and broadcasting their alliance, she had effectively declared war. There was no turning back now. Yi Fan understood her concerns. Heh, Princess, you underestimate the Yi family too much. Though we've been dealt a heavy blow, we remain the foremost family in Great Xia, with hidden strengths you may not know of. The Heavenly Dragon Army aside, you must have heard of the recent appointment of the Deputy Commander of the Black Tortoise Domain? And let me reveal one more thing. I am the true master behind the Great Xia Jojo Group. Since they were now allies, Yi Fan decided to show Chu Lanwei a glimpse of his power. The Jojo Group dominated the entire Southwest and wielded influence across the nation. With assets in the trillions, countless powerful figures had tried to move against it, only to fail. Rumors claimed the group was backed by that mysterious organization. What? The Jojo Group? So it really is you, the master behind it. The princess's large, doll-like eyes widened in shock. When Su Ishua's family had been boycotted, the Jojo Group had stepped in to assist. At the time, Chu Lanwei had assumed it was merely because Yi Fan had connections with the group's leadership. But if he was its true master, then he must have deep ties to that enigmatic organization behind it. If not its true ruler, then at least a high-ranking member. If Yi Fan had such a relationship with the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, his chances against Prince Jin had just increased significantly. Sure. Keep that to yourself, princess, and you already know about the support from the Wandering Souls, don't you? In truth, Yi Fan had yet another formidable backing, his mother's divine gate. But he hadn't yet established contact with its higher echelons, and he wasn't ready to reveal everything. The servant believes in you, young Master Yi. You will surely succeed. All traces of doubt vanished from Chu Lanwei's eyes, replaced by a sultry haze. Young Master, I am yours now. Come. As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's neck and pulled him down onto the massive stone bed. The sky as their blanket, the earth as their bed. The so-called number 1 seductress under heaven had finally shed all pretense, ready to offer herself to Yi Fan. Faced with such a breathtaking beauty, it would be a lie to say Yi Fan wasn't tempted. But the moment he remembered that Prince Jin was the architect of his family's massacre, his blood boiled with fury. 10 of the Yi family's core members had died by Prince Jin's hand. And according to Chu Lanwei, Yi Fan's current forces still fell short of challenging him. He needed to grow stronger. He needed to consolidate greater power. Only then could he utterly crush Prince Jean. As for the beauty in his arms, Yifan's mind was no longer on her. Princess, let's leave it at that. Once Prince Jean is dealt with, you can thank me properly then. Yifan gently pushed her away, his expression firm and resolute. Huh? He was rejecting her now? For a moment, Chu Lanwei even doubted her own allure. Was she, the so-called #1 seductress under heaven, really so unappealing? Young Master Yi, are you truly passing up this opportunity? There's one more secret I haven't told you. Sleeping with me can extend your lifespan. I'm not joking. Extend life? What do you mean? While examining Chu Lanwei's body earlier, Yifan had already noticed the unusually vibrant life force within her. Could that energy truly prolong a person's lifespan? Chu Lanwei nestled back into Yifan's embrace, pressing her body tightly against his. Young Master Yi, can you feel the intense vitality within me? I don't know why it's there, but one thing is certain. Through close contact, this energy can be transferred, nourishing the other person and rapidly renewing their bodily functions. It can even reverse aging by several years. That's why, despite being in my 30s, I still look like I'm 18. Very few know this secret. Aside from Zhao Cheng, only Prince Jean is aware. So, I suspect Zhao Cheng's death might be related to me. Though she didn't finish her sentence, Yifan understood. If Chu Lanwei truly possessed such an extraordinary ability, granting near immortality, coupled with her reputation as the #1 seductress under heaven, then countless power-hungry men would stop at nothing to claim her, which meant Prince Jin's actions might very well be motivated by a desire to eliminate his brother and seize his sister-in-law. Is that so? Yifan nodded, his interest in Chu Lanwei deepening. Among the women he had encountered, Qiu Wan was a natural-born cultivation furnace due to her innate Dao physique, while Xian Yufei also harbored hidden potential yet to be unlocked. And now, Chu Lanwei possessed this miraculous life-extending ability. Yifan was very tempted to test it out. Young Master Yi, should we give it a try? Chu Lanwei squirmed seductively in his arms, her voice dripping with allure. Am I really so lacking in charm? This is my own choice, you needn't feel burdened. She let her dress slip away, revealing only a thin layer of undergarments that accentuated her breathtaking figure. At this point, Yifan was barely holding back. But the thought of the Yi family's enemies still at large hardened his resolve. Princess Consort, your allure is undeniable. But since your heart is sincere, there's no need to rush. Once I've dealt with Prince Jean and avenged Zhao Cheng, we can explore further. Wouldn't that feel even better? He picked up her discarded clothes and gently draped them over her shoulders. Chu Lanwei froze, a single tear sliding down her cheek. She looked up at Yifan, her gaze filled with emotion. Young Master Yi, thank you. At this moment, her heart truly belonged to him. Her earlier actions, lowering herself, sacrificing her dignity, had been out of desperation. In all of Great Xia, Yifan was her only hope for vengeance. She had resigned herself to fate. After all, what did it matter which man she slept with? And Yifan wasn't even bad-looking. But she never expected him to refuse her when she was at her most vulnerable. Years of hardened resolve melted away in an instant. This was a man worth entrusting her life to. And so, she had to show her sincerity. Brother Fan, I, Chu Lanwei, swear upon my ancestors and clan. From this day forth, I will belong to you alone. If I ever betray this oath, may lightning strike me dead. She raised her hand in solemn vow. Then, with a coy smile, she loosened her robes again. Since you insist on waiting until after we reach the capital to make me yours, at least let me show you why I'm called the #1 seductress under heaven. Before Yifan could react, she sank to her knees before him. Princess Consort, what are you? As the enchanting woman knelt before him, tilting her head up with parted lips, realization dawned on him. Amidst a sea of flowers,
Yifan stood,
while the #1 seductress under heaven knelt. 24 bridges span the moonlit night. Where does the jade beauty sound her flute? Yifan's pupils dilated again and again. Suddenly, the sky seemed bluer, the mountains greener. Like a boat riding the waves, he was swept into crest after crest of ecstasy. When the storm finally subsided, his legs trembled, barely able to support him. Brother Fan. Chu Lanwei rose shyly, her face flushed a deep crimson, her complexion even more radiant than before. So, you also have a special physique?
No wonder.
During their intimate exchange, she had sensed the flickering flames of Yi Fan's inner energy, which had bolstered her own martial power. Likewise, Yi Fan had absorbed the rich life force she transmitted. For now, he could only tell that it enhanced his vitality and youthfulness. But he knew its potential ran far deeper, something to explore another time. That's another secret, Sister Lan. Keep it for me, all right? He pulled her into a tender embrace, even his address for her softening. Don't worry. From now on, as long as I'm here, no one will ever wrong you again. Melting into his chest, she clung to him as if trying to merge into his very being. Once dressed again, Chu Lanwei regained her regal composure, a far cry from the wanton woman who had just serviced a man in the wild. Sister Lan, safeguard the evidence of Prince Jin's role in the Yi family massacre. Once I've settled matters in Huadu and consolidated my forces, I'll march on the capital. When I kill Prince Jin, I want the world to witness his crimes. Though he burned with the urge to storm the capital immediately, Yi Fan knew better. Even as a 7th-rank martial emperor, with the support of the Wandering Souls and the Assassin Division of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, his strength was still insufficient. He needed full control over the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's resources, the reassembly of the Divine Gate's remnants. Only then would he be ready for the final reckoning. Until then, he would dismantle Prince Jin's network piece by piece, eliminating his lackeys and the direct perpetrators behind his 7 brothers' deaths. Understood. Chu Lanwei kissed his cheek. Brother Fan, I'll be waiting for you in the capital. Nodding, Yi Fan glanced at the unconscious Han Mo on the ground before driving Chu Lanwei back to the city. On the way, his phone rang. Young Master Yi, do you remember me? Ren Shuiying, the one you gave the painting to. I heard you're in Huadu. Today's my grandfather's birthday banquet. Will you come? Her voice brimmed with hope.
Ye fan similet.
6 years ago, during a near-fatal mission in the dead of winter, it was Ren Shuiying who had stripped off her own clothes and pressed her bare chest against him, saving his life with her body heat. To this day, he still remembered the golden phoenix tattoo between her breasts. Such a debt could never be forgotten. That was why he had gifted her the painting in Yunqing, and why he knew the Ren family now faced dire straits. Now was the time to repay that kindness. Moreover, securing the Ren family's full support in the southwest would solidify the Yi family's stronghold. Of course I'll come. Send me the address. I'm on my way.
República del Iemen fan libastrams beating Han Macau.
The online viewership soared to over 100 million, and with Guoli's aggressive promotion, nearly 1/10 of the Great Xia population witnessed this absurd spectacle. The so-called idiot of the Yi family, known throughout the nation, had actually beaten Han Mo, the 8th elder of the Great Xia imperial family, into such a miserable state. Most people simply laughed it off, finding it amusing. But for those with vested interests, the impact was like a raging storm. In the Great Xia imperial palace, the young and handsome emperor gazed at the frozen image on the screen and sighed helplessly. Ah, the Yi family situation is giving me a headache. Was it really the right call to tacitly allow Prince Jin's actions back then? Beside him, a young female official spoke solemnly. Your Majesty, you did nothing wrong. The Yi family's influence had grown too vast. It was long overdue for a reduction. Now that the Yi family is clashing with Prince Jin, it might actually work in your favor. The emperor frowned, thinking of his own circumstances. How much longer can I keep my secret hidden? If Prince Jin finds out, can I hold on? The Yi family's patriarch has already arrived in the capital. What's the current situation? The old master is temporarily staying at the Council of Elders. Chief Steward Mo has been blocking him from meeting you, awaiting your final decision. The emperor rubbed his temples in frustration. Send word to Mo Qianqiu. If he can't hold out any longer, let old Master Yi in. There's no point in avoiding this forever. Some appeasement is inevitable. Capital Council of Elders Residence. Yi Changfeng was brandishing a broom, chasing Mo Qianqiu around. Mo Qianqiu, you shameless old fool. If you dare block me from seeing the emperor again, I swear I'll tear this place down. Yi Changfeng had been in the capital for most of the day, watching his grandson stir up one earth-shattering incident after another in Huadu. He was growing impatient. His grandson's actions, Ma family's surrender, the donation of all their forces, Yi Fan beating Han Mo, all worked in the Yi family's favor. Now, this old man had to make some noise of his own to support Yi Fan and bolster his confidence. Old Yi, it's not that I won't let you in. Without the emperor's orders, how could I dare? Besides, you know as well as I do that the issues you're here to resolve won't be settled in a day or two. This is a long-term battle. Mo Qianqiu dodged around a table, exasperated. If Yi Changfeng truly lost his temper, he might actually demolish the council's residence. Though Yi Changfeng's strength had waned to the grandmaster level due to past injuries, few would dare confront him in a real fight. Yi Changfeng's prestige in Great Xia was such that even the emperor had to treat him with utmost respect. Even the Yi family's sworn enemies, who had slaughtered many of its core members, dared not lay a finger on Yi Changfeng. Because Yi Changfeng was the soul of the heavenly dragon army, no, the soul of Great Xia itself. If anything happened to him, the entire nation would tremble, and chaos would erupt. The northern territories would descend into turmoil. 1,000,000 heavenly dragon soldiers might even march on the capital. Yi Changfeng's purpose in coming was simple, to secure a hereditary title for Yi Fan, another layer of protection. With his influence, passing the heavenly dragon army's leadership to Yi Fan was no issue. But it still needed the imperial family's official decree for legitimacy. Moreover, Yi Changfeng wanted answers. Why did the imperial family turn a blind eye when the Yi family was attacked? Initially, he had let it slide. But now that Yi Fan had awakened and the Yi family had a chance to rise again, he would fight for every advantage. The imperial family had to compensate the Yi family. Everyone knew this, which was why the emperor was avoiding him. Both sides were waiting, watching Yi Fan's moves in Huadu. And now, with Yi Fan's overwhelming humiliation of Han Mo, the emperor knew stalling was no longer an option. I don't care. I'm going in now. Either take me there, or I'll carve my way in.
Yi Changfeng's temper flared.
Ring ring. Just then, Mo Qianqiu's phone rang. Wait. It's the emperor's aide. He stopped Yi Changfeng and answered the call. Chief Steward Mo, bring old Master Yi in. Huadu. When Yi Fan brought Chu Lanwei back to the Xia family, Xia Hao and the others were still waiting at the entrance. Xia Hao had seen the live stream of Yi Fan beating Han Mo, young Master Yi. That was bold, but was it wise to humiliate Han Mo like that? Could there be repercussions? He was worried. After all, Han Mo was the 8th elder of Great Xia. Beating him on live stream, in front of millions, was a direct slap to the imperial family's face. Don't worry. The imperial family has no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. Imperial elders weren't supposed to leave the capital without orders, let alone target Yi Fan. This was sheer stupidity. Now that the Yi family was showing signs of resurgence, the imperial family's priority was to distance itself from any blame. Ah! Xia Hao nodded, glancing at Chu Lanwei. Young Master Yi, is Her Highness's illness cured?
Yi Fan simirket.
With my skills? A couple of acupuncture sessions, and she's perfectly fine. Chu Lanwei's cheeks flushed. Acupuncture, my foot. You shameless rogue. Master Xia, thank you for arranging this. Young Master Yi, my gratitude. I must return to the capital. There are matters to attend to. After Chu Lanwei left, Yi Fan turned to Xia Hao. Prepare some gifts for me. I'll be attending Old Master Ren's birthday banquet. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Tonight's banquet would be anything but peaceful. According to his intel, the poison sex Zhuang Chao, Zhou Ming from the capital, as well as the heads of the He and Lu families, and other martial clans would be present. Some were targeting the Ren family. Others, they were coming for him. But Yi Fan had come to Huadu for revenge, to wreak havoc for his second brother. He wasn't afraid. Since the masks were off, the Qin family's fate would serve as a warning. The bigger the chaos he stirred, the smoother his grandfather's negotiations in the capital would go. The neutral factions would know which side to pick. Yi Fan wanted to prove one thing. I'm not an idiot anymore. The problem? After 5 years of playing the fool, the image was ingrained. Even now, when he was clearly lucid, many still treated him like a madman. A car departed from the Xia residence, heading toward Huadu International Airport. Chu Lanwei sat in the back seat, a faint smile playing on her lips. Her trip to Huadu had finally resolved the matters at hand. Yi Fan was far more extraordinary than she had imagined. Remembering the intimate moments they had shared in the flower field, Chu Lanwei blushed again. She had only seen such acts online before, but had never experienced them herself. Men certainly had their preferences. Your Highness, did something pleasant happen? Her maid asked curiously, noticing the princess consort's expression. Ever since Chu Lanwei returned from her outing with Yi Fan, she had been wearing this unconscious smile. It's nothing. Relay my orders. The 13 divisions under Prince Cheng's command, spread across Great Xia, are to obey Yi Fan's directives from this moment onward. To see him is to see me. Yi Fan is their new king, Chu Lanwei declared solemnly. What? The maid gasped in shock. Your Highness, the 13 divisions are the core forces left by the late prince. They're your last line of defense. If you hand them all over to Yi Fan, what if he... What then? In the maid's understanding, such power, capable of shaking half of Great Xia, should remain firmly in Chu Lanwei's hands.
Chu Lanwei's my Philly.
I've already given him my body. What does it matter if I give him these forces too? You gave him your body? Oh my! The maid was utterly stunned. Now she understood why the princess consort had been smiling ever since her return. 4 years, Chu Lanwei had exhausted herself seeking vengeance for Prince Cheng's family. And now, she had sacrificed even more. Understood. I'll issue the orders immediately. Encrypted commands were dispatched across Great Xia, reaching all 13 hidden divisions loyal to Prince Cheng. Has Her Highness finally begun her move? Follow Yi Fan? That fool from the Yi family. Don't call him a fool anymore. Have you ever seen a fool who could thrash Elder Han Mo? We obey Her Highness's orders without question. The 13 divisions were Prince Cheng's most loyal forces, cultivated since childhood. Even after his death, their allegiance to Chu Lanwei remained unshaken. In Huadu, several prominent families also received Chu Lanwei's decree. At the Chao family estate, Patriarch Chao Wanjun studied the command on his phone and smiled faintly. Her Highness's decision to ally with young Master Yi is likely the wisest choice she could make. She's suffered these past few years. I only hope Yi Fan doesn't betray her trust. Since Her Highness has ordered us to submit to Yi Fan's authority, I must make a gesture of goodwill. We can't let him underestimate Prince Cheng's forces. The Gu sect has been active in Huadu for too long, plotting against Yi Fan. It's time for me to intervene. At the airport, Chu Lanwei boarded her plane and gazed out the window at Huadu's skyline, her eyes reflecting quiet resolve. Yi Fan, I've given you everything, myself and all of Prince Cheng's power. Don't disappoint me. When you march on the capital, I'll be waiting to truly become your woman. That day, I'll hold nothing back. You'll experience what it means to be with the world's most enchanting lover. Huadu, Ren family estate, front gate. Ren Shuiying had been waiting at the entrance ever since her call with Yi Fan. Yi Fan was the boy she had saved 6 years ago, the one who had captured her heart. She eagerly anticipated his arrival, knowing he might be the only one who could resolve the crisis facing the Ren family today. Young miss, even if young Master Yi is coming, it'll take time. Why don't you rest inside? I'll wait here for him, her maid suggested.
No.
I'll stay. Ren Shuiying refused gently. After the accident 5 years ago, Yi Fan was left in a daze. Though he's recovered somewhat, he still has moments of confusion. If I'm not here, he might get lost. These were just excuses. When she had last seen Yifan in Yunqing negotiating with a shop owner, there hadn't been a trace of foolishness in him. Moreover, in just 2 days since arriving in Huadu, Yifan had toppled the Qin family and forced the Ma family to surrender, all his doing. Little sister, I don't mean to criticize, but pinning your hopes on a fool isn't realistic. Her elder brother, Ren Buotao, said with a frown. And that fool had the audacity to beat Elder Han Mo. He's made an enemy of the imperial family. Even if the Yi family tries to rise again, the road ahead is fraught with obstacles. How can they protect themselves, let alone you, from offending the ancient martial wind family? Ren Buotao, a talented martial artist in his early 30s, had already reached the grandmaster level and served in the military. Big brother, you don't understand. Yifan's potential is beyond your imagination. No matter what, I'll announce my engagement to him at grandfather's birthday banquet tonight. You'd better prepare for a fallout with the Wind family. Whether he accepts or how he handles it is his business. Ren Shuiying had decided 6 years ago. The moment she recognized Yifan in Yunqing, her heart was set. Her tone left no room for argument. Shuiying, you sigh. This is too reckless. If you cause a scene tonight, how will we manage the aftermath? Though Ren Buotao scolded her, his mind was already racing. How could he control the banquet's proceedings? It would be best if Wen Hanshao and his martial entourage didn't show up at all. After all, Ren Buotao was infamous for being an overprotective brother. I don't get it. You Linglong, Qing Ruolin, all you girls are throwing yourselves at Yifan like moths to a flame. What's so special about him? He recalled the absurd scene at the Yi family funeral, where 7 sisters-in-law had declared their intent to marry Yifan. Perhaps there really was something extraordinary about the man. Well, the banquet hasn't started yet. When Yifan arrives, I'll test him myself. That's fair, isn't it? Ren Buotao wanted to see what made Yifan so remarkable. Big brother, you can test him, but no bullying or hurting him. Got it? Or I'll never forgive you.
Ren Shuiying puttet.
Despite her defiance, she held deep respect for her brother, who had always shielded her. Wow, already taking his side before you're even married? So now that you have a boyfriend, your brother doesn't matter anymore. As the siblings bantered, a car pulled up at the gate. Yifan stepped out, smiling as he approached. Miss Ren, I overheard something about a boyfriend. Since when did you have one? In truth, Yifan was already a 7th-rank martial emperor. If he focused his hearing, he could detect even the faintest movement of an ant within a 500-meter radius. So how could he have missed the conversation between Ren Shuiying and her brother, Ren Buotao? This girl had saved his life 6 years ago, and now he had returned to repay that debt. If Ren Shuiying asked him to offer himself in marriage, Yifan wouldn't refuse. After all, he had lost count of how many wives he already had. One more wouldn't make a difference. Aya, brother fan, don't listen to my brother's nonsense. He's just talking nonsense. Ren Shuiying's face burned with embarrassment. Her cheeks so hot she wished she could vanish into the ground. Though her heart had long belonged to Yifan, having it spoken aloud so bluntly was mortifying. Before arriving, Yifan had already gathered detailed intelligence on the Run family through Han Yoyue's information network. He had to admit, Han Yoyue, granddaughter of the legendary Han Wuji, lived up to her reputation. In just a short time, she had nearly completed setting up an intelligence network spanning the entire Tiannan province. Greetings, elder brother Ren.
Yifan bowed respectfully to Ren Buotao.
Since he was Shuiying's elder brother, basic courtesy was necessary. Humph! Ren Buotao snorted through his nostrils, glaring at the man who dared to steal his sister away. He had no intention of being friendly. Brother! Shuiying scolded, shooting him a sharp look. Only then did Ren Buotao reluctantly speak again. I don't know what my sister sees in you. Can you even hold your liquor? I can drink a little. If elder brother wishes, I'd be happy to drink until we're both under the table. Yifan replied with a faint smile, amused by the familiar dynamic of a son-in-law facing his future brother-in-law. You're not an idiot? Ren Buitao's eyes widened in surprise. Rumors claimed Yifan was a fool, yet their conversation showed no trace of stupidity.
Yifan nodded.
Elder brother, I'll be honest. The image the world sees is merely the one I allow them to see. After the Yi family's massacre, if I hadn't feigned weakness, even the last ember of our bloodline would have been extinguished. But now that I've identified my enemies, there's no need to keep pretending.
Ren Buitao froze.
So the Yi family's young master had been acting all along? No wonder the Yi family's rivals had suffered repeated setbacks. 5 years ago, Yifan had been a prodigious genius. Now that he had awakened, his strength was undoubtedly formidable. Humph. Even so, if you want to marry my sister, you'll have to pass my test first. How much can you drink? Ren Buitao's hostility lessened slightly upon realizing Yifan wasn't a fool. Not much. About this much. Yifan gestured with his hands, indicating a small amount.
Ren Buitao scoffed.
Pathetic. A real man needs more than that. Today, I'll teach you how to drink like one. Steal my sister? I'll make sure you're too drunk to stand. Brother, you promised not to bully him. Shuiying protested, knowing her brother's legendary tolerance. Yifan, refined and scholarly, stood no chance. Stay out of this. I've already agreed not to oppose your relationship. But if he can't handle this small test, he's unworthy of you. Ren Buitao waved her off dismissively. Brother Fan. Shuiying bit her lip. If you can't handle it, don't force yourself. Okay? She regretted summoning Yifan so soon. If he got drunk and embarrassed himself, it would be disastrous. Don't worry. If it makes elder brother happy, I'll drink with him. Yifan flashed her an okay sign and winked. Remember what happened to that shopkeeper in Yun City? Shuiying stiffened. In Yun City, Yifan had swindled a painting worth 30 million for a pittance, leaving the shopkeeper devastated. Was his drinking ability really as weak as he claimed? Suddenly, she began worrying for her brother instead. Judging by Yifan's expression, she already knew the outcome. Her brother was about to be humiliated. The drinking duel. In the Ren family's grand hall, Ren Buitao ordered his men to haul in a massive wine vat. A few side dishes were laid out, but the real focus was the alcohol. It was clear Ren Buitao wouldn't rest until Yifan was flat on the ground. Shuiying could only watch helplessly. Recalling Yifan's past exploits, she was certain her brother would be the one suffering tonight. Yet her foolish brother remained arrogantly confident. Sigh, elder brother, we're drinking from this? Yifan picked up a small wine cup, preparing to pour.
Ren Buitao sneered.
What kind of man drinks from such tiny cups? We use these. He pointed to 2 enormous bowls, no buckets, each holding at least 2 pounds of liquor. This might not be wise. You'll get drunk too quickly, Yifan said with feigned concern. I never wanted to trick my future brother-in-law, but if he insists on digging his own grave, what can I do? What? I'll get drunk? Don't make me laugh. Kid, I was drinking with our father while you were still playing in the mud. How could I lose to you? Let's make a bet. Whoever gets drunk first crawls out of here upside down, barking like a dog. You dare.
Ren Buitao taunted.
Though Yifan was no longer a fool and still commanded respect, Ren Buitao believed the crumbling Yi family could no longer protect the Rens. He hoped to intimidate Yifan into retreating. Little did he know, the forces Yifan had gathered now far surpassed the Yi family's peak strength. With the addition of Chu Lanwei's 13th Division, Yifan's influence was nearly on par with Prince Jin's. Isn't that excessive? Let's just drink without the punishment, Yifan said, exasperated. He had seen people self-sabotage before, but never so blatantly. Shuiying was frantic. Yifan was clearly offering her brother an out. But Ren Buitao mistook it for fear. What's wrong? Scared? If you're too cowardly, leave now and give up on my sister. Then I'll pretend this never happened. His disdain was palpable. If Yifan backed down now, Ren Buitao would despise him forever. Yifan glanced at Shuiying, the girl who had once saved his life. With the Ren family in crisis, retreat was not an option. Heh, I'm not afraid, but don't regret it later. Regret? If I regret it, I'll call you Grandpa. Enough talk. Pour the wine and drink. Renbuetao downed his 2-pound bowl in under 30 seconds. Ha! Your turn.
Ye fan similet faintly.
With a subtle surge of energy, the wine in his bowl spiraled upward like a twisting dragon, streaming smoothly into his mouth. The technique, dragon siphon, was executed with effortless grace, and just like Renbuetao, he finished in 30 seconds. Renbuetao's eyes widened. He can drink like this too. The skill and precision suggested far more experience than Yifan had let on. But Renbuetao refused to acknowledge it. Humph! Flashy tricks mean nothing. Again. The second bowl. Renbuetao and Yifan finished their drinks almost simultaneously. After 2 bowls of liquor, though Renbuetao had a decent alcohol tolerance, he was already feeling the effects. His face was flushed red, and his speech was beginning to slur. In contrast, Yifan remained completely unfazed, his expression calm and composed. Brother, how about we call it a draw and stop here? Yifan, after all, possessed the strength of a martial emperor. His body was impervious to all poisons. How could a few pounds of liquor possibly intoxicate him? Renbuetao, however, sensed something was off. Kid, you're something else. Didn't expect you to hold your liquor so well. Ha! Let's see how long you can last. A draw? No way. When it comes to drinking, I, Renbuetao, have never backed down from anyone. Again. With that, he raised another bowl and downed it in one go. Truth be told, 3 pounds of liquor was Renbuetao's usual limit. By the 3rd bowl, his body swayed unsteadily, and his words became even more garbled. Your turn. If you can't drink, just admit defeat and get the hell out of the Ren family. You think we want this? You think father and grandfather actually want to sacrifice Shuang's happiness and marry her off to that scum Feng Hanxiao? We have no choice. The Ren family is in trouble. We need the Feng family's support, or we're finished. Damn it! That bastard Feng Hanxiao making me serve him food was bad enough. Pouring his drinks, moving his chairs, I could tolerate that. But he even made me put on his shoes. What kind of shit is that? When he sits, father has to stand, tiptoeing around him like a servant. I've had enough. Kid, you'd better step up. If you can take down Feng Hanxiao, I'll support you. I'm counting on you. Drunk and swaying, Renbuetao let loose a stream of curses, but his words revealed the truth in his heart. Ren Shuang had indeed been forced into an agreement with the Feng family, but none of the Rens were happy about it. Not a single one. Feng Hanxiao? Yifan recognized the name. Back in Yun City, at Su Ishua's factory, the Taoist priest Yen had set up the 8 Sons Morning Mother formation, attempting to deploy the 7 Stars Annihilation Array against Su Ishua. After Yifan subdued him, Yen confessed that the mastermind behind it all was Feng Hanxiao, the young master of the ancient martial Feng family. Yifan had yet to settle the score with Feng Hanxiao for targeting Su Ishua's family. Now, it seemed the bastard had set his sights on the Ren family as well? Fine. New grudges, old debts. He'd settle them all at once. Don't worry, big brother. As long as I'm here, Shuang won't suffer the slightest grievance. If she doesn't want to marry anyone, she won't have to. Yifan glanced at Ran Shuang beside him and even gave her a playful wink. Humph, this brother fan is so bad.
Ren Shuang muttert under Herr Bred. Herr Tiks flushing.
Yifan's alcohol tolerance was clearly exceptional, yet he'd pretended to be weak, luring her brother into recklessly charging ahead. No one could stop him. Big brother, you're drunk. Should we stop for today? Yifan could tell that Ren Shuang's brother, Renbuetao, wasn't a bad person at heart. Drunk? Who's drunk? I'm not drunk. Come on. Keep drinking. Pour the wine. Gulp. After the 4th bowl, Renbuetao could no longer stand straight. He swayed dangerously, on the verge of collapsing to the floor. Yifan quickly reached out to steady him. Big brother, you're really drunk. Someone, help him back to rest. I'm not drunk. Get lost. Renbuetao waved off the approaching bodyguards and slung an arm around Yifan's shoulders. Brother-in-law, let's keep drinking. You You're my kind of guy. Once we're drunk enough, you'll be my dad, my grandpa. Hell, not just my sister. Heh, even my wife can be yours. Renbuetao's boldness knew no bounds, even suggesting sharing his wife. Yi Fan was speechless, while Ren Shuiying blushed furiously. Big brother, what nonsense are you spouting? It's not nonsense. Better to have you as my brother-in-law than that bastard Feng Hanshao, right? Otherwise, if Shuiying marries that scum, we'll all be dogs. They say drunk men speak sober thoughts. Renbuetao was a perfect example. Though his words were rambling, the underlying logic was sound. Even if it meant sharing his wife with Yi Fan, wasn't that better than the entire Ren family becoming the Feng family's lapdogs? Enough! A thunderous roar echoed from the hall's entrance as a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit strode in. Renbuetao, you're making a fool of yourself. Get out. Dad? You're here. Renbuetao's gaze was bleary, but he recognized the man. Am I drunk? How can I be drunk? Ha! Kid. Good brother-in-law. You outdrank me. A real man. Losing to you isn't shameful.
I bet.
Woof. 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 To everyone's shock, Renbuetao actually began barking like a dog. Then, with a dramatic flourish, he flipped upside down, supporting himself on his hands, and started crawling out of the hall on all fours, still barking. Holy fucking hell. Renbuetao's father, Ren Zhenghua, turned ashen. Damn it. How did I raise such a disgrace? You disgrace. Ren Zhenghua's face twitched with rage. If not for Yi Fan's presence, he might have kicked Renbuetao flying on the spot. The idiot couldn't hold his liquor, yet he'd insisted on a drinking contest. Yi Fan had even suggested calling it off, but Renbuetao had stubbornly pushed on. Ren Zhenghua had been observing discreetly ever since Yi Fan and Ren Shuiying arrived. But as Renbuetao's antics grew increasingly absurd, he had no choice but to intervene. Someone drag him out and get him sobered up. With so many guests to attend to that evening, how could he let his son roam around drunk? Yes, sir. The bodyguards, sensing their master's fury, hurried forward to assist. Thud! Before they could reach him, Renbuetao, his arms weakened by alcohol, collapsed face first onto the floor, howling in pain. Yet he still waved them off. Stay back. I'll kill anyone who touches me. Ren Zhenghua wished he could cover his face in shame. I don't know this man. The embarrassment is too much. Ren Shuiying stood awkwardly, unsure what to do. Yi Fan smiled faintly and nodded at Ren Zhenghua. Let me handle it. I know a bit of medicine. I can help sober him up. As he spoke, he stepped forward, gripping Renbuetao's shoulder and effortlessly lifting him. Before Renbuetao could react, Yi Fan channeled a surge of powerful martial energy into his body. Whoosh! Under the force of Yi Fan's energy, fine streams of liquid shot out from Renbuetao's pores, 360 in total. Guided by Yi Fan's control, the droplets coalesced into floating orbs before landing neatly in the bowls on the table. A whiff confirmed it. The expelled liquid was the alcohol Renbuetao had just consumed, this shaping energy into form, manipulating objects from a distance. This was the power of at least a peak martial grandmaster, if not a martial emperor. Could Yi Fan truly be that formidable? Ren Zhenghua was stunned. If Yi Fan had already reached the martial emperor level, and if he had truly awakened, then everything he had done before could no longer be dismissed as reckless nonsense. Every move Yi Fan made in Cloud City and Flower City had been part of a deliberate plan. Even when he publicly beat Elder Han Mo during the live broadcast, most people assumed he had lost his mind, that he had gone mad. And that was why he dared to provoke the imperial family. But now it was clear. Yi Fan had his own agenda all along. If this were truly the case, then perhaps Shuiying's choice to side with Yi Fan wasn't a bad decision after all. After all, compared to Feng Hanshao, Yi Fan's attitude toward the Ren family was 1,000 times better. Ren Zhenghua turned to his daughter, Ren Shuiying, to see if she knew about Yi Fan's true strength. To his surprise, Shuiying was also gaping in shock at the scene before her. Ugh, what's going on? Why is there a bump on my head? And why does it hurt? The alcohol in Ren Boitao's system had been forcibly expelled by Yi Fan's martial energy, instantly sobering him up. Now fully aware of the throbbing lump on his head, he began muttering in confusion. Huh? What's the deal? Yi Fan, why is the wine in this bowl still full? Did you pull some trick and not drink it? Unable to bear his son's embarrassing behavior any longer, Ren Zhenghua kicked him hard in the rear. Get out! Once Boitao had scurried away, Ren Zhenghua bowed slightly to Yi Fan. My apologies, young Master Yi. I hope you weren't too offended. Not at all. We're practically family, and Brother Boitao is just being his honest self. Yi Fan smirked, casting a glance at Shuiying beside him. At the mention of family, her cheeks flushed red. Seeing his daughter's reaction and recalling her earlier words, Ren Zhenghua sighed inwardly. It was obvious where Shuiying's heart lay, but even if Yi Fan was strong enough now, could the Yi family truly rise again? Could they withstand the imperial family's suppression and the deadly schemes of their enemies? Choosing the Feng family wouldn't end well for the Ren family either. Given Feng Hanxiao's temperament, the Ren family would likely be treated like dogs. But if they sided with the Yi family, could they survive the storm ahead? Ren Zhenghua was torn. Should he take the gamble? Uncle Ren, I've prepared a small gift for the old master's birthday. Please accept it. With a wave of Yi Fan's hand, several bodyguards carried in crates of carefully selected treasures, jade artifacts, coral, and other rare items. It was clear that Xia Hao had put great effort into selecting these gifts. But for a major family like the Wrens, while these items were valuable, they weren't exactly scarce. Young Master Yi, you honor us with your presence and such generous gifts. The Ren family is deeply grateful. Ren Zhenghua glanced at the presents, worth at least tens of millions, and acknowledged Yi Fan's sincerity. Yet, his tone remained formal, merely welcoming Yi Fan as a guest rather than embracing him as an ally. Yi Fan smirked again and nodded to his driver. Uncle Ren, there's one more gift I believe you'll find indispensable. The driver handed over a document folder. When Ren Zhenghua opened it, his eyes widened in disbelief. A cooperation contract with Jojo Group for the Sun City project. How is this possible? The Ren family's current crisis revolved around this very project, a multi-billion-dollar venture that required Jojo Group's partnership. The Wrens had already poured vast resources, cash flow, and connections into it. Success would elevate them to a dominant superfamily in the Southwest, far beyond their current first-tier status. But failure would mean bankruptcy, a fall from grace with no chance of recovery. Despite exhausting all connections, the Wrens had failed to secure even a meeting with Jojo Group's general manager, Su Hai. It was only after Feng Hanxiao claimed he could negotiate the deal that the Ren family agreed to his engagement with Shuiying. Yet now, Yi Fan had effortlessly delivered the signed contract, complete with Pang Hai's signature and Jojo Group's official seal. The lifeline of the Ren family, settled just like that? It was almost too smooth, too unbelievable. Young Master Yi, is this contract real? Ren Zhenghua couldn't help but voice his doubt. Would Yi Fan really play such a cruel joke? A fake contract would serve no purpose. Your skepticism is understandable, Uncle Ren. But rest assured, tonight, at the Old Master's banquet, President Pang Hai and General Manager Su Hai will personally attend. You can verify its authenticity with them then. Earlier, when Yi Fan had discussed the partnership with Su Hai, the latter relayed Pang Hai's intentions. Since Yi Fan had publicly announced his awakening, Pang Hai, as the chief steward of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, felt it necessary to meet his master in person. Coinciding with the Ren Patriarch's birthday banquet, Yi Fan arranged for their attendance, both to reunite and to bolster the Ren family's prestige. What? President Pang and Manager Su are coming? Though the Ren family was considered a first-tier power in Flower City, their influence had waned due to the Patriarch's declining health. Ordinary first-tier families might attend out of courtesy, but superfamilies and giants like Jojo Group were beyond their reach. Indeed.
Yi Fan nodded.
Now, Ren Zhenghua was beginning to believe. If Pang Hai appeared in person tonight, Then Feng Hanxiao's claim of securing the deal would be put to the test. Whose side would Pang Hai take? The confrontation would be explosive. Young Master Yi, why are you helping the Ren family like this? Yi Fan's generosity was almost excessive. Ren Zhenghua couldn't fathom his motives. He knew his daughter was beautiful, but would a man of Yi Fan's stature lack for beautiful women? After all, Yi Fan already had 7 sisters-in-law publicly vowing to marry him. Shui Ying's beauty alone couldn't justify such risks. Heh. As for the reason, Yi Fan turned to Shui Ying with a faint smile. That depends on what Shui Ying has to say. With all the groundwork laid, the next move was hers. Shui Ying's face flushed with shyness. This bad guy, making me take the initiative like this. But she also knew Yi Fan was too exceptional. If she didn't act now, she might never get another chance. Steeling herself, she stepped forward, looped her arm through Yi Fan's, and declared firmly before her father, "Dad, the reason is simple. I want to marry brother Yi. Consider everything he's done for us as my dowry. Is that enough?" Although Ren Zhenghua had long anticipated the outcome, hearing his daughter confess it directly still left a bitter taste in his mouth. Indeed, a grown daughter is like spilled water, impossible to reclaim. 6 years ago, this girl's heart had already been stolen by Yi Fan. From what Yi Fan had demonstrated so far, there seemed to be a glimmer of hope for him to prevail. Since his daughter favored Yi Fan, perhaps granting her wish was the right choice after all. Why not take a gamble? Uncle Ren, the truth is, I want to repay a kindness. Yi Fan's expression turned solemn. 6 years ago, on that fateful night, Shui Ying saved me when I was on the brink of death. A life-saving grace is impossible to repay. Since she's willing, all I can offer is myself in return. He delivered his words with unwavering resolve. So, if you have no objections, from now on, the Ren family's matters will be as much my responsibility as those of my 7 sisters-in-law. Let me make this clear. As long as I, Yi Fan, am here, the Ren family will never suffer injustice. His declaration was firm and resolute, carrying such conviction that even Ren Zhenghua felt moved by his passion. 5 years ago, Yi Fan had been a prodigious genius. Now, after awakening, his strength had surpassed the martial emperor level. Moreover, if he could handle Pang Hai, it meant he could mobilize the mysterious forces behind him. With such power at his disposal, he was undoubtedly a match for Feng Hanxiao. The gamble was worth it. Very well. Since the two of you are devoted to each other, this old man won't stand in the way. I give you my blessing.
Ren Xingguo exhaled deeply.
However, you must understand, tonight's birthday banquet for the family patriarch won't go smoothly. Countless influential families across the Southwest are waiting to witness the Ren family's downfall, eager to carve up our estate like vultures. Some may even openly challenge us at the feast. Most critically, by taking Shui Ying, you've crossed Feng Hanxiao. He won't let this slide easily. The patriarch is critically ill, confined to a wheelchair. If only he could recover and move freely again, perhaps he might still command some respect. But as things stand, his voice trailed off as he studied Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, can you truly handle these troubles? The patriarch's birthday banquet had been a thorn in Ren Zhenghua's side for ages. He had agonized endlessly. Should they even hold it? The upside was that it would signal to the other families that the Ren patriarch was still alive, that the Ren clan still had a pillar of strength. The old man's reputation might yet deter challengers. But the downside? Chaos would inevitably erupt, and the Ren family, in its current weakened state, might not be able to suppress it. Yet not hosting it would be even worse. The Ren family would only watch helplessly as their influence eroded, until they faded into obscurity. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Ren Zhenghua had resolved to proceed with the banquet. Rest assured, Uncle Ren, Yi Fan replied with calm confidence. With me here, the heavens won't collapse. In truth, some of the families attending tonight, like the He's, were ones Yi Fan wanted to confront. After all, while Qin Shou had already been dealt with, He Chong remained in Yi Fan's custody. As for the rest, they were inconsequential in his eyes. The only wild card was Feng Hanxiao, the scion of an ancient martial family. Yi Fan was eager to face Feng personally and uncover what schemes he had been weaving, particularly his use of dark Maoshan sorcery against the Su family. As for the patriarch's ailment, that's no issue either. In fact, it's one of the reasons I came today, Yi Fan continued earnestly. Regardless of whether you approved of Shui Ying's feelings, I would have arranged the contract and treated him regardless. His message was unambiguous. Everything he did was to repay a debt of gratitude. Had Ren Zhenghua lacked the courage to readily consent to Yi Fan marrying Shui Ying, this would have marked the end of Yi Fan's obligation. But Ren Zhenghua's approval signaled something far greater. The Ren family had now secured a golden lifeline. Could this truly be the Ren clan's moment of ascension? A surge of excitement flashed through Ren Zhenghua's heart. If everything Yi Fan claimed were true, then aligning with him might be the shrewdest decision he had ever made. Yet doubts still gnawed at him. Yi Fan knows medicine? That's excellent news. Ren Zhenghua sighed, though skepticism crept into his tone. Then let's trouble him to diagnose the patriarch. Was this young man overpromising? He claimed familiarity with Pang Hai, the ability to secure contracts, strength surpassing the martial emperor level, and now mastery over medicine with guarantees of a full recovery. Yi Fan was barely 20. Even if he were a once-in-a-century genius, it was impossible to excel simultaneously in so many fields at such a tender age. Instantly, regret pricked at Ren Zhenghua's heart. Had he acted too hastily? But beside him, Ren Shuiying gazed at Yi Fan with absolute faith. "Dad, don't worry," she chimed in, clinging to Yi Fan's arm affectionately. "Once Brother Fan takes action, Grandpa will recover instantly. Who knows? He might even walk out radiantly tonight, shocking all those waiting to pounce." Let's hope so," Ren Zhenghua murmured, though his earlier enthusiasm had cooled. Yi Fan, inheritor of the Dragon Seal Ring's legacy, noticed the shift in mood but remained unfazed. Actions would speak louder than words. Before arriving, he had already thoroughly investigated the Ren family. The patriarch had suffered a car accident years earlier, rendering him wheelchair-bound and plagued by intermittent headaches. Though nominally still the Southwest's overlord, his inability to manage affairs had quietly forced him into retirement. Yet if he were restored to health now, the Ren family's stature would soar overnight. Scene shift. The patriarch's courtyard. As Yi Fan, Ren Zhenghua, and Ren Shuiying entered the patriarch's courtyard, they encountered Ren Shuiying's second and third uncles, already gathered there. "What, big brother, you're letting a fool treat the patriarch? Have you lost your mind?" Ren Zhengchao's second uncle sprang to his feet in outrage. "I've already invited the legendary physician Thunder Supreme, and you bring this clown to disrupt things? This is madness." Thunder Supreme? A faint smirk touched Yi Fan's lips. If Thunder Supreme showed up here, the night would certainly get interesting. "Second uncle, Brother Fan has recovered. He's not a fool anymore," Ren Shuiying shot back protectively. "His medical skills are exceptional. There's no harm in letting him examine Grandpa." "Ha! Easy for you to say."
Ren Xingyao sneerede.
"Do you realize the stakes? While Father still breathes, those jackals hesitate. If anything happens to him tonight, can you imagine the consequences?" His concerns weren't unfounded.
Ren Xingue wavered.
"Shuiying, perhaps we should wait for Thunder Supreme? If even he can't help, then..." Unbeknownst to them, Thunder Supreme had agreed to intervene solely because he knew of Yi Fan's ties to the Ren family. Before Shuiying could reply, Yi Fan interjected, "No need for Thunder Supreme. He won't be able to cure this. The patriarch's channels are blocked. Only I can treat him." "What?" Yi Fan's words left everyone present stunned. Ren Zhenghua couldn't help but frown. Arrogant. Too arrogant. A young man in his early 20s actually dared to look down on Great Xia's divine physician, Lei Qianjue. It was fine for a young man to be a little arrogant, but being this insolent, disrespecting everyone, was simply unacceptable. Ren Zhenghua sighed inwardly, realizing that he might have misjudged Yi Fan. Though Yi Fan had some talent, His boastful and overbearing attitude would likely prevent him from achieving greatness. Shuiying. See? You still claim he's not an idiot. Second Uncle Ren Zhengchao shook his head. Tell me, what sane person would be so brazen as to disregard divine physician Lei? If even Lei Qianjue can't cure father, how could a fool possibly succeed? I firmly oppose letting Yi Fan lay a single finger on our father. If something goes wrong, no one can bear the responsibility. Ren Zhenghua remained silent, clearly agreeing with his brother's words. After all, Yi Fan's confidence was far too exaggerated. Meanwhile, third Uncle Ren Zhengyu, who had stayed quiet until now, finally spoke. Eldest brother, second brother. To be honest, I think you're both making a fuss. Wasn't the doctor I invited, Dr. Mike, perfectly fine? Yet you insisted on bringing in outsiders. In my opinion, none of this will work. Sooner or later, you'll have to ask me to bring Dr. Mike back. As he spoke, a faint, sinister smile flickered across his lips. Though subtle, Yi Fan caught it immediately. The moment he had entered the room, Yi Fan had already scanned Old Master Ren's condition. While the blocked meridians in his legs were indeed due to blood stasis, there was an even more severe issue. The old man had been poisoned. Not just any poison, but a slow-acting compound toxin that had been accumulating in his body for at least 5 years. Over time, the poison had been eroding the old man's vitality. If left unchecked, he could die at any moment. At first, Yi Fan had wondered how someone could poison the old man under such tight security. But after seeing third Uncle Ren Zhengyu's expression, everything became clear. So, the Ren family's decline wasn't just due to external factors. The real problem lay within. The third son had likely colluded with outside forces, plotting to kill his own father. Judging by the situation, tonight was likely the final stage of their plan. However, second Uncle Ren Zhengchao's sudden invitation of Lei Qianjue, followed by Ren Shuiying bringing Yi Fan, had temporarily delayed Ren Zhengyu's scheme. Enough! Stop arguing. We'll wait for divine physician Lei to arrive and assess the situation. Ren Zhenghua cut off the debate with a firm tone. Cough! Cough! Just as he finished speaking, old Master Ren, who had been lying in bed, suddenly began coughing violently. His body convulsed, and he spat out several mouthfuls of black blood. Grandpa, are you okay? Father! Ren Shuiying, Ren Zhenghua, and the two uncles rushed to the bedside in panic, shaking the old man's arms. Yi Fan's expression darkened as he spoke gravely. Let me treat him now. If we delay any longer, his condition will deteriorate to the point of fatal blood reflux. The old man's critical state wasn't due to the car accident years ago. It was entirely because of the poison administered by his third son, which had corroded his bodily functions. This brother Fan. Ren Shuiying bit her lip in worry. Dad, maybe we should let brother Fan try. Get out. Before Ren Zhenghua could respond, third Uncle Ren Zhengyu snapped. What nonsense is this fool spouting? Shuiying, take him outside. Don't let him pollute the air and disturb father's breathing.
Ren Zhenghua sighed.
Shuiying, take Yi Fan out for now. We'll wait for divine physician Lei. Having lost faith in Yi Fan, he refused to let him intervene, even as his father's condition worsened. Yi Fan shook his head helplessly. Fine. He'd wait until Lei Qianjue arrived and failed. But before leaving, he discreetly flicked a silver needle into one of the old man's meridians, temporarily locking his vitality and slowing the poison's spread. He wasn't sure when Lei Qianjue would arrive, and if the old man died before then, Yi Fan couldn't bear it. Once outside, Ren Shuiying turned to Yi Fan apologetically. Brother Fan, I'm sorry. My father and uncles don't trust you yet, but I'll find a way to convince them. She had fallen for Yi Fan 6 years ago, and after reuniting in Yunqing, she was determined to marry him. Seeing him dismissed like this pained her. It's fine.
Yi Fan similed indifferently.
Given my past as the village idiot, it's natural they'd need time to adjust. You say that, but my brother suffered so much because of you. Ren Shuiying pouted, recalling Yi Fan's masterful acting.
Ye fan shuruk.
I really didn't mean to trick him. I tried stopping him multiple times, but he kept challenging me to drink.
Rein suing notit.
I know. He's been under so much pressure. The Ren family has been declining, and that scumfong Hanshao treated us like dogs. At least today, thanks to you, he finally vented his frustrations. Yifan grinned, pulling her into a gentle embrace. Don't worry. From now on, I'll protect you. Just like you protected me 6 years ago. The moment their bodies touched, Ren Shuiying felt that familiar warmth radiating from him, soothing her. Her eyes grew hazy as she gazed at his handsome face. Her lips parted slightly, and she leaned in for a kiss. Master, you're already here? A sudden voice shattered the moment. A security guard stood at the courtyard entrance, accompanied by an elderly man. Ren Shuiying's eyes widened in shock. Divine physician lei? The old man was none other than Great Xia's legendary healer, Lei Chenjue. Indeed. Wait, what did you just call Brother Fan? Master? Did I hear that right? Ren Shuiying's mind reeled. Lei Chenjue, the divine physician, just addressed Yi Fan as his master. If even Lei Chenjue bowed to Yi Fan's medical expertise, just how formidable was Yi Fan's skill. And yet, her father and uncles still doubted him. Exactly. Young Master Yi is my master. The Ghost Valley 13 Needles. All of it was taught to me by him. Lei Chenjue spoke with deep reverence. Of course, I had no idea just how skilled my master's medical techniques were before. He paused briefly before continuing. But I'm curious. If my master, with his incredible medical skills, is standing right here, why did you still call for me? If even he can't cure the old master's illness, then my presence is pointless. Before Ren Shuiying could respond, Yifan shrugged and sighed. Well, they don't trust me. What can I do? Go ahead and take a look. The old master's condition is critical. Not only is there a blockage of stagnant blood, but toxins have also accumulated in his body. If you can handle it, great. If not, call me back. They don't trust Master? Lei Chenjue gave Ren Shuiying a strange look, his mind filled with confusion. If even Master can't cure a patient, what hope do I have? After all, Yifan had only taught him 2 moves from the Ghost Valley 13 Needles. Yet Lei Chenjue had already cured countless incurable diseases with them, and his master still possessed even more lost techniques. All right. With a nod to Yifan, Lei Chenjue hurried into the courtyard. Left behind, Ren Shuiying stood frozen in the yard, stunned. The Great Xia's divine physician actually called Yifan master to his face? This isn't a joke. Had she not seen and heard it herself, she would never have believed it. Brother Fan, you? She almost laughed. This is absurd. What were father and second uncle thinking? They rejected the master of the Great Xia's divine physician and insisted on having the disciple treat grandfather instead.
Ye fan similet faintly.
That's just how it is. A while back, Physician Lei insisted on kneeling and begging to become my disciple. I had no choice but to agree and exchange some medical knowledge with him. Sigh. Brother Fan, you? Ren Shuiying was speechless. She was almost certain that Lei Chenjue wouldn't be able to cure her grandfather. Sooner or later, they'd have to ask Yifan to step in. And when that happens, where will second uncle, third uncle, and father hide their faces? This troublemaker. By the way, Shuiying, can you contact that Dr. Mike your third uncle mentioned? Call him over. I have some questions for him later. Also, tighten security in the Ren family's backyard. No suspicious personnel should be allowed in. Yifan was determined to expose Mike and Ren Zhengyu's conspiracy on the spot. Got it. Though she didn't fully understand his reasoning, Ren Shuiying now trusted Yifan completely. She immediately ordered the Ren family's bodyguards into action. Inside the courtyard, the arrival of Lei Chenjue brought a wave of relief to the tense atmosphere in the bedroom. Divine Physician Lei, you're finally here. Please take a look. Father just vomited blood and was convulsing earlier. He's only stabilized slightly now. Since Lei Chenjue had been invited by second uncle Ren Zhengchao, the latter eagerly stepped forward, his tone brimming with pride. Humph! A waste of effort. Third uncle Ren Zhengyu snorted disdainfully from the side. Eldest uncle Ren Jinghua's expression darkened. Though he currently held the Ren family's authority, the three brothers were still locked in a silent power struggle. While their father still drew breath, the second and third brothers might obey Ren Zhenghua. But once the old man passed, all bets were off. Understood. Having witnessed Yi Fan and Ren Shuiying's closeness earlier, Lei Qianjue knew the old master was his future master's wife's grandfather. So he didn't dare slack off. He swiftly began checking the old man's pulse and examining his legs. After a short while, his diagnosis matched Yi Fan's exactly. The paralysis in the legs was caused by stagnant blood blocking the meridians, something the first 3 needles of the Ghost Valley 13 needles could easily resolve. But the real problem was the accumulated toxins in the old man's body, which had reached a critical threshold. Lei Qianjue pricked the old man's skin with a silver needle and tasted the blood. This isn't right. His brows furrowed in deep thought. Given the toxin levels in the blood, the old master should already be dead. Yet not only was he clinging to life, his vitality even seemed to be strengthening. How? Turning the old man over, Lei Qianjue soon spotted a golden needle embedded in the Dantian acupoint on his chest. Golden needle lifelock. His heart shuddered. This was another lost technique from the divine farmer's medical canon. It used the power of the 5 elements to seal a dying person's life force, buying time for treatment. No doubt, this is Master's work. These idiots didn't even realize Master had already begun treatment right under their noses. The situation was dire. With his current skills, Lei Qianjue could unblock the stagnant blood and restore leg function. But doing so would fully activate the old man's blood circulation, instantly spreading the toxins throughout his body. At that point, nothing could save him. And as for the golden needle lifelock, Lei Qianjue had only heard of it. He had no idea how it worked, let alone dared to tamper with it. Divine Physician Lei, how is my father? Ren Zhengchao asked hopefully. If Lei Qianjue succeeded, he'd be credited with a great deed. Extremely critical. He could die at any moment. Lei Qianjue removed his gloves, his grave tone sending chills down their spines. Then, can you treat him? Money is no object. Lei Qianjue shook his head. This isn't about money. My skills are insufficient. I can't cure him. What? Ren Zhenghua and Ren Zhengchao paled. If their father didn't survive the day, the Ren family would collapse. Only Ren Zhengyu smirked in the corner. But my master can. Just as despair set in, Lei Qianjue's words reignited their hope. Please, where is your master? Bring him here at once. We'll pay any price. Very well. In under 20 seconds, Lei Qianjue returned with Yi Fan and Ren Shuiying in tow. The moment Ren Zhengyu saw Yi Fan, his face twisted in fury. Shuiying, why did you bring this fool back? I told you not to let him interfere. Though he dismissed Yi Fan as an idiot, the latter's sharp gaze unsettled him deeply. You bastard! Who the hell are you calling a fool? Show some respect to my master, or I'll cut you down right here. Believe it! Before anyone could react, Lei Qianjue exploded, whipping out a blade and pressing it against Ren Zhengyu's throat. Holy shit! Ren Zhengyu was startled by the sudden appearance of the battle blade, his whole body trembling in fear. After all, Lei Qianjue was also a martial artist at the Mastery Realm. The moment his blade moved, an icy, murderous aura erupted from it, dropping the room's temperature by several degrees. Grandmaster Lei, please calm down. Don't be rash. Ren Zhengyu hastily scrambled away from the blade's edge, only breathing a sigh of relief once he was several meters away. The stunned Ren Zhenghua and Ren Jingchao finally snapped out of their daze, stammering, Gee, Grandmaster Lei, what do you mean? Your master? Who is your master? As he spoke, Ren Zhengchao glanced at Yi Fan, recalling what the young man had said when he left the room earlier. Only I can cure the old master's illness. Deep down, Ren Zhengchao already had an answer. Damn it, this can't be that cliché. Can it? That fool from the Yi family, Yi Fan, is actually Lei Qianjue's master. Ren Zhenghua had also reached the same conclusion, his heart pounding wildly. Holy hell! If Yifan really was Lei Chenjua's master, then his medical skills… Damn, I really was blind. Such an incredible doctor had been standing right in front of them, and they hadn't believed him? Ren Zhenghua's thoughts ran even deeper. If someone as renowned and respected as Lei Chenjue was willing to bow to Yifan as his disciple, then Yifan's influence must be terrifyingly vast. As the head of the Ren family, no matter how capable I am, could I possibly have better judgment than Lei Chenjue? Damn it all. I almost missed out on a golden opportunity. Are you blind? Young Master Yi is my master. You idiots actually doubted him? If it weren't for my master's relationship with his wife and his unwillingness to hold a grudge, you'd have nowhere left to cry. Apologize to him now, or I swear I'll chop you to pieces. Lei Chenjue had a fiery temper and didn't hold back, berating Ren Zhengchao mercilessly. Ren Zhengchao could only listen meekly, not daring to retort. Grandmaster Lei is right. We were wrong. With Lei Chenjue personally confirming Yifan's identity, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, all three Ren brothers, including Ren Zhenghua, had doubted Yifan, even allowing the third brother to dismiss him as a fool. But now, even Grandmaster Lei couldn't cure the old master's illness. Only Yifan could. Young Master Yi, we were rude to you earlier. Please forgive us. Ren Zhengchao was the first to step forward, bowing deeply in apology. At this point, Ren Zhengchao finally understood. The so-called fool of the Yi family had long since awakened. Not only was his combat prowess terrifying, but his medical skills were also godly. Whether out of genuine remorse or desperation to save his father, Ren Zhengchao had no choice but to lower his head. Beside him, Ren Zhenghua also looked embarrassed. Young Master Yi, my attitude earlier, I apologize. His offense had been relatively minor. He hadn't directly insulted Yifan, but had failed to defend him when his brothers had mocked him. Yifan had never intended to hold it against them. Besides, Ren Zhenghua was Ren Shuiying's father, his future father-in-law. Naturally, Yifan wouldn't make things difficult for him. Uncle Ren, you're too kind. It's understandable. I'm young after all. It's only natural for people to doubt my skills. As he spoke, Yifan reached out to steady Ren Zhenghua and Ren Zhengchao. But personal attacks, calling me a fool? That's going too far. Then, his gaze turned toward third uncle Ren Zhengyu. This man was problematic. Not only had he been the most vicious in mocking Yifan, but he had also treated him like absolute trash, as if he didn't even deserve to be there. Yifan would still save the old master, of course he would. But Ren Zhengyu's attitude needed to be addressed first. What are you looking at? Humph. Don't tell me you expect an apology from me. Ren Zhengyu tried to sound defiant, but his voice wavered slightly. On one hand, he was genuinely afraid Lei Chenjue might actually swing that blade at him. On the other hand, he was terrified his own schemes might be exposed. His plans weren't fully in place yet. If the things he'd done to his father came to light, he'd be finished. You insolent brat. You think you can get away without apologizing? Dream on.
Ren Xinggu rot, stortling Ren Xinggu.
You were the one who insulted him the most. Yifan is my daughter's boyfriend. How dare you trample on him like that? Apologize now. Now that Ren Zhenghua had recognized Yifan's true capabilities, he knew everything the young man had said earlier, whether about securing the Jojo Group contract, his confidence in dealing with Feng Hanxiao, or his ability to cure the old master was no empty boast. This son-in-law was the real deal. Naturally, Ren Zhenghua would stand up for him. His sudden change in attitude was almost comically transparent. But Yifan saw through it without comment. That was just how the world worked. Respect was earned through value. If you couldn't provide it, you wouldn't receive it. Elder brother, Despite his scheming, Ren Zhengyu still feared his eldest brother and father. Under Ren Zhenghua's scolding, he quickly caved. Third brother, what the hell are you hesitating for? Hurry up and apologize. Do you want father to die? Ren Zhengchao, seeing his brother's reluctance, also snapped. Meanwhile, Lei Chenjue swung his blade through the air with a sharp whoosh. His murderous gaze locked onto Ren Zhengyu. Trembling, Ren Zhengyu knew he had no choice. If he didn't bow his head now, he wouldn't make it out of this room alive. I am sorry, young Master Yi. I shouldn't have called you a fool, trash. I'm the trash. I'm the worthless one. As he forced out the apology, his eyes darted around nervously. A sense of impending doom settled over him. He needed to find an excuse to slip away as soon as Yifan started treating the old master. If Yifan really could cure his father, then all his secrets would be exposed. Heh! Third uncle, you're far from worthless. In fact, you're quite the schemer, aren't you?
Yifan smirkede, patting Ren Shengjues shoulder.
The look in his eyes sent a fresh wave of panic through the man. He knows something. I have to get out of here, now. Without another word, Yifan turned to the old master and immediately began performing the Ghost Valley 13 needles, unblocking the meridians in his legs while purging the toxins from his body. Within minutes, the old master's complexion improved, his breathing steadied, and he even let out a weak cough. His legs twitched slightly. Ren Zhenghua and Ren Zhengchao could barely contain their excitement, but Ren Zhengyu's face grew paler by the second. He inched toward the door, ready to bolt. Third uncle, where are you going? The old master is about to wake up. Shouldn't you stay and celebrate? Even while treating the old master, Yifan had been watching Ren Zhengyu's every move. Ren Zhengyu's blood ran cold. Damn it! Are you some kind of nemesis sent by the heavens to ruin me? Ahem! I just need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Blurting out the first excuse he could think of, Ren Zhengyu tried to make his escape. Wait a minute, third brother. Isn't there a bathroom right here in the bedroom? Why would you go outside to use the toilet? As the eldest, Ren Zhenghua was no fool. Ren Zhengyu's odd behavior had already raised his suspicions. Third brother, what are you up to? Father is on the verge of death, yet you don't seem the least bit concerned. Ren Zhenghua's words instantly made Ren Zhengyu's face flush with embarrassment. All eyes in the room turned toward him. That's right. There was a bathroom in the room, so why would Ren Zhengyu insist on going outside? This made no sense. I just wanted to get some fresh air. Is that a crime? Ren Zhengyu could no longer stand being in the room. Yifan had put far too much pressure on him. He had a terrible feeling that disaster was about to strike. Since Ren Zhengyu had given his excuse, Ren Zhenghua and Ren Zhengchao couldn't press further, but Yifan smirked. Why not wait another 2 minutes, third uncle? The doctor you hired, Mike, should be arriving soon. Once he's here, we can compare medical expertise. What? Yifan's words nearly made Ren Zhengyu jump in shock. The poisoning of his father had been a joint effort between him and Dr. Mike. Just moments ago, Ren Zhengyu had been relieved that Mike wasn't present. If Yifan had discovered the truth, he could have pinned everything on Mike, then silenced him later. That way, no blame would fall on him. But why was Mike coming? He hadn't called him. Ren Zhengyu stared at Yifan in horror, then glanced nervously at Ren Zhenghua and the others. Yifan's pointed hostility toward Ren Zhengyu made Ren Zhenghua and Ren Zhengchao realize something was wrong. Someone as sharp as Yifan wouldn't hold a grudge over a few harsh words. There had to be more to it. Young Master Yi, have you discovered something? Ren Zhengchao asked, glancing at their father, Ren Tianxing, lying on the bed. Does father's condition have something to do with Dr. Mike?
Yifan nodded.
Aside from the complications from his car accident 5 years ago, the old master has also been poisoned with a slow-acting compound toxin. If I hadn't arrived in time today, he wouldn't have survived the night. Poisoned? Ren Zhenghua, Ren Zhengchao, and Ren Shuiying's pupils dilated in shock. Their father had been bedridden for years, barely conscious. Everyone had assumed it was due to the accident. No one had ever suspected poisoning. After his discharge, Ren Zhengyu had arranged for Dr. Mike to oversee their father's care. No one had questioned it until now. You mean, father has been suffering all this time because he was poisoned? Ren Zhenghua and the others glanced at Lei Qianjue, still doubtful of Yifan's claim. Why are you looking at me? Don't you trust my master? I also detected the poison, but I couldn't cure it. Lei Qianjue glared back, making Ren Zhenghua and Ren Zhengchao flush with embarrassment. Third brother, what the hell is going on? Are you behind this? Ren Zhenghua's voice was icy, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Had Ren Zhengyu really dared to harm their father? Was he truly this ruthless? I don't know anything. Big brother, don't listen to this idiot's nonsense. How could I ever hurt father?
Ren Zhengyu panicked.
The truth was out. Yi Fan had discovered the poison. If he didn't leave now, he was finished. I have urgent business. I need to go. He didn't even bother with excuses anymore. He turned and bolted for the door. Stop him. Just as Ren Zhengyu moved, two bodyguards arranged by Ren Shuiying appeared at the doorway, blocking his path, along with a white-coated man with a hooked nose. Dr. Mike, why are you here? Seeing Mike standing there, Ren Zhengyu's face drained of color. It's over. I'm finished. Mr. Ren, didn't you summon me? Mike frowned in confusion. At that moment, Ren Shuiying finally understood why Yi Fan had instructed her to call Mike and secure the estate, preventing anyone from leaving. He had known all along. Bringing Mike here was for a confrontation. Locking down the estate was to stop Ren Zhengyu from escaping. Damn it! Why the hell did you come now? Ren Zhengyu hissed at Mike, wishing he could strangle him. If Mike hadn't shown up, Ren Zhengyu might have talked his way out of this. But with Mike here, one word from him would seal Ren Zhengyu's fate. His eyes darkened with desperation. Without hesitation, he pulled out a dagger and lunged at Mike. Big brother. It was him. Mike poisoned father's medicine. I'll avenge father myself. His plan was simple and crude. Even if everyone suspected the truth, killing Mike would leave no witness. Without proof, they couldn't touch him. Ren Zhengyu, you bastard. Mike stumbled back, but at such close range, he had no chance. Ah! Ren Shuiying screamed as her uncle drove the blade toward Mike's heart. It all happened too fast, no one could react in time. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Mike's chest, Ren Zhengyu smirked in triumph. Humph! Once Mike was dead, he could pin everything on him. His plan to seize the Ren family might have failed, but at least he'd survive. He could flee abroad and live comfortably on the fortune he'd embezzled over the years. Sorry, Mike. Blame your bad luck. Thud! A muffled sound echoed through the room. Ren Zhengyu expected Mike to collapse, blood gushing from his mouth. But seconds passed, and nothing happened. Something felt off. He looked down. His dagger had struck something, but not Mike's flesh. Instead, it was buried in a pillow. Yi Fan stood there, holding the pillow, a sly grin on his face. With a chuckle, he turned to the trembling Mike. Well, doctor? He just tried to silence you. How about you start talking? Confess. And you might just live to see another day. No one saw how Yi Fan appeared. No one saw how Yi Fan acted either. But the final result was this. Ren Zhengyu wanted to kill Dr. Mike, yet at the critical moment, Yi Fan blocked the attack with a pillow. Ah! Holy shit! Mike, finally reacting, jumped a foot in the air and hurriedly hid behind Yi Fan. Furious, he shouted at Ren Zhengyu. Ren Zhengyu, you bastard! It was you who wanted to kill your own father. Yet you tried to pin all the blame on me. Since you've shown no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. It was all Ren Zhengyu. This beast forced me to do it. He made me add poison to old Master Ren's medication every time I treated him. The poison and its formula were all provided by Ren Zhengyu. He even threatened me, saying he'd have my whole family killed if I didn't obey him. With the truth exposed, and worse, Ren Zhengyu now trying to kill him. Mike no longer held back, frantically spilling all the secrets. Ren Zhengyu's face turned deathly pale, but he refused to accept defeat. Struggling to the last, he retorted, Mike, stop slandering me. You're the deranged one, trying to murder my father and now pointing fingers at me. Where's your proof? He won't give up until he's at the edge of the abyss. Ren Zhengyu had already decided. Unless Mike produced concrete evidence, he would deny everything to the bitter end. Damn it! The charge of patricide was not something he could bear. Ha! Proof? Ren Zhengyu, you think you're the only clever one? After realizing your vile scheme, I took precautions. I've had evidence all along. Here, take a look. As he spoke, Mike pulled out his phone and projected a video onto the wall, pressing play. Dr. Mike, increase the dose of arsenic this time. That old man has lived too long. It's time he stopped breathing. I've nearly completed my takeover of the Ren family. It's a shame the car accident I arranged to kill Ren Shuiying failed for some reason. But no matter. Dr. Mike, why hesitate? The dose is too small. Add more. He's my father, and I'm not afraid, so why should you be? If anything happens, I'll handle it. Though the recording angle was slightly skewed, the footage was crystal clear, capturing Ren Zhengyu's twisted expression as he poured a lump of arsenic into the injection. Third uncle, you were behind the car accident. Ren Shuiying tore her gaze from the screen, recalling the near-fatal crash she'd encountered at the intersection. If not for the talisman Yi Fan had given her, she would have died. Back then, she'd assumed it was the work of the Ren family's enemies. Never had she imagined her own uncle was the mastermind. You monster! Ren Zhengyu, you're worse than an animal. Ren Zhengchao, the eldest, was the first to snap. Grabbing a nearby chair, he smashed it over Ren Zhengyu's head. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the chair shattered, blood streaming down Ren Zhengyu's skull. Yet, instead of defending himself, Ren Zhengyu burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha! So what if I did it? Damn it, you've seen through me, that's all. Too bad the old man didn't die, but mark my words. If I can't control the Ren family, none of you will have peace. What I can't have, I'll destroy. Let me go now, or else I'll kill him. Staggering, Ren Zhengyu lunged toward Yi Fan. In the next instant, he pressed a dagger against Yi Fan's throat, attempting to take him hostage. It's all your fault, you bastard. If not for you, my plan would have succeeded. Damn it. If I'm dying today, you're coming with me. Ren Zhengyu's screams were hysterical. Everything had been going perfectly, until Yi Fan showed up and ruined it all. Damn it. Everyone, stay back. Don't come any closer. With Yi Fan as his hostage, Ren Zhengyu began backing toward the door. Brother Yi. Ren Shuiying's eyes filled with panic at the sight of Yi Fan being held at knife point. Ren Zhenghua and Ren Zhengchao wore grave expressions. Ren Zhengyu, don't make things worse. You're already guilty of unforgivable crimes. Why add more? Lei Qianjue, seething with anger, instinctively moved to intervene. But then he remembered Yi Fan's terrifying abilities. Back at the airport, when Lei Qianjue had been ambushed by a hail of projectiles, Yi Fan had effortlessly saved him using Dozhuan Xing Yi, shifting stars technique. How could someone like him be so easily taken hostage? Shenyang, Master's wife, don't worry. That trash is no match for Master. Seeing Ren Shuiying's distress, Lei Qianjue quickly reassured her. But the term Shenyang instantly flushed Ren Shuiying's cheeks red. Divine Physician Lei, please don't call me that. Though she'd already decided to marry Yi Fan, being addressed so formally by a world-renowned physician at her young age felt strange. That won't do. Hierarchy must be respected. Hearing Lei Qianjue's words, Ren Zhenghua and the others relaxed slightly. Meanwhile, Ren Zhengyu grew furious. Hey, could you at least pretend to take me seriously? I've got a hostage here. Aren't you afraid I'll actually kill him? Before anyone could respond, the hostage himself spoke. Third uncle, was this really necessary? Under Ren Zhengyu's stunned gaze, Yi Fan used 2 fingers to casually pluck the dagger from his own throat and set it aside. Wah? Ren Zhengyu's pupils dilated. He channeled every ounce of his control realm strength, even straining with all his might. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't overpower Yi Fan's 2 fingers. Snap! With a slight twist of his wrist, Yi Fan shattered the dagger in Ren Zhengyu's hand, reducing it to fragments that clattered to the floor. Ren Zhengyu was utterly dumbfounded. It suddenly dawned on him. 5 years ago, the fool of the Yi family had already been a monstrously talented peak grandmaster. Now, after half a decade, he had to be at least a martial sovereign. And here he was, a mere control realm fighter, trying to take hostage a martial sovereign. What was I thinking? I'm such an idiot. Really. Defeated, Ren Zhengyu collapsed to the floor, his face ashen. HNNH. A weak groan came from the bed. Ren Tianqing stirred, struggling to sit up before fixing a dark glare on his eldest son, Ren Zhenghua. Zhenghua! Father! You're awake? You're all right? Overjoyed, Ren Zhenghua rushed to his side. Ignoring the question, Ren Tianqing thrust his cane at his son. Take this, and break that dog's legs. Just now, after Yi Fan performed the Ghost Valley 13 needles and infused some of his own vital energy, Ren Tianqing had actually already awakened. Everything that happened in the room was heard clearly by the old man. That damned third son actually committed such an unforgivable act, and even now, he showed no remorse. Enraged, Ren Tianqing directly ordered Ren Zhenghua to take action. Ah!
Dad, no.
Dad, I was wrong. Please spare me this time. I'll never dare again. Hearing that his father had actually ordered his legs to be broken, Ren Zhengyu panicked. If his legs were crippled, he'd be confined to a wheelchair for life. How could he carry out his grand plans? Wouldn't that mean he'd never have another chance? Brother, spare me. Shuiying, beg your grandfather for me. Second brother, say something. With a thud, Ren Zhengyu knelt on the floor, kowtowing desperately to Ren Zhenghua, Ren Zhengchao, and the others, pleading for mercy. No matter what, he had to survive this calamity first. Only by staying alive would there be a chance for a comeback later. Yi Fan and Lei Qianjue watched coldly as Ren Zhengyu groveled.
Lei Qianjue snorted disdainfully. HMPH.
A beast like him putting on an act. There's not an ounce of remorse. Just trying to escape punishment. Beside them, Ren Zhenghua gripped a steel cane hesitantly. Dad, this? Why hesitate? Didn't you hear? That bastard orchestrated Shuiying's car accident. I even suspect my own accident years ago was his doing too. Ren Tianqing's face darkened with fury as he made up his mind. If we don't cripple him now, will we wait until he kills us all? All right. Ren Zhenghua glanced at Ren Shuiying, recalling the life-threatening car accident she had barely survived days ago. Had it not been for Yi Fan's mystical talisman, she would have been torn to pieces. Thud, thud, thud. Now filled with resolve, Ren Zhenghua swung the steel cane with full force, smashing it ruthlessly against Ren Zhengyu's legs. Ren Zhengyu had once been a powerhouse at the control realm level, but Yi Fan had already sealed away all his martial energy, leaving him utterly defenseless.
Ah, no.
Please. Oh! Crack, crack. Each brutal strike was punctuated by the sickening crunch of shattering bone. Ren Zhenghua showed no mercy, reducing Ren Zhengyu's leg bones to splinters, so thoroughly shattered that recovery was impossible. Only then did he stop. Destroy his cultivation. Lock him up for life.
Ren Tianqing commented icily.
A bodyguard stepped forward and punched Ren Zhengyu's dantian, completely crippling his martial arts, before dragging his unconscious body away. Everyone present knew Ren Tianqing's third son, Ren Zhengyu, was finished. As Ren Zhengyu was hauled off, the room filled with solemn silence. Meanwhile, Ren Tianqing moved his legs and stood up from the bed, walking steadily without assistance. Dad, your legs? They've recovered. Ren Zhengchao and Ren Zhenghua gasped in astonishment. You're really all right? His complexion visibly revitalized. Ren Tianqing's recovery was unmistakable. For the Ren family, this was nothing short of a miracle. With Ren Tianqing alive and soon to return to his post in the Southwest Defense Zone, who would dare underestimate the Ren clan now? Yes, Ren Tianqing answered succinctly before striding toward Yi Fan and bowing deeply. Young Master Yi, thank you for giving this old man a second life. Without you, I would have been murdered by that beast, and the Ren family would have been doomed. Yi Fan hurriedly helped him up. You're too kind, grandfather. I came to repay a debt. 6 years ago, Shuiying saved my life that night. Everything I've done is only natural. Ren Tianqing didn't mince words. Good. Since you've taken a liking to Shuiying, you have my blessing for your marriage. At tonight's banquet, I'll announce it publicly. Ren Tianqing, far bolder than Ren Zhenghua, made his stance clear in just a few sentences, determined to secure this golden opportunity. Though often bedridden, Ren Tianqing had gathered enough intelligence to recognize the shifting tides of power in Huaxia. Yi Fan, despite his youth, was already deputy commander of the Xuanwu domain, with the invincible Tianlong army firmly under his banner. Even if Yi Fan were a fool, which he clearly wasn't, few would dare challenge him. With his awakened monstrous Stanfu talent, Yi Fan's future was limitless. Him favoring Shuiying was a fortune for her and a turning point for the Run family. Unbeknownst to Ren Tianqing, Yi Fan possessed another secret, that mystical warm energy capable of supercharging Ren Shuiying's martial progress. At that exponential pace, nurturing a martial Zunjura, martial venerable, or even a martial emperor within years was plausible. And with even one martial venerable, any family could dominate a region. Thank you, young Master Yi, for saving father and our family. I apologize again for my earlier rudeness.
Ren Xingyao bowed deeply.
When you and Shuiying wed, I'll prepare a grand gift. At last, he grasped the truth. Even after the near extinction of the Yi clan, their foundations remained unshakable. With Yi Fan's protection, the Ren family was secure. Just as warmth filled the room. Who dares promise Shuiying's hand? Know your place. A shrill voice sliced through the air. A bespectacled, weasel-faced man strutted in, hands clasped behind his back, oozing arrogance. You Ren dogs should be grateful young Master Feng even glances your way. And now you'd wed her to this Yi fool? The trash is halfway to his grave. The man sneered, scanning the crowd before settling on Yi Fan with naked contempt. Silence. Every eye locked onto the intruder. Brother Yi. Ren Shuiying whispered, this is Sun Ren, Feng Hanqiao's lackey. He bullies everyone in our family, steals openly, even slapped my eldest brother. A mere fox exploiting the tiger's might? No longer. Yi Fan's eyes iced over. Whap! In a blur, Sun Ren was sent sprawling. Yi Fan's boot crushing his face into the floor. Kneel. And apologize. Holy shit. You dare hit me. Damn it, they say even beating a dog depends on its owner. How dare you ignore that? Slap. Sun Ren clearly hadn't grasped the severity of the situation and was still running his mouth. Yi Fan responded with another brutal slap across his face. Yeah, I hit you. What are you gonna do about it? Listen up, Ren Shuiying is my wife now. Messing with her family means messing with the Yi family. You'd better remember that. Your wife? Bullshit. Ren Shuiying is young Master Feng's woman. Who the hell do you think you are? You idiot. You dare steal from Feng? You're asking for death. Bam. Without hesitation, Yi Fan drove his fist straight into Sun Ren's face, shattering his nose. Do you really have no sense of self-preservation? I'll say this one last time, if you keep running your mouth, I'll break your third leg. Believe me? Yi Fan's piercing glare sent a chill down Sun Ren's spine, even making his crotch feel cold. Weren't the rumors saying Yi Fan was an idiot? But now, he doesn't seem stupid at all. Acting decisively without hesitation. If Sun Ren stayed any longer, he'd probably be beaten to death. He'd come here to deliver a message and show off, but instead, he got humiliated beyond belief. Ugh! Sun Ren clutched his bleeding nose, hopping in pain, too scared to utter another word. Beside them, Ren Zhenghua, Ren Zhengchao, Ren Shuiying, and Ren Tianqing watched the scene unfold, their furrowed brows finally relaxing. So this is what it feels like to have a powerful backer. This is pure dominance. After enduring humiliation for so long, they finally got their revenge. It felt incredible. Just you wait. Sun Ren didn't dare curse anymore. Instead, he turned to Ren Zhenghua and spat. Ren Zhenghua, you bunch of dogs. Young Master Feng said he'll be here in half an hour. Your entire family better be at the gate to welcome him. And to show sincerity, you'd better kneel. Halfway through his rant, Sun Ren caught Yi Fan's icy stare and immediately covered his face, stammering, Spare me, young Master Yi. These aren't my words. Feng ordered me to say this. I'll take my leave now. As soon as he finished, Sun Ren bolted for the door, only to crash into Ren Buitao, who had just entered. Ren Buotao had overheard everything outside. The final straw was Feng Hanxiao demanding the entire Ren family kneel at their own patriarch's birthday banquet. He couldn't hold back anymore. "Young Master Yi, can I beat him up too?" Ren Buotao asked eagerly, watching Sun Ren try to escape. Feng Hanxiao and his lackeys had been trampling over the Ren family for far too long, treating them like dirt. Ren Buotao had had enough. "Of course, settle your grudges, big brother. I'll take responsibility." Yi Fan then called out to Sun Ren, who was already at the door. "Hold on. Take another beating before you go." The command froze Sun Ren in his tracks. Sun Ren had always relied on his martial prowess. He was a grandmaster, a rare powerhouse in the secular world. In the Ren family, no one could challenge him. But earlier, Yi Fan had struck him 3 times without him even sensing the attacks. That meant Yi Fan's strength far surpassed his own. So, in front of Yi Fan, he didn't dare act out. But now, Yi Fan was telling him to stand still and get beaten by Ren Buotao of all people? What a joke. "Yi Fan, don't push it." Sun Ren turned back, shooting a venomous glare at Yi Fan before threatening Ren Buotao. "Ren Buotao, if you dare lay a finger on me today, just wait. I might not be able to take on Yi Fan, but you're nothing." As he spoke, his martial aura surged, forming an oppressive force that kept Ren Buotao at bay. "Humph, I might fear the Yi family, but the Ren family? They're nothing to me." Seeing Ren Buotao hesitate, Sun Ren smirked, finally regaining some dignity. He turned to leave, but in the next moment, Yi Fan reappeared in front of him and placed a single hand on his shoulder. Whoosh! Instantly, Sun Ren's martial energy dissipated. His meridians were sealed, his strength gone, rendered as powerless as a cripple. Wah! Sun Ren's mind went blank. How is this fair? Yi Fan had effortlessly neutralized him with a single move. "I told you not to resist. Just take the beating like a good boy. Why make things harder for yourself?"
Yi Fan chocolate, site pink acide.
"Go ahead, big brother. He's all yours now." Dominating with a single gesture, turning the tides with a wave of his hand, Yi Fan's casual display of power left everyone in awe. Is this the might of the Yi family's prodigy? Is this the terrifying talent of that legendary genius? Thud, thud, thud. Ren Buotao didn't hold back. He rained down punches, breaking Sun Ren's arms, legs, and teeth with brutal efficiency. "You think you can look down on the Ren family? You slapped me? Treated us like dogs? Well, even dogs have pride. Damn it." Finally, Ren Buotao crushed Sun Ren's 3rd leg, leaving him a twitching, bloodied mess on the floor, barely conscious. "Enough, Buotao. We still need him to deliver a message to Feng Hanxiao. If Feng doesn't show up today, we won't be able to settle this." Ren Tianqing intervened, calling for Sun Ren to be released. But Sun Ren was already unconscious, completely incapacitated. Kicking him a few times yielded no response. "Lock him up for now," Ren Jinghua ordered. Guards immediately dragged Sun Ren away. "Young Master Yi, shall we wait in the banquet hall or rest here?" Ren Tianqing asked, his admiration for Yi Fan growing by the minute. He couldn't help but feel grateful for his granddaughter. Without her, such a monstrous talent would never have sided with the Ren family. Before Yi Fan could answer, a guard rushed in, panicked. "Patriarch trouble. He Gang, the head of the He family, is drunk and causing chaos in the banquet hall. He's threatening to blow the place up. Guests are fleeing." "He Gang." Yi Fan's lips curled. "He Chong's father?" he asked Ren Jinghua.
Rein Xinggue nodded grimly.
"Yes, that lunatic has backing from a big shot in the capital. He's always stirring trouble in Huadu circles. We didn't even invite him today, and now he's making a scene? What a headache."
Yi Fan simirket.
"Don't worry, Uncle Ren. I'll handle it. With me here, nothing will disrupt today's celebration." He Chong was still in Yi Fan's custody. Before Yi Fan could even deal with the He family, He Gang had come knocking. I wonder if he'll still be so bold once he sees what happened to his son. Will this really work? He Gang still holds a significant stake in the Ren group. I've heard recently that the He and Lu families have joined forces, planning a hostile takeover. Though Ren Zhengchao had already acknowledged Yi Fan's capabilities, he still harbored doubts about the current influence of the Yi family.
Yi Fan similet feindly.
Uncle, there's something you might not know yet. Just moments ago, I handed the Sun City project contract to Uncle Ren. The Jojo Group has already signed and stamped it. All that's left is the Ren Group's signature for it to take immediate effect. What? Ren Zhengchao turned to Ren Zhenghua in shock. Brother, is this true? Did young Master Yi really secure the partnership with Jojo Group? The Jojo Group's influence spanned the entire Great Xia. Ordinary people couldn't even get close to its general manager, Su Hai, let alone negotiate a contract.
Ren Xinghua nodded.
It's true. And young Master Yi mentioned that tonight, President Pang Hai and General Manager Su Hai will personally attend to celebrate Father's birthday. Hiss. Hearing this, both Ren Zhengchao and Ren Tianxing couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. What kind of monster is this Yi Fan? To think he could get those two titans of Jojo Group to pay respects to the Ren family patriarch. If a heavyweight like Pang Hai appeared at the event, the news alone would send the Ren family's prestige skyrocketing. And with old Master Ren fully recovered under Yi Fan's treatment, ready to return to the front lines, the Ren family was undoubtedly on the verge of a meteoric rise. Uncle Ren, why don't you go ahead and greet the guests? I'll make some preparations. Tonight, Feng Hanshao and many other influential figures would be present. Though Yi Fan was powerful, he still had concerns. If they caused trouble, he might not be able to handle every detail alone. The best solution? Setting up an exorcism array in the Ren estate beforehand. If things truly spiraled out of control, well, he'd just have to purify them. I'll go with you, Brother Fan. Ren Shuiying stepped forward shyly, slipping her arm through his and nestling gently against his chest. Good, good. We'll go ahead first. Ren Tianxing and Ren Zhenghua tactfully excused themselves, leaving the courtyard to the two. Now alone, Ren Shuiying lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with emotion. Brother Fan, thank you. You pulled me back from the edge of despair. When she had learned she was being forced to marry Feng Hanshao, her world had turned bleak. Her last hope had been pinned on Yi Fan, that he would come to the banquet and somehow change her fate. But when she heard he'd been mentally impaired for the past 5 years, even that hope had nearly shattered. Yet here he was, arriving right on time, and not only had he secured the Ren Group's crucial contract, cured her grandfather, and boldly claimed her as his own, but he also moved with such decisive confidence that no trace of his supposed impairment remained. Her future, once so dark, now overflowed with promise. Heh, and how do you plan to thank me? Yi Fan gazed at the girl who had saved his life 6 years ago, a peculiar warmth stirring in his chest. That innocent time, that golden phoenix. He longed to witness it again. Ah, you're so mean. Though she'd already braced herself for a lifetime of his teasing, having him flirt so openly still made her cheeks burn. But remembering all he'd done for her family, she felt she had to reciprocate somehow. Brother Fan, my room is over there. Should we go? Though, is there enough time? Her voice was so soft she could barely hear it herself as she pressed closer, her body practically melting into his. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. A proper young lady like her suggesting such a thing. Would he think her shameless? Yi Fan blinked, then smirked. This girl's thoughts run far ahead, don't they? Enough time? Of course not. This young master needs at least an hour. Oh? And what would we do in your room? Though he knew exactly what she meant, he deliberately teased her. Just, let me be your Mid-sentence, she caught the playful glint in his eyes and realized he was toying with her. Brother Fan, you're awful. She wished the ground would swallow her whole, her fists lightly thumping his chest. If he's this mischievous now, how much worse will it be later? As she squirmed, the golden phoenix on her skin seemed ready to take flight. Amid their playful tussle, the air in the courtyard grew warmer. Ren Shuiying's eyes glazed over, and recalling that tender moment from 6 years ago, she slowly closed them, tilting her lips toward his. A soft, lingering sigh escaped her. The instant their skin touched, A shiver ran through her, nervous, excited, yet brimming with joy. 6 years ago, she'd met that dashing young man, the prince of her dreams. Now fate had reunited them, and she hadn't missed her chance. As their intimacy deepened, a warm current flowed between them, surging into Ren Shuiying's body and transforming into potent martial energy. In mere moments, her strength neared the threshold of the Grandmaster realm. If just a kiss grants such power, what would happen if we... Now she understood why Yi Fan's 7 sisters-in-law had been so devoted to him, so willing to protect him. With such a treasure of a man, such monstrous talent, how could the Yi family not rise again? Yi Fan held her close, his hands far from idle. Before long, her clothes were in disarray, the alluring scenery beneath now fully under his conquest. Though trembling with shyness, Ren Shuiying reminded herself, from today onward, I'm his. Let him have his way. After all, I belong to him now. Just as Yi Fan glimpsed the golden phoenix once more. Little sis, young Master Yi. A booming voice shattered the moment. It was her elder brother, Ren Buitao, barging in unannounced, only to freeze at the sight before him. Ah! Ren Shuiying buried her face in Yi Fan's chest, hastily covering her disheveled clothes. Brother, what are you? Go away. Oh, right. It took Ren Buitao a few seconds to process the scene before he spun around and fled. Young Master Yi, things are getting heated out front. Grandfather sent me to ask, how much longer you two need? Yi Fan was also left speechless. His future brother-in-law really had a few screws loose. How could anyone ask something like that? As a man, he didn't mind, but Ren Shuiying, wouldn't she be utterly embarrassed? We'll be right there. Still, Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh. Were these families really in such a hurry? The birthday banquet hadn't even officially started yet, and they were already getting impatient? It's all your fault, Fanji. Ren Shuiying pouted as she adjusted her clothes. Humph, I hope you're happy now. As a girl, she had already sacrificed so much for Yi Fan. Everything, whether appropriate or not, had been seen by him. Heh, good job. You deserve a reward. As he spoke, Yi Fan gave her a playful smack on the rear, eliciting another flustered protest. But remembering that her brother was still waiting outside, she forced herself to stifle her reaction. Once the two had tidied up and stepped out of the courtyard, Yi Fan said, Brother, you and Shuiying go ahead. I'll catch up in 2 minutes. With that, he kicked off the ground and shot toward the rooftops of the Ren family's buildings. From the information Yi Fan had gathered, the forces opposing the Yi family came from 2 sources. Zhang Heng, Tang Zheng, and their backer, Prince Jin, on one side, and the Zhou family's young master from the capital, along with the Holy Envoy organization on the other. According to intelligence, the Gu sect and Zhou Ming's group would also be present today. While ordinary family forces could be dealt with through conventional means, Zhou Ming and the Holy Envoys would require something more, like the evil-slaying array. With time tight, Yi Fan didn't hesitate. After reaching the rooftop, he swiftly formed hand seals and set up 3 arrays around the banquet hall before rushing toward the main venue. Inside, the heads of the He and Lu families, He Gang and Lu Zijian, were already pressuring Ren Zhenghua, threatening to leverage their shares in the Ren group to force him to step down and relinquish control. Young Master Lu, how are things progressing on your family's end? Since returning from Penglai Gorge, Yi Fan had been considering how to handle Lu Wuyong's relationship with his family. From Qin Zhan's intel, aside from the Qin and He families, the Lu family had also played a minor role in the attack against his second brother. But given that Lu Wuyong was now considered one of Yi Fan's right-hand men, the matter had to be handled carefully. Though Lu Wuyong's elder brother, Lu Qingyang, had already been eliminated, Lu Zijian was still his father. So, Yi Fan had Guali and the forces of Jizhou Group assist Lu Wuyong in dealing with the Lu family internally. The first step? Using his existing influence within the family, Lu Wuyong was stripping Lu Zijian of his authority over the Lu Corporation, cutting off the head of the snake. Young Master Yi, we're holding a secret board meeting now. Everything's going smoothly. We'll soon announce the removal of that bastard Lu Zijian from all his positions. Excellent. A faint smile crossed Yi Fan's lips. He Gang and Lu Zijian were busy making trouble at the Run family's banquet, unaware that their own homes were being raided. At the banquet hall, following Yi Fan's plan, the Run family's patriarch, Ren Tianqing, had not yet appeared. According to public knowledge, the old master was still bedridden, one of the reasons so many families dared to challenge the Ren family now. If Ren Tianqing were to show up in full health, many would hesitate, and the enemies lurking in the shadows wouldn't reveal themselves. Ren Zhenghua, this is your last chance. Yi Gang sneered. Announce your resignation as president of the Ren group and hand over control to the He and Lu families. Otherwise, don't blame us for what happens next. At the center of the hall, Yi Gang and Lu Zijian stood side by side, backed by a group of martial experts, including 4 Grandmaster-level fighters and even a martial sovereign. Such a force far exceeded what the He and Lu families could normally muster. Clearly, they had outside backing. Their goal? To uproot the Ren family once and for all. Ren Zhenghua, you see the situation. For Grandmasters and a martial sovereign. Do you really think the Ren family can resist? Lu Zijian smirked. Today is the old master's birthday. It'd be a shame if things turned bloody. Yi Gang had originally been acting under orders from Tang Zheng, a high-ranking official in the capital. But after Tang Zheng's grandson's incident in Huadu, contact with the old man had been lost. Just when Yi Gang had given up, several ancient martial families had approached him, offering support in exchange for action. And so he'd regained his confidence. Lu Zijian, Yi Gang, have you no shame? Ren Zhenghua's face was pale. Must you do this today, of all days? His gaze flickered toward the back door. With only one Grandmaster, himself, in the Ren family, he stood no chance if they resorted to force. Today is the perfect day. Yi Gang laughed. With so many witnesses, once you resign, there'll be no room for excuses. Exactly. Lu Zijian sneered. The Ren family isn't what it used to be. With the old man on his deathbed, even if you wanted to beg for mercy, who would give you the chance? The Ren family's members seethed with anger. I swear, I want to slap the shit out of them. Ren Buitao growled. Just as the tension peaked, a cold, commanding voice cut through the hall. Which family's dogs forgot to leash their mutts? Barking at the Ren patriarch's banquet? Get the hell out. All eyes turned to the entrance, where a tall, imposing figure strode in. Yi Fan. An invisible pressure spread through the hall, instantly lightening the suffocating atmosphere. His sharp gaze locked onto Lu Zijian and Yi Gang, making them shudder. Why you? Lu Zijian's face twisted. His eldest son, Lu Qingyang, had died at Yi Fan's hands. He'd seen the footage. He'd hoped General Chu Feng, under Elder Zhang of the Northwest, would finish Yi Fan off. But instead, Chu Feng's forces had been wiped out. Since then, Yi Fan had taken down the Qin and Ma families. Even high-ranking officials like Tang Zheng and Zhang Heng had fallen to him. Though rumors still called Yi Fan a fool, Lu Zijian couldn't shake his fear. Yi Gang, however, was slower on the uptake. Ha! If it isn't the Yi family's idiot young master, he scoffed. Who let this moron in? Throw him out. Unbeknownst to him, his own son had gone missing the night before. As Yi Gang barked his orders, a Grandmaster-level expert stepped out from behind him and reached out to shove Yi Fan. Get the hell out of here, you idiot. Don't make me do this the hard way. The Grandmaster coldly snarled, his internal energy surging as he assumed he could effortlessly knock Yi Fan back. But he had severely underestimated Yi Fan's strength. Before the Grandmaster could fully unleash his power, Yi Fan struck first. With ease, he grabbed the man, swung him like a club, and smashed him into the ground. Crack! Boom! After a series of deafening impacts, the Grandmaster lay sprawled on the floor like a dead dog, unconscious before he could even scream, completely incapacitated in an instant. Who knew how many bones had been shattered in that single blow? Huh? Just like that? The entire banquet hall gasped in shock, their eyes widening as they reassessed Yi Fan. Was this really the same fool from the Yi family? 5 years ago, rumors had painted him as a prodigious genius. But after his supposed mental decline, most had forgotten his past brilliance, assuming his martial prowess had faded along with his mind. Yet now it was clear. Yi Fan's strength had reached a terrifying level. How could a grandmaster-level expert be toyed with and crippled so effortlessly? He Gang and Lu Zijian's pupils dilated, their expressions darkening with unease. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ren Zhenghua, Ren Shuiying, and the others finally exhaled in relief. Unconsciously, they had already begun to see Yi Fan as their pillar of support. With me here today, none of these clowns will cause any trouble. Ren Zhenghua's mind flashed back to Yi Fan's earlier words. At the time, he'd dismissed them as bravado, but now it was clear Yi Fan hadn't been exaggerating in the slightest. Whether it was the 9 Continents group contract, his medical skills, or his martial prowess, every aspect of Yi Fan defied belief. You, Yi Fan, what the hell do you think you're doing? This is between us and the Ren family. Stay out of it if you know what's good for you. He Gang's voice wavered as he took an involuntary step back, his earlier bravado crumbling in the face of Yi Fan's overwhelming power. After all, while the outside world believed the Qin family's downfall was orchestrated by Chun Tang, the young master of the Netherworld sect, He Gang now suspected Yi Fan's hidden involvement. Exactly. Yi Fan, you're overstepping. Fine. Meddle in your 7 sisters-in-law's affairs all you want. But what gives you the right to interfere with the Ren family? Lu Zijian's bluster was undercut by the sweat beading on his forehead. Despite his fear, they were too deep into their plan to back down now. Yi Fan smirked. What gives me the right? How about this? Ren Shuiying is my wife. Is that reason enough? His voice was calm, but in the dead silence of the hall, every word rang out with crystalline clarity. Huh? The crowd froze. Rumors had spread that the Ren family, buckling under pressure, had already submitted to the ancient martial Wind family, agreeing to marry Ren Shuiying to them. Tonight's banquet was supposed to formalize the announcement. Even if the Ren family would be reduced to a mere vassal of the Wind family, at least their lineage would survive. But now, Yi Fan was claiming Ren Shuiying as his wife? Had the Ren family really chosen to align with the dying Yi family at the last moment? To wed their daughter to a fool? Ha! Yi Fan, what kind of joke is this? You're a brain-dead idiot barely clinging to survival. Why would the Ren family marry their daughter to you? Keep dreaming. Yi Gang sneered. This entire operation against the Ren family had been secretly orchestrated by Wind Hanxiao. His goal was simple: force Ren Zhenghua to relinquish control, allowing Wind Hanxiao to seize the Ren family's assets and bind Ren Shuiying to him permanently. As an ordinary family in the secular world, the Ren family's influence alone wouldn't have been worth Wind Hanxiao's attention. But he had discovered a monumental secret about Ren Shuiying. If he could control her, the Wind family would rise to dominance in the ancient martial world. And the easiest way to control her? By holding the Ren Corporation hostage. Of course, Wind Hanxiao couldn't act too overtly. After cutting ties with the Lu and He families, he discreetly reached out to them, one to play the villain, the other the reasonable negotiator. Exactly. Yi Fan, don't flatter yourself. Just because your family has survived a few attacks doesn't mean you're safe. Mark my words, the higher-ups won't let you or that old man of yours live much longer. Soon enough, you'll be joining your dead brothers in the grave. Lu Zijian spat, his voice laced with venom. Having been privy to some of the higher-ups' plans, he knew the truth. Beyond Elder Tang Zheng, there were other powerful figures in the capital determined to eradicate the Yi family. Now that things had escalated this far, those figures wouldn't stand by and watch the Yi family rise again. The banquet hall erupted into murmurs. Despite Yi Fan's display of strength, no one had faith in the Yi family's future. And in their eyes, Yi Fan was still just a fool. What good was brute strength in the face of true power? Unless Ren Zhenghua has lost his mind, there's no way he'd agree to marry his daughter to Yi Fan. Amid the chaos, Ren Zhenghua stepped onto the stage, microphone in hand, and cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, as the head of the Ren family, I had planned to announce this later, but given the circumstances, I'll make it official now. His voice boomed across the hall. Today, I declare that Yi Fan, the young master of the Yi family, and my daughter, Ren Shuiying, are formally engaged. Consider this both a celebration of my father's birthday and their betrothal. Your blessings are welcome. Silence. For several seconds, the room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Then, holy shit, this is insane. Just 2 days ago, I heard the Ren family had already surrendered to the Wind family. Wind Hanxiao even publicly claimed Ren Shuiying as his future wife, warning everyone to back off. And now Yi Fan's stealing her right from under him. Word is Wind Hanxiao's already on his way here with VIP guests to witness the announcement. Imagine his face when he finds out his wife is gone. Yeah, the Wind family's an ancient martial powerhouse, far beyond the secular world. With the Yi family on the brink of collapse, how the hell are they supposed to survive the Wind family's retaliation? As whispers swirled, Ren Shuiying ascended the stage and took the microphone. Honored guests, friends, and family, Yi Fan and I didn't just meet today. 6 years ago, on a certain night, he was already in my arms. I've loved him since then. Her words not only confirmed the engagement, but dropped an even bigger bombshell. Even if Wind Hanxiao had married her, she'd already cuckolded him 6 years in advance. Damn. Wind Hanxiao's pride wasn't just trampled. It was being ground into the dirt. So, in the end, Feng Hanxiao turned out to be the one intruding on someone else's relationship. Yi Fan and Ren Shuiying had already pledged themselves to each other 6 years ago. Now that they were reunited, it was simply a matter of rekindling their old flame. No matter whether Feng Hanxiao showed up or whether the marriage arrangement with the Ren family continued, his reputation was already ruined. When He Gang and Lu Zijian heard Ren Zhenghua and Ren Shuiying confirm Yi Fan's claims, their faces darkened, feeling as if they'd been slapped hard. Just moments ago, they had mocked, saying that unless Ren Zhenghua had lost his mind, there was no way he'd marry his daughter to a fool like Yi Fan. Yet now, Ren Zhenghua had publicly announced Yi Fan and Ren Shuiying's engagement. Wasn't this a direct slap in their faces? Ren Zhenghua, you'd better think carefully. Miss Ren is already promised to young Master Feng. What will you say when he arrives?
Hui Gang glared coldly at Ren Xingue.
Did he think he could just produce another daughter out of thin air? Having already torn off all pretenses, Ren Zhenghua no longer held back. That's none of your concern. He Gang, Lu Zijian, you weren't even invited today. Get out now. The outright expulsion made He Gang and Lu Zijian even more furious. Meanwhile, Yi Fan smirked and twisted the knife deeper. He Clan head, President Lu, do I have the right to interfere in the Ren family's affairs now? My wife's business is my business. Wouldn't you agree? Though his words weren't particularly damaging, the sheer humiliation was unbearable. He Gang and Lu Zijian were so furious they could vomit blood. Damn it! This was supposed to be an easy victory. How had things turned so disastrous? Not only were they completely outmaneuvered, but they'd also been played for fools by someone they thought was an idiot. The sheer embarrassment was mortifying. Yi Fan, you? He Gang wanted to curse him out, but remembering Yi Fan's terrifying strength, he swallowed his words. Yi Fan, you may be strong, but this is a society of laws. We must act with reason and civility. His tone weakened at the end. Despite having 4 Grandmaster-level experts and even a martial sovereign on their side, they still lacked the confidence to stand up to Yi Fan. There was no helping it. Yi Fan's power was simply too terrifying. Our demand for Ren Zhenghua to step down is justified. Seeing that Yi Fan wasn't about to attack, He Gang regained some composure. The He and Lu families now hold 27% of the Ren Group's shares, making us the largest shareholders. Even if we call a board meeting, we have the authority to remove him. Fighting Yi Fan was out of the question, that much was clear. Besides, their goal today wasn't to brawl but to seize control of the Ren Group. 27%?
Impossible. Ren Xingue frowned.
Even if you bought up all the available shares, you couldn't have acquired that much. Don't forget, the 3 Ren brothers each hold 10%, totaling 30%. That still outweighs your 27%. When Old Master Ren founded the company, he had ensured that as long as nothing went wrong, the core control would always remain with the Ren family. Ha! You're too naive, Ren Zhenghua. He Gang and Lu Zijin sneered. Do you really think all three brothers still hold their shares? The truth is, you might only have 20% left between you. With their majority stake, legally speaking, taking over the Ren Group was already a done deal. Of course, the methods they'd used to obtain those shares weren't exactly honorable, but who cared? In this world, only results mattered. What? Ren Zhenghua's expression darkened as he exchanged a glance with Ran Zhengchao. Third brother, did Ren Zhengyu sell his shares? That damned traitor. No wonder Ren Zhengyu had dared to poison the old man. He had already made his arrangements, conspiring with He Gang and Lu Zijin to take over the company. Once the Ren Group fell into their hands, the old man's survival would no longer matter. Humph, at least you're not completely blind. He Gang smirked. These transfer contracts are all legal. If you don't believe us, call Ren Zhengyu out here to confirm it. Either way, starting today, the Ren Group will have a new owner. Accept your fate. Gasps. The guests were stunned. They had only come for Old Master Ren's birthday banquet. How had things escalated into something more dramatic than a movie? One shocking twist after another, and now the Ren Group was about to change hands? Ren Zhengyu had betrayed his own family, colluding with outsiders to backstab his brothers. The Ren family was truly in chaos. With He Gang and Lu Zijin holding such a large stake, no matter how formidable Yi Fan and Ren Zhenghua were, there was nothing they could do. Could Yi Fan possibly steal the shares back? All eyes turned to him, curious how this so-called fool of the Yi family would handle this crisis. Otherwise, tonight's engagement between Yi Fan and Ren Shuiying would become nothing but a joke. Clan head He, President Lu, don't celebrate too soon. Yi Fan smirked as he calmly approached them. Did you forget? Those shares are just being held in trust for me. Sooner or later, you'll have to return them. Held for him? What nonsense was this? He Gang and Lu Zijin tensed, eyeing Yi Fan warily. Yi Fan, what are you planning? There are witnesses here. You can't just snatch our shares. Everyone, take note. If this fool tries anything, you must testify for us. Despite realizing that Yi Fan was far from a fool, He Gang still reflexively called him one. The guests exchanged puzzled glances. What was Yi Fan getting at? Share transfers required contracts. Surely he couldn't just take them by force? Yi Fan chuckled, his gaze piercing. No need to panic, clan head He. I won't lay a finger on you. I'm just reminding you of our prior agreement. You clearly promised to hold those shares in trust for me, ready to return them whenever I asked. Have you forgotten so soon? Bullshit. When did I ever agree to that? Why the hell would I hand over shares I worked so hard to get? Do I look like an idiot to you? He Gang's furious rant died in his throat as Yi Fan held up his phone. On the screen was a horrifying sight. His son, He Chong, bound to a chair, his face battered and bloody. He Gang had been wondering why his son hadn't returned last night or contacted him all day. With Qin Shou already dead, had something happened to He Chong? Now, seeing his son in such a state, He Gang's heart plummeted into an icy abyss. What have you done to my son? He Gang, who had been utterly arrogant just moments ago, instantly cowered. He had only one son, a late-life blessing he treasured more than gold. If anything happened to the boy, the He family line would end. His eyes burned with rage and fear as he hissed at Yi Fan under his breath. If looks could kill, Yi Fan would have died 1,000 times over. Humph, nothing much. Just invited young master He for tea. Yi Fan smirked and spoke into the video call. Keiko, let him make some noise. On the other end, guarding He Chong was Yamada Keiko, now loyal to Yi Fan after being subdued by him. Yes, master. She grabbed an iron rod and, without hesitation, slammed it onto He Chong's head. Ah! The blow jolted He Chong back to consciousness from his faint. Seeing his father on the screen, he wailed like a wounded animal. Dad! Dad! Save me! Please, save me! My boy! You monsters! He Gang stomped in fury at the sight of his son's torment but dared not lay a finger on Yi Fan. Before He Gang could utter another word, Yi Fan ended the call. You! Yi Fan, He Gang gritted his teeth, his fury clashing with helplessness. Yifan had him by the throat. Any defiance was impossible now. Patriarch spare me the hypocrisy. I've seen the combat footage Commander Chin provided how my second brother died. Did you ever consider whether your actions were too much? Yifan's voice turned glacial. You know what I want. 5 seconds to decide. Or face the consequences. His demand was clear. The Ren family shares he gang had seized were to be returned, temporarily held, for Yifan, as he'd phrased it. To save his son, he gang had to comply. Refusal meant He Chang's immediate execution. Humiliated and seething, he gang had no choice. Fine. You win. He glared venomously, finally understanding why the 3 Yunqing clans and even the provincial Ma and Qin families had fallen to Yifan. This was no fool. Yifan's cunning and strategic brilliance were beyond mortal reckoning. Every move was premeditated. Every opponent outmaneuvered before the game even began. Someone fetch Patriarch a microphone. He has an announcement. Yifan nodded to Ren Shuiying, who promptly handed he gang the mic. The crowd buzzed as the once boastful Tycoon now stood deflated. His earlier bravado evaporated after Yifan's whispered threats. What could have caused such a drastic reversal? Everyone, I was mistaken earlier. He gang forced out each word like swallowing glass. Yifan reminded me that the Ren shares were merely in my temporary custody. They rightfully belonged to him. The admission scorched his pride. Moments ago, he'd mocked the idea of surrendering the shares. Now, he was publicly humiliating himself voluntarily. How the hell do I show my face in Huadu after this? What? The room erupted. Guests gaped at the surreal scene. What did that idiot Yifan say to him? Those shares are worth billions. He gang just gave them away. Call him an idiot again, I dare you. Since when do idiots pull off stunts like this? No wonder all 7 of his sisters-in-law agreed to marry him. The man's a demonic genius. On stage, the Ren family, Ren Zhenghua, Ren Zhengchao, Ren Buitao, stared in stunned silence. How? He gang and Lu Zijian had clearly conspired with backers to destroy the Ren family. Yet Yifan dismantled their scheme with a few words. Amid the chaos, Lu Zijian was the most shaken. He gang, have you lost your mind? Since when did we agree to hold shares for that bastard Yifan? This was young Master Feng's. He choked back his words under Yifan's piercing gaze, tugging He gang's sleeve weakly. Save yourself, Lu. I'm out. He gang sighed. With his son hostage and Yifan uncovering the He family's role in the Yi family's tragedy, survival meant fleeing Huadu, fast. Sign this transfer contract. Yifan gestured to Guali, who produced a meticulously prepared document. He gang's face twisted in despair. This bastard planned everything. The trap was set before the banquet even started. Yifan, you scheming. I won't sign until I see my son, he snarled in a low voice. Yifan smiled. No? Should I call back? The guard dogs haven't eaten yet. No. I'll sign. But it's invalid without the company seal. He gang grasped at straws, praying for young Master Feng's arrival to turn the tide. Then came the final blow. The seal? I had it brought here. Yifan waved. Wang Fugue shoved forward a bespectacled man. He gang's private secretary, holding the seal case. Sir, they insisted you'd ordered me to bring this. Holy shit. Damn your mother. He gang was on the verge of losing his mind. Fuck. When the hell did I ever ask you to come find me? Showing up here with the company seal at a time like this, wasn't this just throwing him into the fire? The contract was already drafted, and the seal was right there in the room. What choice did he gang have left? He glanced once more at the entrance of the hall, but there was still no sign of young Master Feng. Sigh. For the sake of his son's life, he gang had no choice but to sign helplessly and stamp the seal. Once everything was done, Yifan took the contract, skimmed through it, and handed it to Ren Shuiying beside him. Shuiying, consider this part of your dowry. Ha! Ren Shuiying, though standing right next to Yifan, had only caught fragments of his earlier conversation with He gang. Even now, with the contract already signed, She still couldn't figure out how Yi Fan had managed to force He Gang into submission. But one phrase summed it up. Unclear but impressive. Is this really the man I set my sights on 6 years ago? My judgment was spot on. Ren Shuiying quickly flipped through the contract, and when she saw the transferee's name, her own, she was stunned. Brother Yi, this He Gang's 14% stake had been entirely transferred to her. Combined with her father's shares, she now held a controlling 24% of the company's equity. Did Yi Fan even realize how much money these shares represented? But then she remembered the terrifying influence of the Yi family and immediately understood. How could Yi Fan possibly care about money? He was a figure powerful enough to mobilize the Nine Heavens Group, a conglomerate with assets exceeding trillions. I told you, if you chose me, I wouldn't let anything happen to the Ren family, Yi Fan said with a faint smile before turning to Lu Zijian. President Lu, now it's your turn. The shares you've been holding for me, it's time to return them. Lu Zijian was still reeling. He had coordinated with He Gang to act today, but now He Gang had already backed down. If he retreated too, young Master Feng's entire plan would collapse. Yi Fan, cut the crap. Whatever tricks you've pulled, I'm not handing over my shares. Over my dead body. Lu Zijian sneered, confident that Yi Fan had no leverage over him. The entire banquet hall fell silent as all eyes fixed on the unfolding drama. The Lu and He family's joint attack on the Ren family was clearly backed by another powerful faction. Their success or failure would determine the future stance of the business world toward the Ren family. President Lu, you're overestimating yourself. If I'm not mistaken, the shares you hold are under the Lu Corporation's name, not your personal ownership, correct?
Yi Fan simirket.
You don't actually own them outright. So what? You think you can just waltz in and take control of Lu Corporation? Dream on. The Lu family still answers to me, Lu Zijian retorted, though a sense of unease crept into his heart. Yi Fan never played by the rules. Who knew what backup plan he had? I can't control Lu Corporation, but he can. Yi Fan gestured toward the entrance. There, Lu Wuyang strode in, flanked by Lu Corporation's core shareholders. Seeing his own trusted allies standing beside Lu Wuyang, Lu Zijian's face turned ashen. You traitors! What the hell are you doing? From the moment Lu Wuyang was born, Lu Zijian had despised him, even turning a blind eye when his eldest son murdered Lu Wuyang's mother. When his eldest son mysteriously died in Yunqing, ostensibly at Yi Fan's hands, Lu Zijian knew his youngest son was behind it. Lu Zijian, the board secretary announced coldly, by unanimous decision of the board, you are hereby removed as chairman of Lu Corporation, effective immediately. All your signatures and seals are now void. Furthermore, the board has elected Lu Wuyang as the new chairman, with full authority over the corporation. Boom! Lu Zijian didn't hear the rest. Only one thought echoed in his mind. Lu Corporation was no longer his. He had come to this banquet expecting victory, only for his most despised son to seize control of his empire. You betrayed me? After everything I've done for you? Lu Zijian roared at his former loyalists, unable to comprehend their defection. President Lu, let's not be dramatic, one shareholder replied calmly. Lu Wuyang is your flesh and blood. What difference does it make if he runs the company instead of you? Besides, none of us want to cross the Yi family. We'd prefer to stay alive. The shareholder cast a wary glance at Yi Fan. Clearly, Guali and the Tianji Pavilion had employed some persuasion to secure their cooperation. You spineless bastards! Lu Zijian spat. No difference. Like hell there's no difference. Meanwhile, Lu Wuyang stepped forward respectfully and presented a signed transfer agreement to Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, the Ren family's shares have been legally transferred. Please review. Hiss. With that, Lu Zijian and He Gang's joint scheme to force Ren Jinghua's resignation had utterly failed. He Gang's surrender had been baffling, but Lu Zijian's downfall left the crowd in stunned silence. What a masterstroke! Undermining the enemy from within. While Lu Zijian had been posturing here, his illegitimate son had stolen his empire right from under him. And worse, this son was Yi Fan's devoted follower, whose first act as chairman was returning the Run family's shares. Yifan handed the contract to Run Shuiying with a faint smile before turning to Lu Zijian. "See, President Lu? I told you those shares were just on loan. Now they're back where they belong." Convinced. Lu Zijian vomited blood in sheer rage. "Convince my ass." This was psychological torture. With Lu Corporation now in Lu Wuyang's hands, what fate awaited him? Escort Lu Zijian out. "He needs rest," Lu Wuyang ordered coldly, his eyes darkening as two bodyguards seized his father and dragged him away.
No.
"Let go of me. I don't need rest. I can walk myself." Lu Zijian struggled violently, knowing full well that after years of cruelty toward Lu Wuyang and his mother, mercy was the last thing he could expect. But Lu Wuyang's two bodyguards were both at the control realm level. How could Lu Zijian possibly resist? "Young Master Yi, my father was also involved in the operation against the Yi family. How would you like to handle this?" Lu Wuyang had his bodyguards restrain Lu Zijian but refrained from making the decision himself, instead deferring to Yifan. Yifan was pleased with Lu Wuyang's attitude. Loyalty was Yifan's top priority when selecting subordinates, and Lu Wuyang had clearly demonstrated it. "While my instinct is to spare no one involved in the massacre of the Yi family, since you're now my brother, I'll leave your father's fate in your hands. Whether he lives or dies, it's entirely up to you." This had been Yifan's plan all along when he assigned experts from the Tianji Pavilion and Guoli to assist Lu Wuyang in taking control of the Lu family. The Lu family's affairs were entirely Lu Wuyang's to decide. Though Yifan could easily kill Lu Zijian with a mere flick of his fingers, and might have done so without hesitation, he held back. After all, Lu Zijian was Lu Wuyang's father, bound by blood. Yifan didn't want Lu Wuyang to harbor resentment. But if Lu Wuyang made the decision himself, the outcome, whether life or death, would be acceptable. "Thank you, young Master Yi." Lu Wuyang exhaled in relief upon receiving Yifan's approval. Meanwhile, He Gang approached Yifan with an awkward expression. "Young Master Yi, I've fulfilled all your conditions. What about my son?" He Gang couldn't comprehend how two major families, backed by a hidden ancient martial arts clan, had suffered such a crushing defeat. "Oh? Follow this address to find your son. It'll be convenient, you can go together."
Yifan simirket koldu.
The He family had been particularly ruthless during the attack on his second brother. After learning the details from Qinzhan, Yifan had no intention of sparing them. When He Gang went to retrieve Hichong, Yamada Keiko would eliminate them all. "Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you." He Gang's face lit up with excitement as he began planning his escape from Huadu that night. Little did he know he would indeed be leaving, but not Huadu. Instead, he was headed straight for the Yellow Springs. He Gang and Lu Zijian had arrived with arrogance but were now slinking away in defeat. Though Feng Hanshao had assigned them a martial grandmaster and 3 grandmaster-level experts, none dared act recklessly now. The guests silently parted to let the 2 men and their entourage pass. The way everyone looked at Yifan had completely changed. His tactics and strategy were nothing short of monstrous. Lu Zijian, escorted by Lu Wuyang's men, was nearly out of the hall. He Gang and his group were also about to leave. Though seething with resentment, they were powerless. Their fates were in Yifan's hands. There was no chance of turning the tables now.
Halt!
"Are you really going to slink away like cowards after being humiliated like this?" Just as they reached the exit, a voice rang out across the hall. "Huh?" The crowd turned toward Yifan, but quickly realized the voice wasn't his. At the entrance stood a young man in a tailored suit, blocking He Gang's path. 2 martial grandmaster subordinates swiftly struck, knocking out Lu Wuyang's bodyguards and freeing Lu Zijian. "It's him. Feng Hanshao is here." Beside Yifan, Ren Shuiying tensed, gripping his arm. Though Yifan's earlier display of power had reassured her, the sight of Feng Hanshao, given his past actions against the Ren family, filled her with dread. "It's young Master Feng." The ancient martial Feng family rarely intervenes, but their influence spans the entire southwest. Now that Feng is facing Yi, the real show is about to begin. The guests erupted in murmurs, eager for the impending clash. Young Master Feng, you've finally arrived. We've been humiliated. My son. Yes. Young Master Yi has already seized all our shares. Lu Zijian and he gang, seeing Feng Hanxiao, acted as if they'd found their savior. Their gazes toward Yifan turned mocking once more. Humph! Now that Feng Hanxiao is here, let's see how you act so high and mighty. Yifan. Feng Hanxiao patted their shoulders dismissively before turning to Yifan. Even when beating a dog, one must consider its master. Young Master Yi, you've overstepped today. His tone was icy, his expression disdainful. As a prodigy of an ancient martial family, Feng Hanxiao didn't even regard Yifan as worthy of his attention. He then glared at Ren Zhenghua. Patriarch Ren, was my assistant unclear? I explicitly ordered all members of the Ren family to kneel in welcome at the entrance. Why was no one there when I arrived? Feng Hanxiao had only caught the tail end of the confrontation, Lu Zijian and he gang's forced retreat. Unaware of the full situation, he continued posturing, oblivious to the shift in power. Young Master Feng. Ren Zhenghua tried to explain, but Feng Hanxiao cut him off. I don't want excuses. Today is the old master's birthday banquet, so I'll let it slide, for now. His eyes then landed on Ren Shuiying, who was clinging to Yifan's arm. Ren Shuiying, what are you doing? Your future husband is right here, yet you're cozying up to this fool? Get over here. Or have you forgotten that only I, Feng Hanxiao, can save your family? Lu Zijian and he gang shifted uncomfortably, desperate to warn him. Young Master Feng, Yifan is, but Feng Hanxiao silenced them with a wave. Enough. I'll deal with your issues later. Don't interrupt me. With that, he addressed the crowd grandly. Honored guests, I, Feng Hanxiao, thank you all for attending Patriarch Ren's birthday celebration. But I also have joyous news to announce. Ren Shuiying will become my wife. The Ren and Feng families will unite in marriage. From this day forward, the Ren family shall be an extension of the Feng family. Let this be known to all. Feng Hanxiao carried himself as if he already ruled the room. Feng Hanxiao had no qualms about admitting that Lu Zijian and he gang were his men. Even though their plan had been ruined by Yifan and ended in failure, it didn't matter. Feng Hanxiao knew that as the eldest legitimate son of the ancient martial Feng family, he held absolute status and power. Right now, the Ren family was beset by internal strife and external threats. Without the Feng family's help, the entire Ren clan would inevitably collapse, perhaps even face annihilation. So no matter how much Feng Hanxiao humiliated the Ren family, they had no choice but to endure it. The guests at the scene burst into an uproar, as if they had just heard something utterly ridiculous. Ren Zhenghua had just publicly announced the engagement between Ren Shuiying and Yifan. Yet here was Feng Hanxiao, jumping out to claim that he was the one engaged to Ren Shuiying. He acted as if the Ren family still belonged to him, completely unaware that their attitude had long since changed. The whole thing was beyond absurd. Feng Hanxiao was like a clown, hopping around the venue in a ridiculous display. Hearing the murmurs and jeers from the crowd, Feng Hanxiao frowned. Something was off. Normally, as the young master of the ancient martial Feng family, shouldn't everyone be congratulating him when he made such an announcement? Ren Shuiying, didn't you hear me? You're my wife. What the hell are you doing with that idiot? Feng Hanxiao glared at her coldly. This was the second time he'd said it. Didn't she fear his wrath? Didn't she realize that if he withdrew his support, the Ren family would be doomed? Young Master Feng, your behavior is baffling. Before Ren Shuiying could respond, Ren Zhenghua, standing on the stage with a microphone, spoke up. Just moments ago, in front of all these guests, I announced the engagement between Yifan and Shuiying. When did she ever agree to marry you? Are you suffering from delusions? Maybe you should go home and get yourself checked. The hall fell silent. Ren Zhenghua's words rang out like a thunderous slap across Feng Hanxiao's face. Feng Hanxiao, stop flattering yourself. A scumbag like you? Even if every other man on earth died, I'd never marry you, Ren Shuiying added, twisting the knife. 6 years ago, I was already with Brother Fan. 6 years ago. Feng Hanxiao's mind went blank. He had been wearing a cuckold's hat for 6 years. He glanced around at the guests. Their calm, mocking stares burned into him. Everyone already knew. Yifan and Ren Shuiying had just gotten engaged. And here he was, making a fool of himself by declaring his own engagement like some clueless buffoon. You bastards! Why the hell didn't anyone tell me? Feng Hanxiao's face twisted with rage. With no other outlet, he lashed out, kicking Lu Zijian and He Gang. The two men winced. Young master, we tried to tell you earlier, but you wouldn't let us speak. What could we do? Feng Hanxiao opened his mouth to roar again, but then he remembered. Lu Zijian had tried to warn him, multiple times. He had just been too arrogant to listen. This humiliation was entirely his own fault. You! He was on the verge of losing his mind. His furious gaze swept from Ren Shuiying to Yifan, then finally settled on Ren Zhenghua. Ren Zhenghua, have you forgotten how your family begged for my help just days ago? Back then, you agreed to let Ren Shuiying marry me. Do you really think you can just take it back now?
Ren Zhenghua smiled faintly.
Young Master Feng, you must be mistaken. 3 days ago, when you came to negotiate, I never said a word. It was third brother who spoke with you and made promises. I never agreed to anything. Now that he thought about it, Ren Zhengyu had been the one to suggest seeking the Feng family's help when the crisis first hit. Looking back, Ren Zhengyu had clearly been scheming from the start. So Ren Zhengyu doesn't represent the Ren family? Bring him out here. Feng Hanxiao snarled, his voice laced with desperation. If this matter wasn't resolved properly, the Feng family's reputation would be ruined. They'd become a laughingstock in the ancient martial world. Fine. Here he is. Talk to him yourself. With a wave of Ren Zhenghua's hand, several Ren family bodyguards carried out a bloodied, barely recognizable Ren Zhengyu. His legs were broken, his entire body wrapped in bandages, with only his eyes and mouth visible. Ugh! And after being imprisoned, Ren Zhengyu had suffered brutal retaliation from the very bodyguards he had once bullied. Now, he couldn't even form coherent words. What the hell is this? Feng Hanxiao's face twitched. You've reduced him to this state on purpose, haven't you? You're dead set on going back on your word. He felt like the Ren family had played him for a fool, yet he couldn't find any fault in their actions. The bitter taste of humiliation was his alone to swallow. Ignoring Feng Hanxiao, Ren Zhenghua raised the microphone again. Ladies and gentlemen, Ren Zhengyu, the third son of the Ren family, conspired to poison our patriarch. As punishment, his legs were broken, his name struck from the family registry, and he has been sentenced to lifelong imprisonment. All contracts he signed on behalf of the Ren family are hereby declared null and void. The crowd erupted once more. Ren Zhengyu had poisoned his own father? Such treachery deserved no mercy. Ren Zhenghua's announcement made one thing crystal clear. The Ren family would never acknowledge any engagement between Ren Shuiying and Feng Hanxiao.
Ren Zhenghua, Ren Shuiying, think carefully.
Feng Hanxiao's voice dripped with menace. Your family is on the brink of collapse. Without my recommendation to Old Master Pang, you'll never secure the Sun City project. If you defy the Feng family now, you're signing your own death warrant. The Ren family was indeed at its weakest. Otherwise, they would never have agreed to Feng Hanxiao's terms in the first place. What infuriated Feng Hanxiao most was that Ren Zhengyu, his planted mole within the Ren family, had been so easily eliminated. And there was nothing he could do about it. Feng Hanxiao, are you even a man? A lazy, mocking voice cut through the tension. Yifan, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. And when he did, it was a direct hit. They've made it clear Ren Shuiying is my wife. It's none of your damn business. Yet here you are, barking like a rabid dog. Did someone forget to leash you? Or did you just crawl out of the wrong zipper? Yifan remains silent, but Feng Hanxiao's rage grows. Yifan's silence had only mildly irritated Feng Hanxiao. But the moment he spoke, Feng felt as if his lungs were about to explode from fury. Damn it! That fool from the Yi family had actually stolen his woman in the brief moment he was away? The wife he had already claimed as his own had suddenly become Yifan's? And now, Yifan was flaunting it, rubbing his face in the dirt. Not to mention Lu Zijian and He Gang had also fallen victim to Yifan earlier. Just how infuriating could this guy be? Yifan, you're asking for death. Feng Hanxiao glared coldly. A worthless idiot from the Yi family, you were lucky to keep your miserable life. Instead of groveling like a dog, you dare strut around like this? Who gave you the courage? From various sources, Feng had learned that Yifan seemed to have regained his senses. The Taoist priest he had sent to harass Su Ishua's factory had mysteriously vanished, most likely killed by Yifan. Well, today, in front of all these people, it was time to settle the score with the Yi family. Listen well, Yifan. Others may fear you, but the Feng family does not. Feng sneered. Kneel right now, cut off one of your arms, and I might spare your wretched life, so others can finish you off. After all, Yifan's enemies were hunting him relentlessly. With so many witnesses here, Feng didn't want to be the one to kill him and risk retaliation from the Heavenly Dragon Army or the Yi family's inner circle. Humiliating Yifan and salvaging his own pride would be enough. Though Feng claimed not to fear Yifan, he was still wary. When Jin Yang had attacked Yifan earlier, those mysterious experts had intervened. Moreover, Feng could sense Yifan's martial aura. His strength was at least at the peak of the martial venerable realm. As the eldest son of the ancient martial Feng family, Feng's own cultivation had reached the second level of the martial emperor realm, thanks to his family's resources. But his actual combat experience fell short, so he had to tread carefully. Kneel? Why don't you show me how, young Master Feng? Yifan smirked. This Feng Hanxiao had already caused trouble in Yunqing by sending that Taoist priest to sabotage Su Ishua's factory. Now he was targeting the Ren family. Yifan wasn't entirely sure what Feng was after. Was he connected to Prince Jin? Did he also want to crush the Yi family? Regardless, their feud was now irreparable. With such an arrogant young master from an ancient martial family, there were only two options: kill him outright or beat him into submission. Whoosh! As Yifan spoke, a surge of energy rippled from him, and in the blink of an eye he vanished. Slap! A crisp sound echoed through the hall as Yifan's palm struck Feng Hanxiao's face with brutal force. Before Feng could react, he was sent spinning, his vision swimming. What the hell? That was fast. Feng's heart pounded in shock. How? I'm a martial emperor. How did I fail to sense his movement? Thud. Before Feng could locate Yifan, another strike came from behind. A fist slamming into his shoulder, forcing him to his knees. Crack. Feng's kneecaps collided with the tiled floor, the impact so violent that the sound of bone cracking made the onlookers wince. Young Master Feng, it's not even New Year's yet. Why the sudden kneeling? Yifan taunted, standing over him with a mocking grin. I'm not worthy of such respect. Yifan, you bastard! Feng roared, scrambling to his feet in a frenzy. Kneel my ass. You made me kneel, you son of a bitch. Enraged, Feng lashed out with a punch, unleashing the full force of his martial emperor-level energy. The air rippled visibly, and the entire hall trembled under the pressure. A martial emperor! My God! Young Master Feng is a martial emperor. No wonder he's so arrogant. He has the power to back it up. With talent like this, the Feng family is destined to rise as the top ancient martial clan. The spectators were torn between fear and awe, too terrified to get close yet too fascinated to look away. But then someone whispered, wait, if Feng is so strong, how did Yifan slap him without him even dodging? What does that make Yifan? Damn! Two freaks of nature. In the center of the hall, Yifan effortlessly dodged Feng's attack and continued mocking him. Ah, I get it now. Young Master Feng was just demonstrating how to kneel, right? Well, lesson learned, but I won't be kneeling. His playful tone vanished as he seized Feng's arm with a steely grip. Listen carefully, Feng Hanxiao. Ren Shuiying is my wife now. You have no business here. Get out and don't ever cross me again. You can't afford to. His voice turned icy. I haven't even settled the score with you for sending that Taoist priest after Su Ishua in Yunqing. If you insist on causing trouble today, don't blame me for what happens next. How dare you? Feng snarled, channeling his martial emperor-level strength to break free. But no matter how hard he struggled, Yifan's grip was unshakable, like a steel vice. What the? Feng's pupils contracted in shock. He's a martial emperor too. Now it made sense. Yifan's ease in facing him wasn't arrogance. It was confidence. He's at least a second-level martial emperor, if not higher. Know your place and scram. Yifan kicked Feng square in the groin, sending him flying several meters before he crashed to the floor in a humiliating heap. Gah! Feng clutched his crotch, his face twisted in agony as he staggered back up, glowering at Yifan. Even if Yifan was a martial emperor, Feng refused to back down. Ren Shuiying's unique constitution was something he had to obtain. He couldn't let Yifan take her. Don't get too cocky, Yifan. You think you're the only martial emperor here? Tonight, I've invited a heavyweight from the southwest. Let's see how you handle 2 martial emperors, or even 3. He turned to Ren Zhenghua with a venomous smirk. And you, Ren Zhenghua, you'll regret this. Without my intervention, your precious 9 provinces group will never sign that contract. Emperor-level experts aren't as common as cabbages. Feng Hanshao himself was an emperor-level expert, and he might even bring in 2 more emperor-level powerhouses to back him up. Facing 3 emperor-level experts, even if Yifan were extraordinarily strong, how could he possibly stand a chance? Moreover, Feng Hanshao had even invited Peng Hai, the CEO of Zhuzhou Group, to personally attend. Young Master Feng truly lives up to his reputation. The heritage of ancient martial families is beyond what ordinary families like ours can compare to. Even if the Yi family is the top family in Great Xia, they still can't measure up. Exactly. Today, the Ren family is truly being roasted over the fire. The surrounding guests, upon hearing that Feng Hanshao had managed to summon Peng Hai from Zhuzhou Group, began whispering among themselves. Lu Zijin and He Gang, standing beside Feng Hanshao, seemed to regain their confidence. Recalling the humiliation Yifan had inflicted on them earlier, Lu Zijin sneered coldly. Yifan, I suggest you wise up. Before Elder Peng arrives, kneel and beg for mercy from young Master Feng, and annul your engagement with Ren Shuiying. Otherwise, you won't even know how you'll die later. That's right. Yifan, release my son immediately, and I might even put in a good word for you with young Master Feng. Some of the vassal families aligned with the Feng clan also chimed in, urging Yifan to back down. Everyone was convinced that Yifan had already lost today. The Yi family had already been suppressed. Within a single day, 10 of its core disciples had been killed, numerous allied families had abandoned them, and neutral factions had shifted to the opposing side. The Yi family's influence and strength had been severely diminished. What could Yifan possibly use to fight Feng Hanshao now? Yifan, don't drag the Ren family down with you. The cooperation contract with Zhuzhou Group is the only thing that can save the Ren family from ruin. Even my Feng family had to go through great lengths to negotiate with Elder Peng before he agreed to partner with the Ren family. If you tried to approach them yourselves, forget Elder Peng, you wouldn't even get an audience with CEO Su. Feng Hanshao wore a smug expression, clearly satisfied with his family's influence. However, Ren Shuiying, who was clinging tightly to Yifan's arm, shot Feng Hanshao a look as if he were an idiot. Half an hour ago, Yifan had already handed the signed cooperation contract from Zhuzhou Group to Ren Zhenghua, complete with all the necessary stamps and formalities. Once Ren Zhenghua finalized the agreement, Zhuzhou Group had promised that billions in funds would be transferred immediately. And Feng Hanshao was still waiting for Elder Peng? Young Master Feng, let me interrupt you. The contract you mentioned with Zhuzhou Group, we've already signed it. But it wasn't because of you. It was thanks to young Master Ye's connection with Elder Peng. Ren Zhenghua spoke with a cold smile, waving the contract in his hand. What? Hearing this, Feng Hanshao was completely dumbfounded. Are you all teaming up to mess with me today? First, there was the matter of Ren Shuiying's engagement. Feng Hanshao had been played for a fool, but he had swallowed his pride. Now, regarding the Zhuzhou Group contract, something he had personally negotiated with Elder Pang. Yifan had just casually gotten it signed with a single word? What kind of joke is this? Ren Zhenghua, enough. I've tolerated you for too long. Feng Hanxiao roared in fury. Do you think JoJo Group's contracts are handed out like candy? What's the point of faking a contract and lying to everyone? With so many guests here, have you no shame? Feng Hanxiao refused to believe that JoJo Group would agree to cooperate with the Ren family so easily. The only reason JoJo Group had agreed was out of respect for the Feng family. Tonight, Feng Hanxiao had invited Pang Hai to showcase the Feng family's influence and flaunt his power. But now, Pang Hai hadn't even arrived. How could the contract have been signed? Feng Hanxiao, don't push it. I call you young Master Feng out of respect, but you're jumping around like a damn monkey. Don't you find yourself ridiculous? Do you really think the Ren family can't survive without you? Open your damn eyes and take a good look. Ren Zhenghua snapped, throwing a copy of the contract at Feng Hanxiao. The document landed at Feng Hanxiao's feet, but he made no move to pick it up. Lu Zijian hesitated before finally retrieving it and scanning the contents. His voice trembled as he spoke. Young Master Feng. The contract. Spit it out. What about it? Feng Hanxiao was already irritated and spoke impatiently. It's real. It has JoJo Group's official seal and Elder Pang's signature. I've seen his autograph at a press conference before. There's even an anti-counterfeiting code here. Ha! Hearing this, Feng Hanxiao was on the verge of losing his mind. Damn it! Why is everything going wrong tonight? Nothing is going my way. Snatching the contract, Feng Hanxiao skimmed through it and had to admit, it was indeed genuine. Somehow, Ren Zhenghua had gotten his hands on a legitimate cooperation agreement with JoJo Group. Fine, Ren family. You even dare to forge JoJo Group's contracts? Just wait until Elder Pang arrives. Let's see how long your lies hold up when confronted. Feng Hanxiao still refused to believe the contract was real, convinced that Yifan and the Ren family had fabricated it. Once Elder Pang exposes your deception, you'll face his wrath. Just as Feng Hanxiao was ranting passionately, Lu Zijian pointed at the anti-counterfeiting code on the contract and said, Young Master Feng. Look, this security feature doesn't seem fake. Feng Hanxiao closed his eyes in frustration. Why do I have such useless teammates? Damn it, I'm not blind. As the heir of the Feng family, Feng Hanxiao could tell from the security markings that the contract was likely authentic. But what now? Admit in front of everyone that Yifan had outmaneuvered him? That the Ren family didn't need him? Then watch as his fiancée was taken away and slink off in defeat? Where would his dignity be then? Feng Hanxiao had personally negotiated terms with Pang Hai just yesterday. He couldn't believe Pang Hai would sign a contract with the Ren family behind his back. Humph! The Ren family and Yifan must have used some underhanded trick to deceive Elder Pang into signing. He's already on his way. The truth will be revealed soon. Yifan, let's see how much longer you can keep up this act. Seeing Ren Shuiying clinging to Yifan, Feng Hanxiao felt suffocated with rage. Ren Shuiying, why aren't you letting go of him? Are you trying to piss me off?
Yifan simirket.
Young Master Feng, aren't you overstepping? Shuiying is my wife. What's wrong with being affectionate with her? Moi. As he spoke, Yifan pulled Ren Shuiying close and planted a firm kiss on her lips, then taunted Feng Hanxiao with a grin. See? Even if I kiss my wife, it's perfectly fine, right? Fatal blow to the heart. Feng Hanxiao felt like his soul had been crushed. His only hope now was for Pang Hai to arrive. Once Pang Hai was here, he could expose Yifan and the Ren family's fraudulent contract. With 3 Emperor-level experts backing him, surely he could turn the tables today. You, damn it. Feng Hanxiao was so furious he wanted to charge forward and tear Yifan apart on the spot. But remembering Yifan's terrifying strength earlier, he knew rushing in would only mean certain death. Helpless, Feng Hanxiao could only vent his rage by pounding his own chest wildly with his fists. Thud, thud, thud. Like a frenzied gorilla, Feng Hanxiao hammered his chest in the middle of the banquet hall, drawing shocked murmurs from the guests. The prodigy of the Yi family truly lives up to his reputation. With just a slight move, even someone as formidable as the young master of the ancient martial Feng family had been reduced to this pitiful state. Among the crowd, Jin Mingliang of the Jin family and Sun Jiahong, the head of the Sun family, watched the sudden turn of events with grim expressions. Director Jin, this Yi fan is really not easy to deal with, Sun Jiahong sighed, a deep sense of powerlessness in his voice. Both Jin Yang of the Jin family and Sun Dishing of the Sun family had fallen to Yi fan in Yunqing. Previously, the Jin and Sun families had acted under the backing of Tang Zhang and Zhang Heng. But now, Zhang Heng had completely collapsed, and there had been no word from the influential Tang Zhang in the capital. Yet, with their heirs dead at Yi fan's hands, neither family was willing to let things slide. Even without further orders or support from above, they hadn't given up on retaliating against Yi fan. At the Ren family's birthday banquet today, under the call of Lu Zijian and He Gang, they had planned to join the siege against the Ren family. But the situation had escalated too quickly. Yi fan had already subdued Lu Zijian and He Gang, and now even Feng Hanxiao was being roasted over the fire. Even if he's tough to handle, we can't let him off easy. Jin Yang and Sun Dishing died by his hand, we must avenge them. And Jin Mingliang glanced around before lowering his voice. I've just received word from another high-ranking figure in the capital. He's told us to act freely and that he'll send experts to back us up. But we shouldn't act recklessly. We need to outsmart him. Oh! Sun Jiahong's pupils dilated. Another high-ranking figure? Who? In Sun Jiahong's understanding, even Elder Zhang Heng was at the upper limit of his connections. The only one above Zhang Heng would be Prince Jin. Jin Mingliang nodded meaningfully. His men are already on the way. We'll act when the time is right. Elsewhere in the crowd, Zhou Ming and Zhuang Chao, the young master of the Goose sect, lurked in the shadows, sneering at Feng Hanxiao. Pathetic. He can't even handle a fool from the Yi family, Zhuang Chao muttered. Zhuang Xiao, why not release your poison goo now? Once those things are out, they'll terrify everyone here, no matter how strong they are. Once the goo worms burrow into their bodies, they'll have no choice but to submit. Zhou Ming glared hatefully at Yi fan. Back in Yunqing, this bastard had shattered his physical body. Now, a high-ranking envoy from the Sacred Envoy organization had arrived in Yunqing and even taught him forbidden techniques to harness dark energy. Today, I'll make sure Yi fan suffers. Not yet. Let Feng Hanxiao lose control and fight Yi fan to the death first. Then we'll strike. Zhuang Chao's lips curled into a sinister smile. When the Gu sect makes a move, it must be earth-shattering. For years, the Gu sect had been confined to the remote mountains of the Miaojiang region, plotting their return to the world. And the first obstacle in their path was Old Master Ran of Huadu, the one who had kept them suppressed in the southwest. The 9 Provinces Group's Elder Pang has arrived. President Su of the 9 Provinces Group is here. Chief Financial Officer Madame Chiu has arrived. A series of announcements rang out as a group of people strode into the hall. Leading them were Pang Hai, CEO of the 9 Provinces Group, Chiu Wan, the CFO, and Su Hai, the general manager. Their formation was unusual. Though Chiu Wan tried to hang back, Pang Hai and Su Hai deliberately slowed their steps, ensuring she walked slightly ahead. Su Hai had personally witnessed Yi fan's closeness with Chiu Wan at the delivery company. Knowing she was likely to become one of the future madams of the Pavilion Master, both he and Pang Hai treated her with utmost respect. The attention made Chiu Wan blush slightly. As soon as she entered, her eyes darted around the hall until they landed on Yi fan. Only then did she relax. But since Pang Hai made no further moves, she couldn't rush over to Yi fan, especially not when Ren Shuiying was clinging to his arm. Chiu Wan knew her place. As a widow who had been fortunate enough to become Yi fan's woman and receive unimaginable benefits, she was content. She dared not ask for more. Elder Pang, you're finally here. Feng Hanxiao hurried over, eagerly shaking Pang Hai's hand. If you hadn't arrived, this place would have descended into chaos. Pang Hai smirked, glancing at Yi Fan and giving a slight bow of acknowledgement. But before he could approach, Feng Hanxiao blocked him again. Elder Pang, do you remember our discussion yesterday about collaborating with the Ren family? With Pang Hai present, Feng Hanxiao's confidence surged. Of course, Pang Hai replied, his face twitching slightly. He had already received a detailed report from the Tianji Pavilion spies about what had transpired in the hall. But without further instructions from Yi Fan, he couldn't act rashly. Everyone heard that, right? Elder Pang himself confirmed our discussion. So how could the Ren family have secured a contract without my involvement? That document is obviously fake. Feng Hanxiao raised his voice, ensuring the entire hall heard him. And who else but that idiot Yi Fan would dare forge a 9 provinces group contract? Elder Pang, this is an insult to the group's reputation and dignity. He must be punished. Yes, punish him. Lu Zijian and He Gang, seeing Feng Hanxiao had actually brought in Elder Pang, a titan of the business world, cheered in agreement. After all, Pang Hai not only controlled the 9 provinces group's trillion-dollar empire but was also a martial emperor-level powerhouse. With him and Feng Hanxiao united, even Yi Fan wouldn't dare act recklessly, right? Oh, is young Master Feng so certain? Pang Hai gave Feng Hanxiao a faint, mocking smile. And have you considered the consequences of provoking Yi Fan? The entire Yi family stands behind him. Are you prepared to face their wrath? Not to mention, I sense that young Master Yi is also at the martial emperor level. Do you really have what it takes to punish him? Of course, I can't do it alone. Feng Hanxiao touched his swollen face. He had already been beaten twice by Yi Fan, and now he was practically traumatized. But if I join forces with Elder Pang to deal with young Master Yi, no matter how strong Yi Fan is, how could he possibly stand a chance against us? Feng Hanxiao continued coldly. Elder Pang must also know that after the Yi family suffered that devastating blow, all 10 of their core disciples were killed. There are even powerful figures in Shangjing determined to wipe out the Yi family. They won't last much longer. If we capture Yi Fan now, the Yi family will collapse completely. We can freely plunder all their resources and even gain favor with that Shangjing big shot. This would be extremely beneficial for both the Feng family and the Jojo group. Feng Hanxiao laid out his reasoning flawlessly. Pang Hai frowned slightly and exchanged a glance with Yi Fan. Seeing Yi Fan nod, Pang Hai immediately understood his intention. Yi Fan was deliberately setting a trap to expose all the hostile forces targeting the Yi and Ren families, so they could be eliminated in one fell swoop. Since that was the case, Pang Hai would play along. Is that so? Young Master Feng makes a valid point. To be extra cautious, I can also summon another martial emperor expert. With the 3 of us working together, success is guaranteed. As Pang Hai spoke, he gestured toward the door, and Yu Chong instantly appeared. The powerful martial aura radiating from him confirmed that he was indeed a martial emperor-level expert. Ah, perfect! Feng Hanxiao's face lit up with glee when Pang Hai agreed to his plan. With 3 martial emperors joining forces, who could possibly stand against us tonight? The situation had completely reversed with Pang Hai's arrival. Guali, Wang Fugue, Xia Hao, Qing Rulin, and others who knew the truth understood that this was all part of Yi Fan's scheme. But the other guests, unaware of the real situation, began to grow uneasy. This situation keeps twisting and turning. With the Jojo group involved, the Ren family and Yi Fan are in trouble. Exactly. 3 martial emperors working together. How could Yi Fan possibly withstand that? Sigh. Yi Fan is the last remaining bloodline of the Yi family. If he dies, the Yi family is truly finished. Zhou Ming and Zhuang Chao watched the unfolding events with furrowed brows. This is getting intense. Yi Fan might be taken down without us lifting a finger. Are we just going to claim credit for free? Meanwhile, on the Ren family's side, Ren Zhenghua, Ren Zhengchao, and the other core disciples were beginning to doubt the information they had received earlier. Half an hour ago, Yi Fan had presented a cooperation contract from the Jojo group, claiming it was personally signed by Pang Hai. But now, with Pang Hai present, Feng Hanxiao was chatting warmly with him and Peng Hai seemed to be disregarding the validity of the previous contract. Big brother, do you think there might be something wrong with the contract Yifan gave us? Ren Zhengqiao asked hesitantly. The same doubt lingered in the minds of the other Ren family members.
Ren Xinghua frownede deeply, glancing at Yifan.
Seeing his calm and composed expression, Ren Zhenghua steeled his resolve. We must trust Yifan. If he dares to beat up even Feng Hanxiao's assistant, he must have a plan. If a conflict breaks out later, every member of the Ren family must protect Yifan and Shuiying at all costs, even if it means sacrificing ourselves. Understood. Since they had already chosen to side with Yifan, they would stand by him unconditionally. Understood. Damn it. I'd rather die standing than live on my knees like a dog. I fully support my brother-in-law, Ren Buitao declared angrily, his disdain for Feng Hanxiao evident. Feng Hanxiao, now emboldened by Peng Hai's support, straightened his back and sneered at the Ren family. Ren Zhenghua, you trash. Do you understand now? Elder Peng only agreed to cooperate with the Ren family because of me. Your contract is completely fake. Now kneel before me and apologize. If you do, I might let this slide. Otherwise, today will be the end of both the Ren family and Yifan. Feng Hanxiao was practically gloating, convinced he had complete control of the situation. Bullshit. The Ren family would rather die in battle than bow to the Feng family. If I get the chance, I'll rip your head off and shove it down a toilet, Ren Buitao roared, refusing to back down. Feng Hanxiao's face darkened. Had the Ren family lost their minds? Despite the overwhelming odds in his favor, they still dared to defy him and support Yifan. Were they deliberately seeking death? Ren Zhenghua, does Ren Buitao speak for you? Feng Hanxiao glared coldly. Think carefully about the consequences of your choice. Ren Buitao is my son. His words are mine. I, Ren Zhenghua, declare today that the entire Ren family stands with Yifan to the end. We will fight to the last man. The Ren family will never kneel like dogs. We will stand tall as men. Inspired by Ren Buitao, the Ren family's core disciples erupted in a passionate chant, their fervor electrifying the atmosphere. Fine. Very well. Feng Hanxiao was seething. He had expected an easy victory with Peng Hai's support, but now, despite his advantage, the Ren family refused to submit. Who else? Is there anyone else here foolish enough to support Yifan? Step forward now. Let's see who's brave enough to die with him. Feng Hanxiao screamed hysterically. If there were still supporters of the Yi family, he would crush them all at once. I, Guali, represent the Guo family in supporting my sworn brother. I, Xia Hao, represent the Xia family in supporting young Master Yi. I, Qing Rulan, represent the Qing family in supporting my husband. The Ren family stands with young Master Yi to the end. In the blink of an eye, a chorus of declarations rang out as a large group of family representatives and experts gathered around Yifan. Most were the Yi family's direct forces and their allied families. The assembled strength was already formidable, and the crowd was still stirring. Many of the guests at Old Master Ren's birthday banquet were influential figures, and they were here to seize opportunities. Now, the critical choice was whether to side with Feng Hanxiao or Yifan. I, Qiao Wanjun, represent the Qiao family in pledging full support to young Master Yi. As the commotion began to settle, a robust old man in a Zhongshan suit strode forward from the crowd, leading a group of subordinates to stand beside Yifan. This man was Qiao Wanjun, a key figure under Princess Chu Lanwei's command. Since the princess had ordered all of Cheng Wang's forces to be placed under Yifan's control, Qiao Wanjun had come today to declare his allegiance. What? Qiao Wanjun's move stunned everyone present. The Qiao family was a superpower in Huadu, rumored to have backing from Shangjing's elite. Even Peng Hai of the Zhuzhou group would greet Qiao Wanjun with respect. Yet such a heavyweight had chosen to support Yifan? What kind of magic did Yifan possess? Inspired by Qiao Wanjun, several other Huadu families also joined Yifan's side. Elder Qiao, have you lost your mind? Even if you don't support my Feng family, you shouldn't. Feng Hanxiao was dumbfounded. Xiao Wanjun's decision was a massive blow to his plans. Humph! Since when do I need your permission to make my choices?